One day, an elven child encountered a powerful monster. Upon seeing the child, the monster spoke. "Oh, elf child, if you reached here without even knowing what kind of place this mountain is, blame your own stupidity." The monster was threatening to send the innocent girl to hell right now. The girl in turn was very scared and begged the monster not to do that. She hoped that at least someone would come to her rescue. At that moment, someone's footsteps were heard from behind. An unknown person walked past the girl and covered her with his back. The unknown person was a funny-looking guy. On his shoulder sat some kind of unusual winged animal. The guy laughed and tried to talk to the mighty dragon. He assured that the little girl had probably gotten to this mountain by mistake. That was why the daredevil suggested that the monster should not be so hostile. At this time, the innocent girl looked up at her savior and already hoped for a miracle. But the dragon was enraged after such a request from a stranger. He was not going to spare the little child and decided to send the lad to hell with her. The roar of the dragon made the girl scream loudly. She was very scared. Hearing the girl's scream, the guy asked the dragon not to scare the innocent little girl. After this request, the boy attacked the dragon with his fists, for he felt sorry for the girl whom the dragon was not going to feel sorry for at all. At this time, a young elven girl named Sono was trying to find the very girl who was now on the mountain. This girl's name was Sienna. Sono couldn't stop shouting Sienna's name, for she was diligently trying to find her. The girl just didn't understand where this little girl could have gone. Suddenly, Sono noticed two other elven girls whose names were Yuyuna and Luluna. These girls were also looking for Sienna, but couldn't find her either. Yuyuna believed that the road the girls were currently standing on was not a road the little girl would be able to walk on. Luluna also thought that it was more likely that Sienna had gone somewhere else. In fact, Sono had only herself to blame for the girl's disappearance. As it turned out, she and Sienna had had a conversation earlier. Then Sono had said a lot of unnecessary things to the little girl. That's why she blamed herself now. But her friends Yuyuna and Luluna were comforting Sono. Sienna actually admires Sono and wants to become an elf protector like Sono herself. But Sono told Sienna about how it is impossible unless the girl becomes stronger. Then Sienna said that she was going to prove to Sono that she could defeat even a dragon. Sono realized only now that Sienna wasn't kidding and really went to that mountain alone. The girls knew that that mountain was home to many strong monsters, and if one went there, one could easily say goodbye to life. That was why Sono hoped that it was only a mistake that someone had seen Sienna running to that mountain. At that moment, Yuyuna decided to go to the west and look for Sienna once again there, and Luluna decided to go east to try and find the girl. And Sono looked at the terrifying mountain and prayed that Sienna would be more careful. At this time, Sienna was indeed on the mountain with a boy she didn't know, who had just defeated the dragon with one blow. After his triumph, the stranger looked at the girl with a kind look and asked if she was alright. And Sienna just couldn't believe her eyes and asked the boy if he had really defeated this monster. The stranger didn't know it himself, but he thought that so far he had just managed to knock out the dragon. The guy was more curious if Sienna could get to her feet. Sienna got to her feet and asked the stranger if it was magic. The guy explained that he didn't know how to use magic from the word at all. But Sienna didn't believe the stranger, because this dragon is extremely strong. It's an S-rank monster. Sienna had also heard that even if many elves united, they wouldn't be able to defeat this monster. The stranger simply scratched the back of his head and smiled in response. He had already realized that the little girl's name was Sienna since she addressed herself in the third person. It was also not hard for the stranger to realize that Sienna was an elf, as her ears pointed. The boy then decided to introduce himself. His name is Wazoo. He is a human and is very happy to meet a girl named Sienna. Wazoo wanted to escort Sienna to the base of the mountain. After all, it would be bad if in the end, Sienna met a monster like this dragon again. But Sienna was only thinking of other things right now. There was no way she could swallow that Wazoo was human and, without any magical ability, was able to defeat such a strong monster. In the end, Sienna came to the conclusion that Wazoo was really just very strong. Looking at Sienna's innocent eyes, Wazoo thanked her for saying that. And Sienna asked Wazoo if he lived on that mountain. Wazoo explained that it wasn't in his original plans, but then it turned out somehow on its own. Then Sienna thought that Wazoo had become so strong because he had fought the local monsters on that mountain. And Wazoo thought that if that was the case, he should be more pumped up. As a result, Sienna and Wazoo held hands and traveled to the base of the mountain. On the way, Wazoo tried to explain to Sienna that his body was no reason to be proud. But Sienna thought that Wazoo's dragon kick was still very cool. The girl admitted that that kick made her heart race. At that moment, Wazoo realized that Sienna was a pretty persistent kid. The guy was happy for the girl's feelings, but he preferred someone slightly older. At that moment, an arrow appeared from nowhere, which Wazoo managed to stop. The guy grabbed the arrow right on the fly. That arrow could have hit Wazoo's pet. It's worth saying that the weirdo flying next to the guy is named Male. Wazoo made sure that Male was okay and not hurt. But just like that, the guy couldn't let it go. That's why Wazoo loudly ordered the coward who dared to shoot his little Male to come out. Shiena immediately hugged Wazoo and asked him to calm down. But Wazoo continued to tear his throat out. He believed that the offender had the guts to show his face. At that moment, Sorona came out of the bushes with a bow in her hand. Sienna recognized her sister, and Wazoo was disappointed. He assured that he was not going to forgive Sorona just because she was beautiful. And Sienna, who was looking at Wazoo's confused face, didn't think so. At that moment, Sorona decided to force Wazoo to let go of Sienna. She began to use magic and recited the following words: "Let my enemies hear your song, the wind that brings death." Wazoo was surprised to see the magic, and Sienna tried to stop her sister. The girl explained that Wazoo is a human. Sienna assured that the boy had saved her from the dragon. Hearing those words, Sorona froze and stopped using magic. At this moment, Yuyuna and Luluna pulled up. They were very happy that they were finally able to find Sienna. The girls approached the little girl and asked if she was alright. Sienna assured them that she was fine, thanks to Wazoo's help. Of course, the elven girls did not yet know who Wazoo was. They assumed that Wazoo was a necromancer or something like that. But Wazoo, lazily scratching the back of his head, assured that he was just a human. Of course, the girls didn't believe that Wazoo, being human, could defeat a demon by himself. But Sienna tried to convince them that Wazoo was indeed very strong. At this time, Sorona stood aside and looked at Wazoo with disdain. And Yuna and Luluna thanked Wazoo for saving the little girl, even though they didn't fully believe that the guy was really that strong. Then Wazoo decided to just go back to his mountain and ask the girls to forgive him. Yuna and Luluna immediately objected and asked the guy if he was really going to go back to that horrible mountain. Wazoo explained that it was kind of his home, so there was nothing to do. In that case, Yuna suggested that Wazoo go to the elf village. After all, they still hadn't managed to thank the guy for saving Sienna yet. Therefore, Yuna turned to Sorona and asked if the girl was okay with Wazoo going to their village. Sorona looked at Wazoo with a stern look and remained silent. The confused Wazoo looked at the girl and did not understand why she was looking at him with such contempt. Sorona realized that Wazoo had protected Sienna. For a mere human being, it was impossible. Besides, Wazoo had said that he lived on that mountain. That was why Sorona thought Wazoo was suspicious. In that case, Sorona, as the protector of the elven village, said that they couldn't invite such a suspicious person like Wazoo to their village. Luluna immediately tried to change Sorona's mind. After all, Wazoo had saved Sienna. In addition, it was evident how attached the girl was to her new acquaintance. Also, Luluna and Yuinu did not think Wazoo was a bad person. In that case, Sorona agreed to take Waza into the village, but only for one night. The girl realized that she would not take her eyes off Waza until she could confirm his true identity. After some time, Vasa was taken to the elf village. There he was warmly welcomed by the other elves. Wazoo quickly found common ground with the locals. One of the boys Wazoo met thought that Wazoo was planning to create his own harem altogether. Of course, Wazoo had no such plans, but it was still the first time the villagers had seen a man with a goal like Wazoo's. Looking at how shy Wazoo was, the boys assured that they too dreamed of having their own harem. Sorona at this time continued to observe Wazoo from the sidelines. Now she too believed that the reason for Wazoo's journey was to create a harem. Basically, Sorona didn't care what Wazoo's reasons were. The fact that the guy disappointed her remained a fact. Sorona assumed that Wazoo would try to take the innocent Sienna with him. The girl didn't even want to imagine the way Wazoo's poisonous fingers would touch such a young creature. At that moment, Sienna found Wazoo and climbed into his lap. The girl wanted this to be her private place. Wazoo, of course, didn't really like the girl being so pushy, but what could he do about it? Sienna, on the other hand, at this point stated that she had asked around about the definition of the word harem. The girl believed that she could join Wazoo's harem since he had saved her life. Wazoo in response only laughed loudly and said that Sienna was in too much of a hurry. But Sienna assured that she was already 10 years old. And Wazoo argued that the girl was still just a child. Sienna stood her ground and assured that she was already an adult. Sorona, listening to this conversation, was convinced that she was right. The girl felt it was her duty to send Vasa away as soon as possible. At that moment, Luluna approached Wazoo and asked him if he liked the fruit. Wazoo replied that, in principle, he was an omnivore. In that case, Luluna decided to gather fruit for Vasu with the other elves. Wazoo asked the elves to let him help them. but the elves considered Wazoo their guest. Sirona decided to go for the fruit with the boys since she did not plan to take her eyes off Wazoo. After a while, Wazoo, Yuyuna, Luluna, Shiena and Sirona were already in the beautiful orchard. Wazoo was surprised and didn't even believe at first that all those fruits on the trees could be eaten. The guys explained to the guy that they don't eat meat so they prefer fruits. The elves also make different products from fruit, such as dried fruit, jam, or wine. Suddenly, Wazoo saw one fruit that seemed very ripe to him. Without thinking long, the young man picked the fruit and decided to taste it. Sirona tried to stop Wazoo in a flash. Before the girl could warn the boy that the fruit was deadly poisonous, Wazoo had already taken a bite. Looking at Wazoo chewing on the poisonous fruit, the elves were amazed. And the delighted Wazoo turned to them and told them how he felt. The fruit seemed to the lad very juicy and delicious. In some ways, the fruit even reminded Wazoo of a pear. It smelled like grass, but the fruit was sweet. Suddenly, Wazoo remembered that the elves had talked about a deadly poisonous fruit. He started twirling his head and trying to find the fruit, not realizing that the fruit was in his stomach. Sirona explained to the boy that he had just eaten that deadly fruit, and Sienna was just delighted with Wazoo. The girl thought that Wazoo's stomach was also very strong. Sirona thought it was strange. Even though Toter's blue fruits were already ripe, they couldn't be eaten without cooking them first. After all, one light bite is enough to give you a shock. But nothing like that happened to Wazoo. Then the girl concluded that Wazoo was not human. Wazoo had just realized that the fruit he had eaten was poisonous. The guy didn't even believe it, because the fruit was very tasty. Sirona continued to analyze Wazoo. She thought it was strange that the guy didn't have any scars on his body, because he had gotten stronger after fighting the monsters on that mountain. Wazoo noticed Sirona looking at him and even became embarrassed. In the evening, Wazoo was densely and deliciously fed in the village. The boy confessed that it had been a long time since he had eaten a delicious meal like this. Therefore, Wazoo was happy. Suddenly, an elf asked Wazoo about Mail, the little dragon. Wazoo told the boys that Mela was his comrade and he had been entrusted with this dragonkin by his close friend. Before Wazoo could finish his sentence, Mail jumped on him and started pulling on his cheek. Wazoo took the hint and called Mail his fiancée to calm her down. Then the elves realized that Wazoo's harem also included a dragon. That's why the guy even seemed strange to the villagers. But one of the elves asked the others not to be so surprised, because Wazoo even ate the blue fruit Toter. Then the elves were really surprised that Wazoo was still alive. Wazoo seemed so strange to the guys that it was even interesting. At this point, Sirona stated that Wazoo might be a dragon masquerading as a human. Such a statement made all the elves silent and looked questioningly at Sirona. They thought that Sirona was just joking since Wazoo didn't even look like a dragon. Also with this statement, Sirona seemed rude to the guys. But Sirona assured that she seriously thought that Wazoo was a dragon. Then Wazoo, holding his favorite male in his arms, said that his life could be different if he was as cool as a dragon. Sirona looked at Wazoo and couldn't understand only one thing. Why this guy's eyes are always so clear. It makes Sirona, the one who still suspects Waza, look extremely stupid. At night, when Wazoo was sleeping soundly, Sirona snuck into his room. The girl was glad that Wazoo was sleeping soundly. This was what she wanted, now or never. Sirona thought that as someone in the middle of a journey, Wazoo should have his guild card with him. If he didn't, it would be a reason for Sirona to make the guy leave the village at first light. With that thought in mind, the girl started going through Wazoo's things while he was sound asleep. Eventually, Sirona managed to find a card in Wazoo's belongings. Sirona couldn't see Wazoo's status because it requires a drop of blood, but at least Sirona could confirm Wazoo's identity. Taking a close look at the card, Sirona found out that Wazoo was indeed a human and was 16 years old. This made the girl calm down as, suddenly, she noticed something interesting. After her research, Sirona looked at the sleeping Wazoo. The boy was sleeping soundly and smiling in his sleep, with drool flowing from his mouth. When Sirona looked at Waza like this, he really didn't look like a bad person. But still, the girl planned to tell everyone about Wazoo as early as tomorrow. In the morning, Wazoo woke up and stretched. The guy slept like a dead man, so he couldn't even suspect that Sirona had come to see him during the night. Wazoo quickly got dressed and went out of his room. Immediately, the lad noticed that the morning in the elven village was rather quiet. Wazoo then concluded that the others hadn't woken up yet. Stepping out onto the balcony, Wazoo discovered a strange person wearing a black robe. This stranger's ears seemed to be pointed, so it was likely that he was also an elf. But why is he wearing a black robe? Wazoo found it rather suspicious and decided to follow this guy. Sirona was already swimming in a small pond near the village at this time. At some point, the girl decided that she should go back, since Wazoo was probably already awake. Suddenly, Sorona heard rustling in the bushes. In just a second, Wazoo appeared from the bushes and saw the naked Sorona. From this turn of events, Sorona could not even move. She was very shocked and embarrassed. Coming to her senses, the girl screamed loudly. Wazoo screamed loudly too, realizing what was about to happen. He tried to explain that he was just passing by, but Sorona had already started using magic to ward the guy off. "Let my enemies hear your song, you whine that brings death." A few minutes later, Sorona was already sitting on the barrel and covering her naked body with a towel. She was apologizing to Wazoo for turning things around like this, but suddenly realized that she shouldn't apologize at all in such a situation. She just thought it was too strange that Wazoo's clothes were torn to shreds by her wind magic. The naked Wazoo, whose genitals were covered by mail, told her that he had been consumed by fire once before and the result was the same. There was only one thing Sorona didn't understand in that case. Why did Wazoo remain unharmed? When the boys returned to the village, Sorona gave Wazoo the clothes that belonged to her father. The girl apologized in advance if the clothes were not the right size. Wazoo asked the girl if she was sure it was okay for him to wear something like that, just in case. Sorona assured that she was sure, and after all, her father didn't need it anymore. But Wazoo realized that this thing was still important to Sorona. But Sorona thought it was better than watching Wazoo naked all the time. After a couple more minutes, when the boys were sitting alone on the stump, Sorona said that she knew Wazoo's true appearance. The girl thought that Wazoo was probably a criminal. That's why she asked the guy about it. Wazoo didn't understand anything. Then Sorona confessed that she had looked at Wazoo's guild card. The girl apologized for that. But the thing is, Wazoo's card hasn't been updated in 2 years. In other words, Sorona concluded that something happened to Wazoo 2 years ago, and the guy just ran away for all that time. And the reason why the guy is living and hiding himself on this mountain, where no one would dare to even come near, is because he is guilty of something. Sorona wondered if she was right in her speculation. Sorona is the protector guarding the village, and she is indeed grateful to Vaz for saving Sienna. But the girl assured that she can't let a suspicious person stay in the village forever. Sorona considered it as her mission and wanted Wazoo to understand her. Wazoo assured her that everything was fine, but Sorona was still wrong about one thing. Wazoo is not a criminal. In that case, the girl wanted to understand why Wazoo hadn't had his guild card updated in 2 years. But Wazoo didn't want to remember anything about what happened 2 years ago. The guy only thanked Sorona for letting him stay, even if only for 1 day. Wazoo stood up, called out to Mail, and started to leave. Lastly, Wazoo only asked Saren to say hello to everyone else in the village for him. Saren saw the boy off at a loss. As he left, Wazoo turned around and said with a smile on his face that he really hoped he could meet someone as beautiful as Saren. These words hurt Sorona. It was as if she felt guilty and even sad. She was really genuinely sorry. But the girl couldn't do anything about it. Wazoo walked away not far from the village and stopped on some stump. It was really too sensual for him. Mail tried to cheer the guy up, but she wasn't very good at it. Even so, Wazoo appreciated this encouragement from his friend, his only friend. Wazoo just couldn't believe the fact that because of living on the mountain, he couldn't communicate normally now. The boy really wanted to tell Sorona everything properly, but he realized that he couldn't do it. Wazoo speculated that he and Sorona could even be together. And of course, the young man wants to know more about this girl. Suddenly, the image of a naked Sorona surfaced in Wazoo's mind. Such a turn of events made the boy jump up from the stump and began to convince himself that he didn't mean it. On top of that, Mail also bit Wazoo's stomach to bring him to his senses and get such thoughts out of his head. Suddenly, the guy heard a familiar voice behind him. It was Luluna and Yuyuna. As it turned out, they had been diligently searching for the vase and had finally found it. Wazoo was so happy, for he thought he had taken such a liking to Luluna and Yuyuna that they had chased after him. But they assured him that this was not the case. The girls assured that it was all the fault of that bad guy named Gizuna. He had returned. Of course, Wazoo had no idea who Gizuna was. Then Luluna quickly explained to Wazoo that Gizuna had fought Sorona for the top spot among the defenders in the past. And a few years ago, Gizuna had disappeared. But now he had returned with terrifying power. Then Wazoo asked if this guy was wearing a black robe, to which the girls replied that Gizuna was indeed wearing a black robe. They assured that the elf village would be destroyed if things were left like this. That was why they asked for Wazoo's help. Luluna admitted that she still didn't believe Shiana's story about Wazoo defeating the dragon, but she hoped that now Wazoo would be able to help the village. Luluna and Yuyuna really begged Wazoo to save Sorona, and Wazoo thought this opportunity was just great to prove everything to Sorona. At this time, panic broke out in the village. One old man tried to bring Gazun to his senses, but Gazun only ordered him to shut up. The elf claimed that today they would settle the dispute with Sirona. Gazuna thought he was great, so he was not at all afraid of Sirona, and Sirona thought Gazuna was just a jerk. At this moment, Wazoo had already arrived in the village. Since there was a big rumble, the guy asked all the elves to run away from here somewhere safe. Yuna on the run told Wazoo that he had heard that the black orb that Gazuna had found gave the power to control several hundred monsters. And, if that rumor is true, that rumbling sound is most likely the sound of those very hundreds of monsters. Seeing Sirona, Wazoo called out to the girl. Hearing a familiar voice, Sirona turned around and saw Wazoo. The girl didn't understand why the guy came back, but asked him to leave immediately because it was very dangerous here. At that moment, Gazuna stated while addressing Sirona that he didn't care at all how many people the girl would bring with her. And now Gazuna wanted Sirona to see his retribution for the one who had looked down on him all these years. Using his orb, the madman wanted all the damned elves to fear and flee the village. At that moment, a whole herd of monsters appeared on the horizon. They were terrifying monsters. They were all very different and dangerous in their own way. Then Sirona tried to use her magic. Before she could finish speaking, Luluna stopped her. The girl assured her that even Sirona's magic wouldn't help in such a case. There was only one thing left to do: run. But Vasu didn't seem to be in a hurry to run. He wanted to understand the situation and asked if he had gotten it right. Namely, that guy, Gazuna, wants to fight Sirona to prove which one of them is better for the elf protector position. Luluna said that was indeed true, but there was no time for that now and just needed to run away. In that case, Wazoo said that he would fight all those monsters and Sirona could deal with Gazuna in peace in the meantime. Gazuna looked at Wazoo and couldn't believe her ears, and Wazoo knew that Sirona was strong and was confident that the girl could do Gazuna in an instant. At this moment, Yuna came into the conversation. He didn't understand what Wazoo was even saying. Was he really going to die? And Gazuna was already on his way. He felt that there was a madman in the elf team, so the madman wanted to teach Wazoo a lesson. He tried to explain to Vaz that the monsters he managed to summon were terrible B-rank monsters, but Waz didn't seem to care. At this time, the monsters continued to rapidly approach the elves. Wazoo watched them and stood in the same place. Sirona ordered the boy to stop it and run away, but it was all for nothing. When the monsters caught up with the guy just magically grabbed the crowd of monsters. And then, without thinking long, Wazoo threw all of them aside. The monsters flew around with great force. Yuna, Luluna and Sirona looked at this spectacle and couldn't move. Now Sirona was completely confused. She really couldn't even imagine who Wazoo was. Sirona couldn't believe her eyes when she saw all those monsters tossed into the air as if they were made of feathers or cotton. I mean, who would believe that one person bravely facing hundreds of enemies would win out of all of them without any weapons or magic? Sirona even speculated that she might just be in some strange dream. But then everyone realized Shiena wasn't lying. At this moment, another large monster appeared behind Vazu, but the guy knocked out that powerful monster with a single punch. There was no longer any doubt. Wazoo really is incredibly strong. Smiling even in such a situation, Wazoo asked his friends if they were all right, and Gazuna at that moment couldn't believe his eyes and thought what was happening was impossible. He didn't understand what was even going on here and why his strong monsters were flying all over the village. Gazuna simply refused to believe that all these monsters he had summoned had been defeated by a lowly human in just one strike. These B-rank monsters. That was why Gazuna had no idea how Wazoo had defeated them all with his bare hands. And Sirona was beginning to realize everything. She remembered that Wazoo lived together with the S-rank monsters on the mountain. Also, this guy had also saved Shiena from the dragon. Thus, it didn't matter how many B-rank monsters Gazuna would put in front of Wazoo. It won't even make Wazoo sweat. At this moment, Wazoo turned to Gazuna and asked if he wanted to continue attacking when all of his monsters had stopped attacking at the same time. Gazuna didn't like the fact that he was being looked down upon once again. He, all of a sudden, took out a red sphere from his pocket. Seeing this red sphere, Yuna and Luluna were dumbfounded. They asked Sirona to leave the battlefield in a flash, for the red sphere was too powerful. But it was too late. Before Sirona knew it, Gazuna had encased himself and her in a barrier. While already in the barrier, Gazuna revealed that he had originally planned to let the pitiful villagers that Sirona so loved and protected be slaughtered by his summoned monsters right in front of the girl's eyes. But thanks to Vaz, whom Gazuna thought was a random idiot, the plan failed. But Gazuna didn't want Sirona to think that was the end of it. Gazuna's real goal was something else. With those words, the madman took out another sphere. So, Gazuna's goal is to kill Sirona with his own hands. These words Gazuna shouted with a mad smile on his face. Stuffing the orb into his mouth, Gazuna suggested that Sorona show all the pathetic elves which of the two of them was actually stronger. As Gazuna swallowed the sphere, the surroundings lit up with a bright light. Those watching closed their eyes, but still strove to pull Sorona out. As they approached the barrier, Luluna simply bumped into it and flew backwards. From this, it could be deduced that the barrier was very strong. Sorona walked to the edge of the barrier and ordered her companions to get out of here. The girl wished that her friends would just leave Gazun to her. Sorona was confident that she would be able to defeat this madman. The girl then looked at Wazoo. He was tense and very worried about her. But Sorona smiled at Wazoo. Because of that, the guy calmed down a little. After that, the girl decided to get ready to fight. But no sooner had she finished speaking than something terrible caught her attention. It was Gazuna, but he had mutated. After swallowing the orb, the madman turned into a huge, terrifying monster. Gazuna himself didn't realize the immense power he possessed. He could feel it flowing through his body. With such power, Gazuna felt that he could forget about killing Sorona's pathetic carcass. Gazuna was confident that he could kill everyone here in an instant. Of course, the first thing Gazuna wanted to do was to kill Sorona. Therefore, without thinking long, the madman pounced on the girl. But Sorona managed to bounce aside and remain unharmed. After that, Sorona threw herself into the fight. First, she slashed Gazun's arm with her sword. Then the girl plunged her blade into the monster's neck. Gazuna only laughed. All of his wounds began to heal in an instant. This was where everyone realized everything. Gazuna's wounds were regenerating. Before Sorona knew it, Gazuna attacked her. The girl had no time to dodge and fell to the ground. Yuna and Luluna tried to save Sorona, but they couldn't get within the barrier. And at this moment, Gazuna asked Sorona where was her willpower that she had shown earlier. Gazuna thought that Sorona was just useless at a distance where she couldn't shoot a bow. The madman didn't even believe what he had been told about being useless. Gazuna thought that Sorona simply couldn't be the head guardian of the elven village. After all, she was weak. But the madman thought it was something beautiful, at least the girl's pathetic body. With those words, Gazuna approached the exhausted Sorona, took her by the throat and lifted her into the air. Gazuna wanted Sorona's body to be proof to the unfortunate villagers whom the girl had been protecting all this time. At that moment, Wazoo, as if nothing had happened, walked up to the barrier and tapped on it with his fists. After which, without thinking long, the boy struck the barrier with his fist. After his strong blow, the barrier simply disappeared. Seeing this, absolutely everyone was shocked. Wazoo apologized to Gazun and explained that he thought the barrier would be stronger. Now Sorona was calm. She realized that Wazoo would save her. Gazuna, on the other hand, was furious. He was ordering Wazoo to stop. Gazuna began to doubt that Wazoo was human at all. Wazoo did not like the fact that Gazuna was being rude to him. He flashed his guild card and showed it to Gazuna. Wazoo claimed that he was currently at least 88% human. After this proof, Wazoo began to rapidly approach Gazuna and Sorona. Gazuna ordered the guy to stop and stay away from him, but Wazoo kept advancing. Then Gazuna asked Wazoo if he was worried about what would happen to Sorona, whom the monster held so tightly in its clutches. Wazoo, on the other hand, thought that taking hostages was a dirty trick, and Gazuna repeated only one thing. He ordered Wazoo to stay away. Wazoo, on the other hand, wanted Gazuna to just keep his hands off Sorona. In that case, Gazuna gave the kid a condition, not to come any closer, but Wazoo thought such a condition was too problematic. The monster didn't understand what Wazoo wanted from him at all. After all, Wazoo isn't even an elf. Therefore, Gazuna wanted Wazoo to stop sticking his nose into racial problems. The monster thought that Wazoo simply had no reason to get involved. But Wazoo didn't think so. It was all about Sorona. If it wasn't for her, Wazoo wouldn't be here. Wazoo decided that now was the right time to admit that Sorona had charmed the hell out of him. Of course, the guy doesn't want her dead. With those words, Wazoo pounced on Gazuna with his fists. Before Gazuna could even blink an eye, Wazoo punched him in the face with all his might. The blow was so strong that Gazuna, being the strongest monster, flew several meters away from Sorona. While Gazuna was out, a worried Wazoo asked Sorona if she was alright. Sorona assured that she was fine, and then thanked Wazoo. She was genuinely pleased, for Wazoo had saved her. Afterward, the girl decided to talk about what Wazoo had said earlier. After all, the guy could be considered to have confessed his love to Sorona. Sorona assured that she was really happy that Wazoo felt something like that. But the thing is, the girl had already sworn to her late parents to protect this village for them. That's why she can't reciprocate Wazoo's feelings for him right now. Sorona was indeed very sorry. Hearing those words, Wazoo took his trembling hands away from Sorona. The guy realized that the girl would be drawn to his feelings. He assured that he confessed on the spot, so he wanted Sorona to forget about it. But it was clear from Wazu's face that he was very upset. In that case, with tears in his eyes, Wazu decided to continue his journey. At that moment, Kazuna woke up and immediately attacked Wazu. Since Kazuna attacked from the back, Wazu didn't have time to dodge. In the end, Kazuna managed to drive Wazu into a tree with great speed and force, but the boy was still conscious. He only admitted that he was really surprised by Kazuna's appearance. Kazuna, on the other hand, assured him that he was not so easy to defeat. After all, the monster thought Wazu was a mere human and wanted to tear the guy in half with his own hands. At that moment, an arrow flew into Kazuna's back. This arrow was the final arrow for Kazuna. The monster was defeated, and the confused Wazu took one last look at Sorona and then ran away. The guys looked at the guy and didn't understand where he ran off to. Only one thing everyone realized: Sorona really liked Vaz very much. Sorona herself understood this very well, so she felt terrible. At night, Sorona couldn't sleep. She just sat on her balcony and felt sad. At that moment, the girl was called out by Yuyuna. Yuyuna assured that she had found something at the place where Kazuna was defeated. It was a map of the guild. Sorona quickly walked down to Yuyuna. The girl realized that Wazu would have a hard time without this map. After all, he is an adventurer. Sorona bet that Wazu would have a lot of problems when he went to a village or town without the map. But also the girl realized that even if she wanted it back, she had no idea where Wazu was now. In that case, Sorona decided to keep Wazu's map with her, in the sense that the guy should come back for his map later. Yuyuna didn't mind, so she left the map with Sorona and wished her a good night. But Sorona didn't want to sit still either. Therefore, she set off in search of Wazu. After traveling a short distance, the girl finally found something. It was blood left on the bark of a tree. Sorona didn't even doubt that it was Vasu's blood. Without thinking long, the girl decided to activate the guy's card. After all, a guild card is activated using the blood of the owner. Before doing so, the girl remembered that Wazu had said that he was 88% human. Back then, Sorona didn't understand what Wazu meant. Right now, the girl was determined to find out everything about Wazu. Therefore, without thinking long, she activated the card. When the card activated, an unfamiliar voice spoke to Sorona. "What are you doing? I am concerned that you are activating the card without my permission." Upon hearing this strange voice, Sorona was dumbfounded and did not realize what this divine presence was. To which the voice answered her, "Well, it's obvious, for I am the goddess protecting Vasu." As it turned out, without Vasu, this goddess wouldn't be able to impose divine protection. That's why she's really worried about Wazu right now. So much so that she can't sleep. The goddess wanted Sorona to take the map to Vasu right now. But Sorona didn't understand what it all meant at all. Suddenly, she wondered if Wazu's strange power might depend on this goddess. That was why the girl asked about it directly. But the goddess assured that she had done nothing and that Wazu had gotten this power by himself. The goddess believed that the body could adapt or evolve by living so long on a dangerous mountain. Sorona then decided to start with why did Wazu have to live on that horrible mountain in the first place. The goddess knew the whole story, but was in no hurry to tell Sorona. Sorona insisted, as she wanted to know everything about Wazu. The girl couldn't forget how sad the boy's face was the moment he said he didn't want to remember anything from 2 years ago. The goddess, however, felt that Sorona wanted too much for someone who had recently just rejected the lovely Vazu. A confused Sorona claimed that she hadn't rejected anyone at all. The girl assured that she simply had an important assignment that she couldn't just pick up and leave. The goddess, however, assured that the whole point was that Vasu's past was a delicate matter and Sorona simply could not expect her to tell her. Sorona then decided to go to extreme measures. She threatened to throw the guild card right here off the cliff if she didn't tell her about Wazu's true identity and past. Such blackmail seemed demonic to the goddess. Would proud elves do something like that? In that case, the goddess had no choice but to tell Sorona. Before telling her, the goddess asked Sorona only one thing: not to tell anyone about it, not even Vaz himself. Sorona agreed to keep her mouth shut. In that case, the goddess agreed to show Sorona the dream she had seen. It's something that happened 2 years ago. Wazu's story begins in his hometown, the royal capital of Isekai'd. One day, Wazu and a girl unknown to the reader were sitting on a stump under a tree. Then the guy asked the lady if she really wanted him. The girl in turn assured him that she didn't need anyone but Wazu. That is why Wazu's sweetheart named Aria asked the guy to marry her at the age of 15. Aria was a little worried that Wazu would just reject her, but Wazu assured her that this would not happen and he was indeed very happy. That's why, without thinking long, Wazu proposed marriage to Aria. The girl only smiled at the guy in response. The couple in love was very embarrassed. On the same day, Wazu broke the news to his family. The boy's sister was outraged. She did not understand what it all meant and whether her brother was really going to marry Aria. Wazu's mom thought this promise that the young people had made to each other was just fine. But the boy's sister was definitely not going to accept it. Wazu's father only hoped that 13-year-old Wazu would forget about this promise in 2 years. But Wazu assured that he and Aria were serious and he wouldn't forget about anything. The father then decided to remind his son that Aria is from the church, and when she is chosen as a saint next year, the people might start spreading rumors. Wazu's mother also thought that her father's words made sense and Wazu was really no match for Aria in that regard. Wazu's sister supported her father and mother. She tried to convince the guy that nothing good would come out of this marriage. Also, the father, who read the newspaper in parallel, assured that Aria, if chosen, would likely join the journey at the call of the hero. And when that happens, it's unlikely that Wazu will have Aria at the top of her plans. But Wazu thought it was alright. He just blindly believed in his and Aria's promise, no matter what. However, a year later, something happened. There was a big event in the square of the capital. The king was giving a solemn speech. Then, brave hero and his companions, be careful on your path to conquer the demon lord. Aria, who has been chosen as a saint, must go with the hero on his mission to slay the demon lord. And as Aria was already standing among the heroes, Wazu snuck through the crowd and asked the girl to wait. The boy wanted Aria to take him with her on the mission. But, suddenly, Wazu was stopped by someone and grabbed his chin. It was the same hero. He was looking at Waza and prevented him from getting closer to Aria. Seeing the hero, Wazu froze. At that moment, the hero asked Wazu if he knew that he had to prove his worth before he could go with the hero's team. Wazu only asked the hero to shut up. The guy claimed that he had an important promise with Aria. That was why Wazu wanted to go along with his lover. But the hero didn't care about Wazu's promise. He only wanted to personally see if Wazu was worthy of joining his team. The hero wasn't even against Wazu joining if Wazu could win the battle, of course. Aria, looking at this whole spectacle, was concerned. But Wazu, all of a sudden, declared that he would do whatever was required of him. The guy clearly had no intention of backing down. But no sooner had the battle begun than Wazu was driven into the ground by the hero himself. The hero, standing on his feet, looked at the helpless Wazu and thought that he had no time to waste on this guy. The hero only advised Wazu to become a little stronger if he couldn't even do anything with his face. Looking at the exhausted Wazu, Aria was agitated even more. But the hero asked the girl to just leave Wazu alone since he wasn't worth her mana for healing. At that moment, Wazu decided something for himself. The guy decided to become much stronger before Aria came back. And the time was passing. Every day, all Wazu wanted to do was to hunt monsters late into the night. His sister wasn't even surprised to learn that all the monsters near the capital were killed by Wazu's hands. But Wazu didn't stop. He only asked his little sister named Kagane to look at how his level had risen. But Kagane wanted Wazu to realize that it didn't matter how much change Wazu would break, because the level wouldn't just go up. With those words, the girl showed the guy his guild card, which showed Wazu's level. Wazu looked at the card and realized that Kagane was right and his level really hadn't risen since the last week. Suddenly, Kagane asked Wazu why he was busting his ass like that. The girl assumed that all this Wazu was doing was just for Aria. And she was right. Wazu was really only trying for Aria's sake. But Kagane thought that Wazu was just stupid. The girl wanted her brother to forget about Aria already. After all, who would even give up that saint when there is such a cute little sister around? First of all, Wazu forgot about his promise with Kagane. They had promised that Kagane would become Wazu's wife in the future. Wazu laughed with a laugh. Those words brought back memories for him. Of course, the guy remembered it. But he also realized that marriage was impossible since he and Kagane were blood relatives. In that case, Kagane decided to dedicate Wazu. The girl assured that in this world, marrying a relative was normal under the pretext of preserving one's bloodline. Wazu confessed that he had never even heard of it. In that case, Kagane decided to propose marriage to the guy right now. But the thing was, Wazu believed in Aria no matter what. These words, of course, upset Kagane. But the girl realized that there was nothing she could do about it. In that case, she had only one question for Vaz. So, what is Wazu going to do if Aria falls in love with someone else when she returns? After all, the girl is on an extended journey with the hero that lasts for a year. This question surprised Wazu at first, but then the guy just smiled. Suddenly, Kagane realized that she had gone too far. Because of that, the girl felt it necessary to apologize to the guy. But Wazu understood what Kagane was getting at and thought it was fine. At that moment, someone's shout of joy was heard. The brave hero has returned. The hero and his team have defeated the demon lord and are already approaching the capital. This news was joyous for the whole kingdom. After all, in honor of such an event, the people will party until morning. Realizing that his beloved was returning, Wazoo rushed to the square. In the center of the capital at this time there was already a big crowd. The heroes were greeted with a great deal of excitement and celebration. Wazoo and Kagane quickly arrived at the center to see and greet the heroes as well. Wazoo realized that because of such a crowd, Arya wouldn't be able to see him. Also, the guy didn't understand where this parade was headed. Wazoo could only assume that it was going to the palace. That was indeed the case. The heroes were met by the king himself, who was already on the balcony of his castle. After a few minutes, the hero and his team also went up to the king for all the people to look at them. The king began to make a speech honoring the hero and his team. "You have done a praiseworthy deed in defeating the demon lord, O brave hero and his comrades." The hero thanked his majesty on behalf of his team. At this time, Wazoo looked at his beloved with bated breath, and the king allowed the brave men to choose for themselves any reward. The first to speak was, of course, the hero. The king turned to him and asked him what he desired. As it turned out, the hero had only one wish. This wish was directly related to Arya. The hero wanted to make the holy maiden Arya his wife. After such a loud declaration, the people began to cheer, but Wazoo was terrified. He froze and simply could not move. At that moment, the hero and Arya held hands and then kissed. All this was happening in front of the audience. Thus, Wazoo was also watching the whole scene. Seeing the kiss of the holy maiden and the hero, the people were ecstatic and thought that it was a very joyful event. Only Wazoo and Kagane had mixed feelings. Kagane had always known something was wrong with Arya. Today her worst fears were confirmed. The girl wanted to remind her brother that she had warned him that things would turn out this way. But Wazoo wasn't around. Wazoo was now running from all the feet of their kingdom and repeating the same words to himself over and over again. This happens a lot in stories. However, Wazoo just couldn't stay in the royal capital any longer. At some point, the boy tripped and fell face first into the ground. Being on all fours, Wazoo cried. The boy could not stay in the capital, for there were too many painful memories of Arya. That was why Wazoo let himself cry. The lad was hysterical, for his beloved, for whom he had perfected himself, had chosen another. In the evening of the same day, when Kagane returned home, she was met by her mother. The woman thought that Wazoo would return with her sister, but Kagane knew nothing of Wazoo's whereabouts. The mother thought that her son was just delayed. She only asked her daughter if Arya had really come home today. Kagane replied that she had indeed, and then went to Wazoo's room. There was no one inside. There was only pitch blackness. On the table, the girl found a letter. Opening it, Kagane realized that it was a letter written by Wazoo. In the letter, he addressed his dear mom and dad, as well as his little sister. Wazoo wrote, "One day, when I am finally proud of myself, I will definitely come home. I don't know yet what is worth doing for that. But until then, Wazoo wanted to not be found. The guy just wanted his family to be healthy. Also, Wazoo wished happiness even for Arya and the hero. But he himself was depressed. After that, Wazoo just wandered aimlessly around and wandered into that familiar mountain to the reader. Being on the mountain, Wazoo immediately realized how cold it was. The boy no longer had the strength to walk. He was sure that he would die just like that. In the end, Wazoo, exhausted, collapsed to the ground unconscious. This mountain is known as a place inhabited by the strongest and scariest monsters. S-rank monsters. It is said that even the elite corps of knights from major countries would have difficulty with them. And Wazoo had wandered into such a terrifying place by accident at all, even though he was extremely lucky not to encounter any S-rank monsters along the way. He was severely starving, so much so that the guy's life was literally on the line. However, at one point, Mail appeared. Wazoo immediately caught her attention. Not thinking long, the dragoness flew up to the immobilized guy and looked at him questioningly. Mail sniffed at Wazoo and then spat on him. Mail liked the guy so much that she just lay on top of him and was ready to fall asleep. Suddenly, Wazoo began to come to his senses. While still in a sleepy state, the guy said he wanted to eat something. Mail understood and took out of her arsenal something inedible for Wazoo. Without thinking, Mail fed Wazoo the stuff. After tasting something inedible, Wazoo woke up immediately. His stomach was hurting badly. The guy was screaming in pain and was ready to die. But the young man realized that he needed to put these thoughts aside. After all, he had left the royal capital and was stuck on this mountain not because he wanted to die. Wazoo realized that to die here would be too obvious. The guy didn't want to die all alone. But he did switch off again. After a while, Wazoo woke up again. He was quite surprised that he was still alive. At that moment, a joyful male appeared. She pounced on Wazu's head and started rubbing against the guy's hair. Wazu, of course, didn't realize at first what was going on at all. He only assumed that there was an S-rank monster swarming in his hair right now. When Wazu took male off his head, he began to examine it. The guy didn't realize at first what kind of creature it was at all. He assumed it was a lizard, but then he realized that it was a dragon cub. Wazu also realized that it was this baby dragon that had saved him. And male once again laid down on Wazu's hair and began to snuggle nicely. Then Wazu realized that this dragon cub definitely liked him. The boy assumed that this dragonkin only saved him because he liked it on his head. Because of that, Wazu felt it necessary to thank Male for it. Wazu continued his great journey already with Male. Wandering around the mountain, he hoped that he could at least find something to eat. He was also glad that he didn't encounter any strong monsters. Suddenly, Wazu came across a small bush with berries. Before consuming it, the guy consulted with Male and asked her if these berries were edible. Male, of course, could not answer Vaz. At that moment, the lad's attention was caught by a mushroom that looked quite tasty. Without thinking long, Wazu tasted one mushroom. He realized that these mushrooms made his tongue slightly numb, but overall, it wasn't that bad. Wazu was happy even with a bone from a random corpse, because he was very hungry. The young man realized that he was becoming a foodie after Male saved him. Anything that Wazu didn't eat was now very tasty to him. In that case, the guy decided to defeat some monsters and raise his level by doing so. When Wazu took out his guild card, Male looked at her questioningly. Wazu noticed this and explained to the dragonkin that he was holding a so-called guild card. It could show Wazu's status. The boy assumed it was some sort of proof that he was an adventurer. And if Wazu remembered correctly, his strength was currently around 150 wards. Suddenly, the guild card started making strange noises. Hearing them, Wazu was alarmed. At that moment, the card started talking to the guy. Wazu in turn didn't understand anything and tried to find out who was talking to him. The voice from the card asked the guy not to worry. He assured that he already knew everything and sympathized with the guy. The voice also assured that everything would be fine for Wazu now, and the guy would still meet many good things along the way. After all, the one who talks to Wazu will now always be with him. But Wazu only wanted to know one thing right now. Who is he talking to now? Then the voice told Wazu that it had already given him a blessing and wished that Wazu would just accept it. Wazu only knew one thing. There was some girl talking to him right now. At this moment, that girl asked Wazu to give her best from this second. Love, goddess. Realizing that it was the goddess who had just spoken to him, Wazu was dumbfounded. After that, the guy decided to take a look at his stats. He found that the stats were written in words, and even so vague, and the stats were also inadequate on top of that. Now Wazu was completely confused and didn't understand what was going on here at all. The guy's attention was also attracted by a unique skill called gluttony. Thus, the status was increased by eating high-ranked food or anything above the user's level. Wazu didn't understand what it all meant yet. Suddenly, the boy realized why everything he ate seemed delicious. This skill the young man found very convenient. After all, if everything was so delicious, then Wazu would just eat until he burst. Such news made even Male happy. After such news, Wazu started eating everything he saw. Suddenly, Wazu noticed something strange. The card read as follows: 88% human, extreme glutton, can tolerate almost anything. Gift of the goddess, resistant to virtually all ailments. Wazu thought that his stats were too good and this simply couldn't happen. At that moment, the boy was called out by the goddess. She was wondering how strong Wazu planned to become. In response, Wazu admitted that he probably didn't know why his body had suddenly become so strong. The goddess said that Wazu could become even stronger than her if he continued to use gluttony. Wazu didn't even believe the goddess at first. Wazu just wasn't too bothered by it. He hadn't even fought any monsters since he got to the mountain. But the goddess assured that all the monsters were simply afraid to attack Wazu due to the aura that constantly emanated from him. At that moment, Wazu was covered by a huge shadow, and then came a terrifying voice. So this is where you've been, Male. Behind the guy's back was a huge powerful dragon who was very curious about who Wazu was. Seeing the dragon, Wazu was quite confused, and the dragon wondered what a frail little man like Wazu had forgotten on this mountain. Dragon wanted Wazu to just disappear, or else this guy would have to deal with Dragon King Ragnar personally. Although Wazu had never heard of this person, but it looked powerful. Suddenly, the dragon grabbed Male with his paws and asked the baby dragonkin to be a good girl. Wazu, of course, was enraged. He ordered the dragon to let Male go. After all, she had saved the boy's life earlier. That was why Wazu couldn't allow Male to be harmed by anyone. Grabbing the dragon by the tail, Wazoo once again ordered the monster to let Male go. And then something shocking happened. Wazoo managed to toss the dragon aside and free Male. Despite being human, Wazoo managed to lift such a monster and throw it a great distance away. The dragon was dumbfounded by this turn of events, and Male reverted back to Wazoo. Wazoo immediately asked Male if she was alright. Male, letting out a cheerful exclamation, explained to Wazoo that she was fine. The dragon at this time was puzzled and didn't understand how an ordinary person had managed to drop him off. Wazoo himself had just realized that he had managed to give the dragon a lift. After realizing that the guy had done it unintentionally, the dragon was dumbfounded even more. After a while, Wazoo was already in the dragon's castle. Ragnar explained that Male is his only daughter. From what people say that children should travel because it helps them grow, Ragnar felt that Male also wanted to see the outside world. But just like that, Ragnar was not going to let Male go. Ragnar's wife laughed and explained to Wazoo that her husband was very worried about Male, so he decided to follow her from a distance so that she wouldn't find out. This is when Wazoo realized that he never would have thought that dragons would be so much like humans. Since Wazoo was now in Ragnar's castle, Ragnar realized that Wazoo now had no place he could call home. That was why Ragnar suggested that Wazoo stay here in the castle. Meanwhile, Ragnar's wife was only interested in one thing. Why could guys become friends right after they had swung their fists? She was also fine with Wazoo using the castle as much as she wanted. And Wazoo in turn only had to apologize to the dragons for bothering her. At this time, Ragnar told his wife that Wazoo was indeed awesome. In fact, even the flames of the mighty dragon did not scratch this man at all. Wazoo was as hard as a rock when Ragnar struck him, and Ragnar was not ashamed to admit it. After hearing such an exciting story, Ragnar's wife turned to Wazoo and asked him if he was definitely a man. Wazoo himself did not know that for sure. He only knew that he was only 88% human. Then Ragnar asked Wazoo if he was a hero. The dragon thought that the boy should go on a journey with his companions. These words made Wazoo shudder. He explained that he had no goal. The fellow simply said that it was all another story. In that case, Ragnar wondered what Wazoo wished for with his current capabilities. The dragon realized that even conquering the world would not be a pipe dream for Wazoo. But Wazoo didn't think about it. He only remembered the kiss between Hero and Arya that made the boy clench his hands into fists. Wazoo assured that he only wanted a friend. After all, if he had someone who supported him from the bottom of his heart, then maybe the guy would return to the place where he grew up. It's a place filled with so many memories. The royal capital. Wazoo admitted that right now he was too scared, too confused and pitiful. Even thinking about approaching the royal capital, Wazoo is already starting to tremble. But the young man believed that if he had a precious friend he could rely on, things would be different. The lad assumed that there would be no disappointments and sadness as there is now even if he met the hero and his beloved Arya again. Of course, the dragons did not know who Arya was, but Ragnar was well aware of the fact that Wazoo had indeed been through a lot. In that case, the dragon decided to offer Wazoo his own harem. Ragnar realized that this was every man's dream, to be surrounded by many beautiful girls on his journey. At this point, Ragnar's wife was of course outraged to hear such words from her husband's mouth. But Ragnar explained that what he meant was that Wazoo would be able to find a couple of girls who would fall in love with him if he and his power would save people. At this point, Wazoo thought for a moment, and Ragnar's wife at this point realized that Male had already fallen in love with Wazoo, for she never stopped sticking the young man. Ragnar just didn't want to believe it. He hoped that Male only loved him, his daddy, and Wazoo scratched the back of his head at this point and took stock of the fact that he wasn't particularly handsome for the job. But Ragnar's wife thought otherwise. Wazoo seemed to her a very nice young man. Ragnar was puzzled, but he was willing to trust Wazoo to Male if the lad was going to leave the mountain and travel, especially since Ragnar wouldn't have to worry and keep an eye on Male anymore. Ragnar only wanted Wazoo to use his power to protect Male, his only daughter, and Ragnar's wife wanted Wazoo to help people at all costs by using his power. The dragoness was sure that Wazoo would have friends who would love him with all their souls. On this beautiful note, Wazoo's story ends. This is the story that the goddess told Sirona. After learning the whole truth, Sirona realized that she had indeed done a very cruel thing to Wazoo. The girl couldn't imagine how painful it was to have a childhood friend stolen from you right in front of your eyes. Sirona realized that she had said very cruel words to Wazoo, rejected and trampled on the poor man's true feelings. On top of that, Sirona did it in front of a bunch of people as if at a public shameful execution. The goddess thought exactly the same, so even she found it difficult to restrain herself. Then Sorona confessed that she too wanted to go after Vasa, but the thing was that she had promised her late parents to protect this forest. At that moment, Sorona heard familiar voices. It was Luluna and Yuyuna. Yuyuna explained that Sorona seemed rather strange to her, so she came to check on her along with Luluna. Yuyuna also apologized to Sorona and admitted that she and Luluna had heard everything. Luluna on the other hand thought that Sorona should be more honest about her feelings. Yes, besides, the boys in the village are not so weak that Sorona should have to protect them forever. Also, Luluna reminded Sorona of Shiana's words. Shiana had once said that since you were saved by Wazu, you have no choice but to join his harem. These words made Sorona very confused. At that moment, Yuyuna approached Sorona and asked the girl to take care of this card that belongs to Wazu. Whether or not to join the harem was Sorona's choice, but Yuyuna wanted Sorona to realize that she wouldn't lose anything if she just delivered the card back to Wazu. After all, this card is a very important thing to Wazu. At that moment, Sorona understood everything. The girl's eyes shone and she decided that she was going to go after Wazu. Sorona decided to move out as soon as she prepared everything. That was why the girl ran to get ready without a second thought. She thanked Luluna and Yuyuna and left all the duties to them. Luluna and Yuyuna looked at Sorona and did not realize whether Sorona had been like this before. And Yuyuna was sure of one thing. Sorona's mind was now filled with thoughts of Wazu. Sorona wasn't yet completely sure what this growing feeling she was experiencing right now. However, the girl knew that she wanted to learn more and more about Wazu. Sorona was sure that she would know exactly what that feeling was when she got to know Wazu better. Sorona realized that she had cut off her parents to protect this forest. The girl was indeed very sorry, but she felt that her parents would definitely push her forward like the others if they were alive now. That was why Sorona mentally apologized to her mom and dad. This act of Sorona's would be her first selfish act. Right now, the girl wished that Wazu would just wait for her. At this time, Wazu was already at the walls of one kingdom. At the entrance, he was met by guards. In the end, the guy was not allowed in because he didn't have a guild card. Wazu asked the guards to do something about it, but they couldn't confirm Wazu's identity without a guild card. And of course, they can't allow a suspicious person to enter the city. That's why the guards had to chase Wazu away. Wazu knelt in front of the guards and tearfully begged to be let in. He said he had been walking around for God knows how many days because of a broken heart, so he missed sleeping in a soft bed and fresh bread or soup instead of just monster meat. But the guards in response only shoved Vasa away from the walls of the kingdom. Even with all this, Wazu had still managed to make it this far. He was now one step away from the fortress city called Ludic. After being prevented from entering the city, Wazu sat down near the walls on a stump and began to think about what to do next. He wondered how long it had been since he had left the elf village. That is, Wazu didn't realize how he had gotten this far. He only recalled Sorona's words when she told him that she couldn't reciprocate his feelings. Wazu realized that this was to be expected. After all, he had asked the girl to join him before he had a chance to get to know her well. That was why right now, Wazu regretted the words he had said. But Mail continued to support the guy. Because of that, he didn't despair much and was now fine. In the end, Wazu decided to just try to get close to someone next time before confessing sympathy. After all, the path of the harem is complicated and thorny. Wazu realized that he needed to do something about his lost guild card first. Then the guy thought about going back to the village and looking for the card there. But, in the end, Wazu realized that it would be too embarrassing. It was very frustrating for the guy that he wouldn't even be able to get into such a big city. But he didn't despair and kept looking for a solution to the problem. Suddenly, Wazu heard someone's loud scream. Turning around, the guy saw a girl running away with her feet. In her hands, she was holding very important and delicious baguettes for the guests. She was running away from the monster that was chasing her. The girl just couldn't give her baguettes to this monster, so she struggled to get her feet away towards the city. Realizing that there was a girl running here being chased by some huge monster, Wazu even blossomed. He realized that this was his chance, and the frightened girl was just tearfully asking him to save her. That's why Wazu raised his hand and shouted for the girl to run to him. The girl did so, and Wazu had already prepared to attack the monster. When the monster came close, the guy hit it with his fist with all his might. The monster, of course, was crushed, and Wazu immediately went to the defenseless baguette girl and asked if she was alright. The girl at this time was only shocked that a guy just felled such a monster like that. She started praising Wazu and calling him strong. Wazu was embarrassed and scratched the back of his head and said that she was just exaggerating. Then the girl asked the boy if he was a traveler. Wazu didn't know that for sure, so he hesitantly answered that one. In that case, the girl decided to ask Wazu to stay at an inn in the city. She wanted to make sure that Wazu would receive good service in return. Wazoo then explained to the girl that he could not enter the city. He also told her that he had lost the guild card. The girl was confused because even though Wazoo is so strong, he has an unexpectedly awkward side. That's why the guy won't be able to accept the new acquaintance's proposal even if he wanted to. Suddenly, the girl remembered that the guild card can be recovered. One only has to match the date of registration in Wazoo's hometown. And if the device that determines whether he is a criminal doesn't react in any way, then Wazoo will be able to get a new card very quickly. Hearing such news, Wazoo was very happy. But the girl didn't say the most important thing. In order to get the card, one would have to pay 5 gold coins. The whole point was that Wazoo didn't have any money with him. That was why the option of a new guild card wasn't suitable for Wazoo. The girl admitted that she was sorry because she really wanted to hire someone as strong as Wazoo to work as a bodyguard at her inn. Wazoo then asked if it was really that dangerous in this town. The girl explained that the inn's visitors were mostly adventurers who wanted to have a good rest after a guild assignment or just to have dinner. But recently, a high-ranking group of rude people had appeared and they were causing trouble in the town. These guys are acting like masters simply because they are strong. That's when Wazoo realized that the girl wanted him to help her and deal with these guys. The guy didn't mind putting these guys in their place. In that case, the girl decided to do her best to persuade even her father. Then Wazoo asked if it would change his situation in any way. The girl was confident that it would indeed make an impact, because after all, her father is very strong. Wazoo still didn't understand what that reason was. At that moment, the girl took his hand and dragged him along. Finally, she introduced herself. As it turned out, the beautiful lady's name is Lula. She is the face of an inn called Wind in the Light Arbor. Also, Lula is the future owner of this inn. Wazoo also gave Lula his name. In that case, Lula asked Wazoo to take care of the town. Also, the girl did not neglect Mail either, calling her a cute dragon. Eventually, Lula managed to sneak Waza into the city. She immediately introduced the boy to the local adventurers. Surprisingly, they turned out to be friendly and accepted Wazoo. The guys managed to confirm that Wazoo was from Isekai'd, and also the young man had no criminal record. That is why Wazoo can enter the city with a temporary pass. Wazoo was also asked to do his best by a certain Mr. Reagan. Wazoo, of course, did not yet know who this Mr. Reagan was, but Lula explained that Mr. Reagan is her father. He's a hotel owner who can cook a lot of delicious food. But Wazoo doubted that Mr. Reagan was just a hotel owner. Then it was explained to him that losing a guild card is a fatal mistake for adventurers. That's why the high value is doubled as a warning not to lose anymore. Lula assumed that Wazoo would get the card a little later when she worked it off, so she wanted Wazoo to do a good job and give his best. And Wazoo admitted that he was really grateful to Lula. Only now he didn't know what he should do. Lula assumed that her father would most likely tell Wazoo about the typical tasks one would get in the guild tomorrow. So today, the boy should just rest at the inn. Wazoo, in turn, asked Lula what kind of typical tasks are we talking about. Then the girl gave the example of killing monsters, solving problems, delivering something. In any case, one would find different variations of tasks. But Lula was sure that for a strongman like Wazoo, there wouldn't be any problems. The girl also explained to Wazoo that he probably wouldn't get a big reward since he was still an F-rank adventurer. But if he rises to B rank, he will be able to take more difficult quests and get rewarded accordingly. Also, Wazoo will be able to hunt S-rank monsters if he finds more friends. And when that happens, Lula wanted Wazoo to visit her inn anytime he wanted to rest. This is when Wazoo realized that Lula was telling all this to him just to promote her inn. Then the guy asked the girl if she planned to spend her whole life on the inn. After all, the girl talks a lot about the development of this hotel. As it turns out, Wazoo is right. Lula really wants to give herself completely to this hotel. The girl even wanted to tell a little about her plans to Wazoo. At this moment, the guys had already approached the inn from where Lula's mom came out. Lula apologized to her mother for being late. The girl explained that she had been chased by a beastie on her way home, but Wazoo had saved her. In that case, Lula's mom felt it necessary to thank Wazoo. The woman also noted that the boys had arrived at the perfect time, as her husband, Reagan, was cooking something special for dinner tonight. Also, the woman planned to prepare a room for Wazoo soon. The shy Wazoo thanked the woman and asked her to prepare the cheapest room for him. But the woman asked the guy not to worry about money. After all, today the guy managed to save Lulu. After a while, Wazoo was taken to a table to have a snack. The guy looked at the other filled tables and realized that everyone here consisted of groups of adventurers. At this time, Mail was sitting with Wazoo and was also eating a bun. Wazoo even laid his eyes on one beautiful lady who was probably an adventurer as well. The guy also noticed another beautiful lady whose clothes looked rather strange. Looking at such beauties, Wazoo realized that someday he would definitely start a harem. He even began to imagine the girls surrounding him in droves, asking him to spend the night with them. Such thoughts made Wazoo dizzy and brought a blush to his cheeks. Hovering in thought, Wazoo did not even realize how he had put the first spoonful of lean soup in his mouth. After tasting it, the boy realized that it was very tasty. At that moment, Wazoo heard someone at a neighboring table calling the same soup a complete mess. Hearing these words, Wazoo was dumbfounded, for he thought the soup was heavenly. One of the guys claimed that the food in this place looked like horse manure, and the other apologized to the first and said that he tasted this beggar's food to remind himself how superior he was. Wazoo listened to these words and was perplexed. He didn't understand what was wrong with these guys. The guy thought that calling food horse manure was simply unacceptable. Then he realized that the very rude people Lula was talking about were sitting at that table. In that case, Wazoo felt it was his duty to deal with those guys, since he had already been given a room for free. That's why the guy got up from his table and headed towards the rascals. Wazoo approached the guys with the desire to kill all of them. But suddenly, Lula appeared and ordered these ignoramuses to leave and stop laughing at her dad's food. Upon seeing Lula, one of the adventurers stood up and asked the girl to tell her father to learn to cook first, and that it was not food but an inedible pile of horse manure. Lula refused to believe these guys, for she thought her father's food was the best in the world. At this point, one of the brazen adventurers took the bowl of soup and simply threw it away. This action attracted all the adventurers at the tables. The rascal realized that the other adventurers were judging him, but he didn't care. He doubted that the cattle who ate such food would be able to hit him. After all, he is an adventurer of the rank group called Black Flame. At this moment, Lula shouted that she didn't care who these guys were. She ordered them to apologize to her father. Then the rascal approached Lula and extended his hand to touch the girl's cheek. At that moment, Wazoo came up. He pushed Lula aside and removed the adventurer's hand. The disgruntled adventurer asked Wazoo who he was. A slightly confused Wazoo replied that he was just an F-rank adventurer. At this moment, there was loud laughter from the adventurers of the Black Flame group, and the most important one of them wanted to personally teach the rookie an important lesson for an adventurer. Taking a knife, the rascal declared that a laughingstock like me Vasu wouldn't live long. After saying that, the adventurer swung his knife at Wazoo. Wazoo, however, was completely calm and only hugged the frightened Lulu. But when the adventurer stabbed the knife on Wazoo's back, the knife just broke. From this turn of events, all the adventurers were shocked. They didn't realize what skill Wazoo had just used, and Wazoo stealthily crept up to the offending man and grabbed him by the scruff of his neck to continue their conversation elsewhere. In an instant, Wazoo threw the adventurer out of the room through the window so that he could continue their conversation elsewhere and not disturb other visitors. Next in line were the other two guys who were members of the Black Flame. Wazoo also took them by the scruff of the neck and threw them out of the inn like kittens. After that, all the adventurers came outside to watch this spectacular sight, and the rank adventurers thought that Wazoo was just under some strange spell. They thought that they would win anyway since they knew these charms. One of the guys was about to reveal Wazoo's pathetic nature in front of everyone with his magic. Using his staff, the adventurer aimed his flame magic directly at Wazoo. At this moment, Lulu was standing in an embrace with Mail, who continued to eat the scone. The girl was very worried about Vasa, but she couldn't do anything, and the rank adventurer thought that he had already won. But the smoke began to dissipate, and after a couple seconds, Wazoo appeared through it, alive and unharmed. Seeing that the young man was completely unharmed, the adventurer was dumbfounded. The group then decided to bare their swords and rush into the attack. Out of fear, Lula closed her eyes and screamed loudly, but Wazoo was fine, and the adventurer's swords were simply broken by touching Wazoo's body. After which, the young man attacked the rascals with his fists, assuring them that their attacks didn't work on him. The leader of the Black Flame accidentally bumped into Lula, who was holding Mail in her arms, and Mail in turn was eating a bun before. But when the guy bumped into Lula, the bun flew out of Mail's paws and plopped into someone's soup bowl. Mail was furious. At this time, the adventurers were simply perplexed. They didn't understand who Wazoo even was and thought that he had just lied to them when he said he was an F-rank adventurer. But Wazoo assured that he wasn't lying at all. At that moment, someone's angry growling was heard. Wazoo turned around and immediately realized that it was Mail who was growling. But the guy didn't realize what was wrong. and Male was angry. At that moment, Male's bun magically popped out of their soup bowl and ended up on the table. After which, Male opened her mouth and unleashed her mighty flames at the group of rank adventurers. That was when Wazoo realized that Male was just offended by these guys because of her deliciousness. But the guy was forced to stop Male, because at this rate she could burn down the entire inn. The adventurers, in turn, had time to roast themselves to perfection. As they collapsed to the ground, the other adventurers who had been watching the whole thing began to cheer and praise Wazoo, calling him the tamer of dragons. People called Wazoo the dragon tamer cute and thought that he was the one who needed to go to the Black Flame. Lula also decided to thank Wazoo. The girl confessed that she was greatly relieved to see that these guys got what they deserved. And Wazoo smiled and said that he thought the soup made by Lula's father was really very tasty. Lula, looking at the burned offenders, hoped that they had learned their lesson and would never come back to this inn again. At that moment, a certain unfamiliar girl in heels and a dress appeared from around the corner. She was observing the whole situation and also thought Wazoo was a charming gentleman. More importantly, the dark-haired girl was interested in borrowing Voss's power. Let's go back in time to when Wazoo was still in the elf village. That day, the boy ate a life-threatening fruit. After that, he found many more tasty-looking things in the elf field, which he was very happy about. The elf even had the feeling that Vasu just called everything he ate delicious. Sirona doubted that Wazoo was fine at all, but Wazoo assured that he was fine. The elves still didn't believe the guy. After all, blue fruits must be extremely poisonous. Anyway, they realized that the fruit would taste better when they cooked it. So later, the elves planned to have a banquet. At that moment, Sirona noticed something strange in the bushes. He sensed a clear threat. At that moment, a giant scorpion appeared from the bushes. It jumped straight at Sirona. Sirona planned to distract the monster and asked her comrades to return to the village and call for help afterward. But the elves objected. They felt that it would be too dangerous for Sirona. Vasu was in agreement with them. He simply couldn't leave the girl behind in such a dangerous situation. But Sirona assured that she was a guardian, not a mere girl. Wazoo stood his ground and assured that it was still very dangerous and he would stay with her. After that, the guy ordered the monster to advance. Sirona didn't understand why Wazoo would provoke that rascal. The girl thought that they just had to buy time before reinforcements arrived. Wazoo was surprised because he thought that Sirona was going to deal with that monster. The girl assured that she really wanted to do it, but she realized that it wasn't as simple as it seemed. At this point, the monster wanted to squeeze Wazoo with its claws, but the guy with his hands spread the monster's claws, thus preventing himself from being flattened. With that, the monster managed to surprise Waza, but Sirona felt that it was still very dangerous for Wazoo. Wazoo himself realized that the monster's claws were dangerous, so he decided to get rid of them, because it wouldn't be good if the monster managed to catch Sirona. That's why Wazoo tore the monster's claw into 2 pieces. This even seemed like a very ruthless act to Sirona. At this moment, the monster attacked Wazoo with its poisonous sting. Seeing this, Sirona was horrified, but the guy didn't care. He admitted that this attack was quite painful, but no more than that. Sirona had expected this turn of events from the beginning as well, but it was only now that she was convinced that Wazoo was indeed immune to poisons. It suddenly occurred to the girl that she and Wazoo could deal with this scorpion. At this moment, the scorpion had already pointed its claw at Sirona to attack. Wazoo got there just in time and covered Sirona with his back. As a result, the scorpion's claw crashed right into Wazoo's back. But Wazoo was fine, unlike the scorpion. His claw had just fallen apart. It was as if Wazoo was made of the world's hardest material. When help arrived, the scorpion was already down. Of course, the elves wondered who had defeated such a powerful monster. Sirona explained that the monster had only been defeated because of Vaz. Then Yuluna wondered, what kind of magic did this guy use? And Luluna suggested that Wazoo had simply swallowed that scorpion whole. Of course, Luluna was joking, but who knows, maybe that's what happened. All the guys ended up laughing at the situation, and Wazoo was just glad that Sirona was okay. Sirona in turn saw fit to thank Wazoo for saving her. Even though Sirona kept saying that she didn't trust Wazoo at that time, the distance between their hearts was steadily decreasing. Back to the present. In the morning, Lula came to Wazoo's room and woke him up, but Wazoo clearly did not want to get out of bed. Lula, on the contrary, was well rested after yesterday. She had slept wonderfully during the night, so today she got up very early. The girl admitted that she still got goosebumps when she recalled how the bullies from the A-rank group, Black Flame, had been defeated so easily. Of course, Lunac City wasn't small, but until now, no heroes had ever appeared here. Therefore, everyone in the city was excited. How could it be otherwise after seeing this valiant person? At this moment, Wazoo lazily got up and rubbed his eyes from sleep. Mail was still snoozing at all, being on top of the guy's head. But as it turned out, Lula wasn't admiring Wazoo at all. She was only looking forward to little Mail's new accomplishments. It should be said that yesterday, Mail ended up pulling the whole blanket over herself when she defeated the rank adventurers with her flame. Then Wazoo decided to speak up himself about his efforts yesterday as well. Lula assured that she knew that and had seen with her own eyes how strong Wazoo was. The girl believed that with a fire-breathing little dragon on his shoulder, Wazoo, being a traveling hero, had once again defeated evil and stayed to rest at the Wind Inn in the light gazebo. Lula could directly see that, and Wazoo didn't understand only one thing. Why does Lula relate him to her inn? Then Lula asked the guy if he remembered why he was going to the guild today. Wazoo knew very well that he was going to the guild to complete a task and pay for a new guild card. By the way, Lula said that the guildmaster was looking forward to seeing Wazoo after the rumors of yesterday's incident. That was why Lula advised Wazoo to try his best today. Wazoo was a bit perplexed. He thought the assignment should have been given to him by the girl's father, Mr. Reagan. But Lula got off the subject and said that Wazoo on the contrary should look forward to arriving at the guild. The girl also explained that she had to prepare more baked goods for the visitors today. Therefore, Lula would not be able to escort Wazoo to the guild. Wazoo on the other hand was a little worried about Lula. He was afraid that the girl would be attacked by monsters again. But Lula asked the guy not to worry because it wasn't the first time she had been attacked. The girl was confident that this time she would be able to escape from the monsters. She considered it as another training for the sake of the inn. Lula also told Wazoo that she had found a willing person who wanted to escort Wazoo to the guild. At that moment, a short haircut girl named Emma entered the room. She introduced herself and apologized for the intrusion. Emma is the registrar at the Adventurer Guild. Seeing such a pretty girl, Wazoo was very embarrassed, and Lula in turn decided to leave everything to Emma and mind her own business. When Lula started to leave, Wazoo asked Emma why she came here in person. Emma explained that the guild master was just summoning Wazoo directly. That was why she was here. The girl explained that the guild master simply couldn't help but wish to meet with Wazoo because of yesterday's battle with Black Flame, which was currently being hotly debated. With those words, the girl walked over to Wazoo and started pulling off his tank top. Wazoo was puzzled, and Emma explained that now Wazoo had to change his clothes quickly and she planned to help him with that. Wazoo assured that he could handle it himself, but Emma just asked him not to be so uptight. The girl assured that she was still very good at it despite her looks. Wazoo was confused and didn't understand what the registrar was telling him. At that moment, Emma started pulling down the bottom of his clothes from Wazoo. Here Wazoo was dumbfounded even more. After a while, Emma and Wazoo were on their way to the guild together. The girl was telling the guy about her husband who was very excited yesterday. The girl assured that her husband, as soon as he saw Male breathing flames, immediately said, "I was burning up," and then added, "If any of those scoundrels dare to come near you next time, I will definitely protect you." Wazoo listened to this story without great interest. After all, talking about love from a grown woman from the morning, it's just too much for him who didn't even have a girlfriend. At this point, Emma told the boy that they had already arrived. Looking up, Wazoo saw the splendid adventurer guild of Lunatic City in front of him. Once inside, Emma asked Wazoo to follow her to the guild master's room on the top floor. The girl also asked Wazoo not to stare at her thighs as they would be going up to the third floor. But Wazoo didn't even plan to do such a thing, as he was too tired. As they climbed up the stairs, Wazoo looked at the many adventurers. There were even half-humans in the guild that Wazoo hadn't seen in the inn yesterday. At this moment, the guy heard Emma's languorous moans. He immediately turned to the girl and asked if she was alright. Emma assured that it was just a little difficult for her to breathe, because she rarely climbed so high. Wazoo immediately turned his head away from the girl. He considered that it would be unpleasant if he gave in to temptation and looked at Emma now. Finally, the guys reached Dr. Guildmaster's room. Wazoo entered the office first and immediately apologized for disturbing them. The guildmaster admitted that he had been waiting for Wazoo and thanked him for coming. After that, the guildmaster introduced himself. His name was Reagan. Hearing those words, Wazoo was dumbfounded. The boy immediately remembered Lula's words. The girl had told him that her father's name was Reagan. Wazoo was so tense at this moment that Reagan noticed it and asked him to relax and sit down. Reagan then thanked Emma for bringing Wazoo to him. Emma in turn apologized and left the office. Wazoo was now alone with Reagan. Reagan sat down across from the boy and talked about what he had heard about yesterday's incident. First, Reagan wanted to thank Wazoo from the bottom of his heart for protecting his daughter Lulu and wife Kayla from the wrath of the Black Flame. At this point, Wazoo still did not believe that Reagan was really Lula's father. Then Reagan explained that he was indeed the father of Lula and Kayla, his wife. But Wazoo continued to stand his ground. Pointing a finger at Reagan, the boy ordered the bald man not to bully him. Wazoo thought Reagan was an old goat and bald. It just didn't occur to the guy that the bald freak could be a blood relative to cute Lula. Wazoo could still believe that Lula was Kayla's daughter from a previous marriage. Reagan clearly didn't expect Wazoo to be so forward. He realized that this young man really doesn't hold back in front of anyone he meets. Reagan claimed that Lula was actually his daughter and he married Kayla because they love each other. Reagan also asked Wazoo to watch his language next time. Wazoo didn't believe Reagan. Even that bald stump has a good wife and a cute little daughter. That's why Wazoo didn't understand why he was still alone. But now Wazoo understood why Lula said that her father would definitely help solve his problem. After all, Reagan turned out to be a guild master and even an innkeeper. In that case, Wazoo decided to forgive Reagan and, kneeling down, he confessed that this bald stump's food was indeed delicious. Reagan, of course, thanked Wazoo for this, but he still didn't understand how an F-rank adventurer like Wazoo dared to speak so condescendingly. Wazoo explained that his life had already ended once, so he had nothing more to lose. Reagan then realized that Wazoo was clearly in trouble, but Wazoo didn't want to talk about it. He only wanted to return the guild card as fast as he could, so he asked Reagan to give him a task. But Reagan assured that he had called Wazoo for more than just that. The man explained that because Black Flame had been sent to the hospital, there was no one else to trust with their assignment. Reagan didn't want Wazoo to misunderstand him. The man didn't blame the young man for that. But one of the reasons was the request to replace Black Flame. Wazoo then asked if there was really no one to take on the task. Reagan assured that no one could handle the task. And for the weaklings who were currently on the first floor of the guild, it was impossible. Wazoo in turn reminded Reagan that he was still F-rank. Reagan knew that. But even so, Wazoo still managed to defeat the A-rank group and remain unscathed. Besides, Reagan thought this job was just perfect for Wazoo. After all, the guy had managed to tame a dragon, even though it was still a baby dragon. Wazoo then asked Reagan what he meant. Reagan said that about 2 weeks ago, a merchant traveling on the main road claimed to have seen a dragon-like silhouette on a hill nearby. So far there have been no incidents, but there is no guarantee that this dragon will not attack people. This is why Reagan wanted Wazoo to look into the situation, location, number, type, condition, and so on. And, of course, for Wazoo to end it all if possible. Wazoo knew that such a thing was definitely impossible for low-ranking adventurers. He didn't know if he would be able to make a deal with the dragon just by bringing mail along. But it did sound dangerous. That's why Wazoo is on the case. Reagan thanked Wazoo and decided to also talk about the reward for this assignment. And the reward would be 30 gold coins. Such an amount impressed Wazoo very much, because he would even have coins left over after paying the card. Reagan, looking at the happy Wazoo, remarked that he had never seen such enthusiasm after receiving such a dangerous assignment. And Wazoo was just planning to deal with this dragon in a bad case. The guy thought that he had just gotten a great chance. In that case, Reagan decided to leave this task entirely to Wazoo. But the guild master warned that Wazoo should prepare thoroughly before such a dangerous task. Before Reagan could finish speaking, Wazoo asked him to just give him the map. Anything else would only hinder the burden. Reagan explained that Wazoo could get the map from Emma. In that case, Wazoo decided to go on that mission right away. He mentioned this to Reagan, calling him Mr. Baldy. An enraged Reagan claimed that he was not bald and had shaved off his own hair. When Wazoo ran away, Reagan heard restless. He did not believe that Wazoo could really easily straighten out a dragon. But Lula had told her father that Wazoo and male were really very strong. That was why Reagan believed his daughter and decided to just wait for the report of this mission. Wazoo quickly got his map and decided to stock up on food in case there was nothing along the way. At that moment, the boy came across some kids. They saw Male, who impressed them very much. The kids even wanted to feed the dragonkin. Here Wazoo realized that Male had really become very popular after yesterday's event. Wazoo was also being noticed and was being called a dragon tamer. Wazoo realized that these people were right about something. Before going on the mission, Wazoo stopped by the hotel. At the bar, he found Kayla. The guy told the woman that he had just learned that Reagan was a guildmaster. Kayla laughed it off and apologized to Wazoo. The woman assured that she thought Lulu had already told Wazoo about it. Afterward, Kayla gave the young man water and some sandwiches. Wazoo thanked Kayla. He wanted to pay and asked how much it would cost. But Kayla didn't want to take money from Wazoo since he had saved therein from the evil adventurers yesterday. Lastly, Kayla asked Wazoo if he would come back, to which Wazoo replied that of course he would come back. In that case, Kayla simply asked Wazoo to be careful. As they left the hotel, Wazoo thought about how kind Kayla was after all. He was even sorry that she was already busy with Reagan. Suddenly, the young man suddenly bumped into a girl in a black robe. She apologized to the boy. At that moment, someone's shouting was heard. "Tada, where did you go?" It was obvious that the girl was very excited. Then Wazoo realized that this girl was obviously being followed, so he suggested that she hide. In the end, the girl could not be found and the miscreants left. As it turned out, these scoundrels wanted to have fun with an innocent girl. But fortunately, they didn't succeed, thanks to the help of Wazoo. Wazoo sensed evil intentions in these guys, so he asked the girl if she could go further on her own. And the girl in turn asked Wazoo if he was really the one who defeated the group of rank adventurers yesterday. Wazoo smiled and said that in fact, the group was defeated by Male. The young man also introduced himself and called himself a simple friendly adventurer. The girl liked the name Wazoo. She thought it was simply marvelous. These words even embarrassed the young man a little. At this time, the girl finally showed her face and also gave her name. Tada, just Tada. Tada felt that she had to repay Wazoo. But Wazoo apologized to the girl and explained that he had to go on a mission to kill a dragon. Tada was surprised to see that Wazoo was going to go on such a serious mission in such light equipment. That was why the girl assumed that Wazoo was indeed very strong. Those words even embarrassed Wazoo a bit. The guy explained that he would definitely return to this city later. In that case, Tada decided to thank Wazoo later. Wazoo didn't want any great thanks. He wanted only one thing in return. So he asked Tada to tell him a little about himself. Also, the young man asked the girl to be careful of bad guys. She had some difficulties. Tada was surprised since Wazoo goes quite far for a stranger. But Wazoo assured that there was no hidden meaning in it. Just at Tada's face, Wazoo noticed the loneliness on Tada's face. He simply could not leave a person alone in such a state. As he left, Wazoo promised Tada to try to return as soon as he could. And Tada saw the young man off with a look. At last, Wazoo waved to Tada and said that they would definitely see each other again. At that time, Wazoo seemed to Tada a rather strange person. But after talking to this young man, Tada had a blush on her cheeks. After some time, Wazoo had already reached the walls of the city. There he was met by a fellow already familiar to the readers. But Wazoo, surprisingly, did not recognize him. The guy reminded Wazoo that his name was Orlando and/or checked him near the gate. At that moment, Wazoo remembered Orlando. Orlando had also given Wazoo a temporary pass at one time. Since Wazoo was going to go outside the city, Orlando wondered where he was going. Wazoo explained that he was going to go slay dragons. Orlando then asked, tomorrow. But Wazoo explained that he was going on that mission right now. Realizing that Wazoo was going to slay dragons with such an outfit, Orlando was dumbfounded. He asked the young man to bring at least a sword or spear with him. And Wazoo was only interested in getting Orlando's pass back, for he was about to leave Lunik. Orlando in turn tried to explain to Wazoo that he and his dragonkin were playing with death. It was permissible to fight the dragon alone. Orlando suggested that Wazoo at least get a team together, but Wazoo just quickly flushed. In the end, Orlando is left with only the hope that Wazoo will manage to return to the city alive. A short time later, Wazoo was already admiring the beautiful view and the hill next to where the very dragon should be. According to Reagan's story, the dragon is supposed to be near a hill behind a large lake. It is a little north of the eastern woods. Then Wazoo realized that this journey would be too long on foot, so he suggested that Male run. But Male, all of a sudden, flew off Wazoo's shoulder and began pecking the guy's sack, which contained food. Wazoo at first thought that Male was just hungry, but then he realized that the dragonkin was asking him to put the sack on the ground. Wazoo put the sack down and began to wait. Suddenly, the sack disappeared and then reappeared. Wazoo was shocked, because he didn't know that Male could put things away and take things out whenever he wanted. In that case, they could travel light since they didn't have to worry about the trunk. There was only one thing Wazoo didn't understand. Why didn't Male say before that she had such an amazing ability? After hugging Male, Wazoo realized that the dragonkin not only had amazing softness, but also had the ability to carry. Now, Wazoo began to believe that he could no longer live without his Male. Because of this, the boy speculated that perhaps Male would be his future wife. These words touched Male. After hugging each other, they decided to continue their journey. As Wazoo ran to the right place, he couldn't stop admiring the beautiful view and the marvelous sunset. The boy also realized how vast this world was, but he didn't realize where he could find someone who would become his dear friend. Finally, Waz and Male managed to reach the right hill, but no dragons were to be found here. Suddenly, a cave caught the boy's attention. Without thinking long, Wazoo approached the entrance to the cave and asked, addressing the darkness, if the Mr. Dragon was here. There was silence in response. Wazoo considered that there was no one in the cave and was about to leave when, suddenly, he saw large glowing eyes. Immediately afterward, the young man heard a familiar voice. Then Wazu finally understood everything. The dragoness was saying something incomprehensible. She claimed that she would not return. But what had happened, Wazu didn't understand yet. Right now, the boy only knew one thing for sure. The dragon that had disturbed the adventurers from Lunik was Male's mother. Suddenly, Wazu noticed that Mama Male was angry about something. It was true, but Wazu didn't understand what it had to do with. The guy asked the furious draconian woman to calm down, if only because her daughter was here. Also, Wazu didn't understand what the Draconisha meant when she talked about her husband. The guy assumed that they had a fight. At this point, the Draconess finally became furious. She roared loudly and claimed that this situation was much more serious than just having a quarrel. As it turned out, the Draconess decided to abandon Ragnar altogether and return to her homeland. Wazu still didn't understand what had happened between these two dragons. The boy only knew one thing. Right now, the Draconiha was very angry. Suddenly, Wazu realized that this place is the homeland of Male's mom, whose name is Mel by the way. And Male asked Wazu if he really didn't come here from her husband. After all, at first Mel thought the opposite. Then Wazu explained that he only came here from a neighboring town to investigate a rumor about a dragon settling in these parts. But the guy would never have thought that this dragon would be Mel. In that case, Wazu decided that now he just had to inform the guildmaster that this dragon posed no danger to humans because he was, in fact, the always kind Mel. These words from Wazu's mouth even surprised Mel a little. At this moment, Male flew up to her mom and started petting her. In this way, Male was calming her mom down. After all, he shouldn't go into a rage like this. Now that Male had calmed down, then Wazu wanted to understand why the dragoness had come here. After all, as far as Wazu knew, Mel's home is the castle on that mountain. Also, the guy was curious to know what about Ragnar. The guy just wanted Mel to speak out to him and he would listen to her. So Mel decided to tell Vaz about everything. The dragoness stated that Ragnar had cheated on her with a young female dragon. These words stunned Wazu. He was dumbfounded and angry at the same time. The guy just didn't understand what Ragnar was even doing. After all, he had a beautiful wife and daughter. At this point, Mel asked Wazu if he really understood the beauty of dragons. Wazu assured that he did understand and even bet that if Mel were human, she would be considered a true beauty. Those words embarrassed the draconic woman. She explained that this was the reason why she had come back home, contacted her mom to discuss it with her, and now she was waiting for her mom to come. Wazu then asked Mel if they had any chance of making peace with Ragnar. Mel thought it was impossible, at least until Ragnar apologized to her. Wazu himself understood that Ragnar would definitely have to apologize to his wife. After all, he himself had made this mess. Also, the guy wondered if Mel had asked Ragnar about it personally. He meant that there was a good chance that Mel had taken it the wrong way. But Mel claimed that Ragnar was cheating on her, no matter which way you looked at it. Mel claimed that her husband had been around the very female dragon. Then Wazu realized that Mel really had no hard evidence of infidelity. In that case, the guy decided to bring Ragnar to Mel, and then the two of them could have a proper talk with each other. Besides, it would not only calm down the worried townspeople but also little Male. Also, Vasu agreed to be a witness if Male doesn't want to be alone with Ragnar. Male could not object to Wazu and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. The dragoness felt that she had no choice but to meet with Ragnar if it was Wazu's request. Wazu realized that Mel was indeed very happy to hear that, and she didn't intend to conflict with Ragnar for too long. Then, without thinking too long, the boy decided to go after Ragnar. But since the castle on the mountain is quite far away, Vasu decided to leave Male with his mom. Male didn't mind too much. Lastly, Wazu would ask Male to leave it to him. Just wait for him and try to relax. With those words, the guy jumped out of the cave and rushed to the castle. Then, looking at the way Wazu quickly rushed away, Mel realized that this guy was really a kind person who would never leave anyone alone in trouble. After a while, Wazu had already arrived at the cherished castle located on the mountain. The guy quickly ran into it and started looking for Ragnar. Eventually, Wazu found Ragnar sleeping in his chambers. To wake up the dragon, the lad said a few words, "And you hide your head as expected." From those words, Ragnar woke up, and Vasu asked him which one. Ragnar was furious when he saw that Vasu was not with Male. The dragon thought that something had already happened. Vasu realized that this situation was a pain in the ass, so he decided to keep silent. He briefly explained that Male was now with her mother, who left this castle because her husband cheated on her. But Ragnar claimed that he had not cheated on Male. He was now more interested in where his wife was. To begin with, Wazu asked the excited Ragnar to calm down. Sure, Wazu could tell where Mel was now, but he was also wondering what Ragnar would do when he saw his wife again. Ragnar thought such a question from the young man was foolish. He claimed that he was going to bring Mel back. Wazoo then asked the dragon how he was going to apologize to Mel. As it turned out, Ragnar was not going to apologize to his wife. Cocking his head high, the dragon argued that he, being a demon king, should not apologize to anyone. He felt that he should just tell Mel to come back and that would be more than enough. It was then that Vasu realized that Ragnar was clearly hopeless. He tried to explain to the dragon that it might be enough to solve problems between Ragnar's subjects, but in this case it was a personal problem between husband and wife. For starters, Vasu also wanted to know why Ragnar had cheated on Mel in the first place. Ragnar claimed that he wasn't cheating on his wife. It's just that he knows a nice female named Carol with a beautiful body. Ragnar claimed that this Carol's beauty is very popular among other dragons, and someone like her has tried several times to invite Ragnar to dinner. Since Ragnar's friends were close to him, he couldn't just say no to Carol. This is when Wazoo began to guess that Ragnar had been drinking with Carol. Ragnar had admitted to it himself, but this dragoness was also showing signs of attention to Ragnar. Even so, Ragnar could have sworn that he had nothing with Carol that day. However, Mel saw him near Carol, got angry, and left the castle on the spot. Vasu understood Mel's feelings. After all, Ragnar must have liked the way Carol flirted with him. The boy realized that it wasn't that easy to forgive really, even if nothing had happened between Ragnar and Carol that day. Ragnar, on the other hand, thought that it still didn't explain why a dragon king like him should apologize to his wife. Vasu then asked the dragon to listen to him. He suggested that Ragnar put aside his title of Dragon King for a while, and imagine one situation. What would happen if Mel went to dinner with a young male dragon and was subsequently alone with him? Hearing these words, Ragnar was so angry that he opened his mouth and let off steam. Vasu asked Ragnar to let him at least finish speaking. So, Ragnar in this situation is the one who witnessed this treason, left this castle, and went wherever he was going. And when Mel comes to him to bring him back, she doesn't apologize, but says just one phrase, "Come back." Now, after Ragnar visualized this situation, Vasu asked if he could forgive Mel for what happened. Ragnar now realized that he probably wouldn't have forgiven his wife, and worse, he probably would have become stubborn afterward. Now the dragon realized his mistake, and Vasu was just glad that Ragnar was able to understand. However, the reason Vasu had come here was to bring Ragnar to Mel. Here, Ragnar began to doubt whether his wife would really forgive him if he just apologized to her. Wazoo cheered Ragnar up. The young man assured that he was confident that Mel would forgive Ragnar if he first promised her that he would not accept any more invitations from Carol and also apologized from the bottom of his heart. In addition to this, Vasu also advised Ragnar to take care of his wife after he managed to reconcile with her. When Ragnar dropped everything, Wazoo asked to be allowed to entertain himself here. The young man explained that he had run for a day without washing his eyes, just for the sake of Ragnar alone. Ragnar saw fit to apologize to Vasu for that. Wazoo liked the fact that Ragnar was able to apologize to him easily. Suddenly, Ragnar asked the young man how his harem was doing. Vasu told him that nothing remarkable was happening so far and he had only one male. Then Ragnar wondered why a guy like Vasu, who could understand women, could not have at least one mistress. Wazoo didn't want to talk about it, so he asked the dragon not to ask anything about it. After all, talking about such things only makes Vaz bitter in his heart. Ragnar understood the boy. He only said that Wazoo would be popular if he were a dragon. These words made Wazoo angry, so he asked the dragon to shove them away. The next morning, Wazoo woke up first. He easily lifted up Ragnar to head back to Mel. Ragnar, who had been asleep at all up to that point, was dumbfounded and didn't understand what Wazoo was even up to. The dragon knew that flying was much faster than running, so he had no idea what Wazoo was going to do to him. Wazoo only asked the dragon not to worry. The young man assured that Ragnar would be fine. Probably, without thinking long, Wazoo first swung and then threw Ragnar far away with all his might. Ragnar in turn only managed to indignantly ask Wazoo not to dare throw him. As he watched the dragon disappear from sight, Wazoo realized that Ragnar would definitely get there faster than him. Suddenly, the boy remembered that he had promised Mel to attend their conversation with Ragnar as a witness. Remembering that, Wazoo decided to speed up to get to the very cave where Mel was now. After a while, Wazoo was already in the cave. Without even looking at what was happening, Wazoo immediately asked a question, addressing Mel. The young man asked how they were doing and whether they had already made peace with Ragnar. But when Wazoo looked at what was happening, he saw Ragnar lying at the feet of the two females. Of course, the young man was dumbfounded. At first, he thought that the female dragoness who was flirting with Ragnar was next to Mel. At that moment, this draconess asked Ragnar if he really thought he could treat her daughter like that. This is when Wazoo realized that this female unknown to him was Mel's mother. At this time, Ragnar argued that it was all a big misunderstanding. In that case, Mel's mother was wondering why Ragnar didn't come here right away. Ragnar also told Mel's mother that he wouldn't have come here without the help of a person named Wazoo. At this moment, Wazoo decided to meet Mel's mother. Scratching the back of his head, the guy explained that he was the very person called Wazoo. Upon seeing Wazoo, Mel immediately rushed over to him to fondle him. Mel was very happy that Wazoo was back, for she had missed him very much. Wazoo at this time turned to Mel's mom. The boy said that he was very pleased to meet her. Mel's mom appeared to have heard about Wazoo from her daughter. Suddenly, the dragoness hesitated. Wazoo was confused and didn't realize what was wrong. Then the dragoness said that even she could not see the limit of Wazoo's power. So now she understood why her daughter had told her not to worry about protecting Mel. Hearing those words, Wazoo was shocked, and Mel thanked her mom for saying such words. Also, Mel added that she also planned for Mel to marry Wazoo in the future. At this point, an indignant Ragnar stated that he still did not approve of the idea. Mama Mel did not like that Ragnar raised his head without permission, so the dragoness ordered him to shut up. Then Wazoo realized that Mel's mom was really very cool. Finally, Mom decided to introduce herself. Her name is Majel. She is a former dragon queen. She is also pleased to meet Wazoo. Wazoo knew that it was all Ragnar's fault, but he looked pretty pathetic right now. Wazoo realized that he just had to make Majel and Mel forgive Ragnar at any cost. Hence, the guy asked the ladies if they knew the situation of the so-called treason. At that moment, Majel and Mel's muzzles switched. This is when Wazoo realized that he had obviously said too much. The guy tried to explain that the whole thing was really just a huge misunderstanding. Mel assured that they already knew the whole situation, but they were not angry with Ragnar for this act. The dragoness admitted that she just wanted Ragnar to come to her and apologize. After this confession, Vasu was in a stupor, for Mel was very happy that the young man had brought Ragnar to her. But the whole point was that when Mel thought that Ragnar was going to apologize to her, all she heard were these words: "I was thrown here by Wazoo. Wazoo told me to say this. Wazoo this, Wazoo that, Wazoo this, Wazoo that." Wazoo felt extremely awkward at this moment. He didn't understand at all why Ragnar was bringing him into this. In the end, the young man just couldn't stand it and called the two of them selfish. Wazoo didn't understand why they couldn't just be honest with themselves and make up already. After this statement, Wazoo asked Mel if he could speak to Ragnar alone. Mel gave her permission to do so. When Vasu and Ragnar were alone, Ragnar asked the boy what he should do now. Wazoo in turn asked the dragon if it was okay for him to apologize to Mel. Ragnar claimed that he had indeed apologized well to his wife, and because of that, his pride had been torn to shreds. Vasu then said that from now on, it was up to the women's whims and it was a man's duty to accept them all for what they were. Looking at the way Vasu reasoned, Ragnar thought that the young man had been through all this himself, but Wazoo denied this in every way. As it turned out, it was just his father's favorite saying. Then Ragnar asked Wazoo if he had never really had a mistress. Wazoo, however, only asked Ragnar again to shove it away. After that, Wazoo asked Ragnar if they had an upscale dragon restaurant or something like that. Ragnar first asked Wazoo why he was mentioning it so suddenly, and then replied that there were certainly no such restaurants. Wazoo hesitated for a moment. Then Ragnar asked the lad what he was up to. Vasu explained that in such a situation, any men usually invite women to a nice restaurant and treat them to a nice meal. This is one of the tricks most often used by men to please women. Ragnar realized what Vasu was talking about and asked him if the good restaurant he was talking about existed in human cities. Vasu replied that there were such restaurants, of course, but that it was impossible to bring two huge dragons there, for such places were meant for ordinary people. Then Ragnar realized that they would have no problem with it. Wazoo was in a stupor and didn't understand what the dragon meant. After that, Ragnar turned back to Mel and Majel. He addressed them, bowing his head. Ragnar wanted to sincerely apologize to her for the trouble he had caused them today. Then Mel asked Ragnar what he was going to do next. Ragnar assured her that from now on, he would refrain from any contact with that female dragon and remove himself from her, introducing her to other dragons. Ragnar also promised to henceforth become more caring towards Mel than he was now. The dragon believed that this way his relationship with Mel would become much deeper, and as a token of his apology, Ragnar wanted to take Mel and Majel to a certain place. Then Majel asked what that place was. Ragnar felt that he should take the two ladies to the human city of Lunuk. The dragon hoped that Majel and Mel could properly rest and calm their agitated hearts, as well as enjoy some very delicious food and beautiful scenery. Hearing those words, Mel was ecstatic. There was no way she could believe that her husband would become so thoughtful. Then Mel decided that she really wanted to visit this town of Lunik. Majel didn't mind, for she hadn't seen her daughter and granddaughter in a long time. Also, Majel thought that sometimes it was good to stretch the old bones like this. Majel approved of Ragnar's apology. She called his offer a good suggestion from such a foolish spouse. Majel wished that Ragnar would never forget that feeling. Ragnar bowed his head again with the words, "Yes, ma'am." And Vasa was now more concerned about how the dragons were going to visit the human city of Lunik with such a size. Then Majel explained to the boy that they dragons were not like other dragons at all. Majel and her family have much more mana compared to other dragons. That was why they wouldn't have much of a problem if they wanted to look like normal humans. Hearing those words, Wazoo was shocked. After all, in other words, it could be said that these dragons could transform into humans. At that moment, the dragons began to reincarnate. The whole area was illuminated with such a bright light that Wazoo simply could not directly look at this transformation. But after a couple of seconds, it was already over, and in front of Wazoo were already seemingly ordinary people. But still, they were distinguished by their divine beauty. Seeing his acquaintances in a new light, Vasu was dumbfounded. It was as if he knew it, but he was stunned because the dragons had become too attractive. Majel in turn approached Wazoo and asked him to take them all to the city of Lunik. Wazoo did not dare to object to the lady. He only looked at Mael, who had not reincarnated for some reason, took her in his arms and carried her with him. During this time, Sirona continued to search all over the world for Vasa. She stopped for a break and thought about the boy. The girl didn't know where he could be, for it had been 10 days since he left the elf village. Sirona speculated that Wazoo might have gotten on a ship and traveled to some distant place already. But the girl realized that the young man had to stay somewhere since he didn't have a guild map. Looking at Wazoo's guild map, Sirona wanted to return it to the boy as soon as possible. It's just that the girl has no idea where to find it. Suddenly, Sirona remembered that there is a big city nearby. Then the girl decided that if Wazoo is not in that city too, then he is already on another continent. Staring up at the sky, Sirona thought for a moment. Right now, she only dreamed of one thing: to meet Wazoo. The girl pondered whether Wazoo would take her on his journey where it would be just the two of them. Sirona wished that she and her boyfriend would always be together as adventurers, and not just as adventurers. And one night Sirona dreamed of being alone with Wazoo, and then, finally, to kiss him. The girl was very embarrassed by these thoughts. She realized that it would never happen, but she kept hoping for something. Sirona realized that Wazoo could have already found other companions and created his harem. But if that was the case, was there any room left in the young man's heart for Sirona? The girl wondered if she had the right to stand beside Wazoo. After all, she is the one who rejected this young man's feelings. The girl realized that after all this, she had no rights to join Wazoo's harem. It would be too fortunate for her. But to begin with, Sirona wanted to start with, would Wazoo forgive her? At that moment, the girl heard someone's voice nearby. Oh, hello, Lula. As it turned out, it was indeed Lula. She had come to her customer's house to pick up the goods for the inn. The customer had prepared for Lulu the very bread from that very bakery. Lulu was very happy, because this bread was made in the best bakery that her daddy trusts the most. The customer, on the other hand, was worried that the bread would probably get cold when Lulu got home. But Lula was fine with that, because this bread is really good, even when it is cold. So the girl buys it every morning. As she left, Lula only said that she would count on her customer tomorrow. And the customer asked Lula to be careful on the road. Sirona heard that smell of freshly baked bread. Suddenly, the girl realized that she hadn't eaten for the past few days. Lula noticed Sirona's strange behavior and suggested that the girl try the bread. Lula assured her that the bread was really delicious. Sirona hesitated, for Lula has to deliver this bread to her father. But Lula assured that it was alright and she always chews this bread, 1 or 2, every day, and her father does not complain. While Lula was talking, Sirona noticed that this girl had a very pure and innocent look in her eyes. Eventually, Sirona asked Lula to at least let her pay for this bread. Before Sirona could ask how much this bread cost, Lula interrupted her. The girl didn't plan to charge Sirona any money, but one wish was still there. Lula wanted Sirona to stay at her inn for a night or two. Lula explained that this inn was in Lunica, which was not far from here. Sirona realized that Lula was referring to that large fortress town. Lula, on the other hand, explained that their inn was called Wind in the Light Arbor. Lula assured that she didn't want to brag, but they had excellent food and beds. In that case, Sirona decided to visit Lula's inn. The girl also apologized to her new acquaintance for such a late introduction. after which Sorona introduced herself. Lula also introduced herself and, apologizing to Sorona in advance, asked her if she was an elf. Sorona replied that Lula was right and she was indeed an elf. Lula thought this was simply amazing. The girl claimed that there were many adventurers who stayed at her inn, but Lula herself had hardly ever seen an elf. Sorona was not surprised, for they elves never leave their home village, except when something unforeseen happened. Lula then wondered what brought Sorona to this port city. Sorona explained that she was looking for one person. Sorona also said that she was just about to go to Lunik, and if she couldn't find the person she was looking for there, she might have to just give up. In that case, Lula saw fit to help Sorona. After all, many people visit Lula's hotel every day. Lula also asked Sorona to tell her a little about the very person she was looking for. Sorona put out a little. The girl began by saying that this person was a little strange, but funny and very kind and also very strong. Sorona admitted that sometimes something inside her wishes to protect this person. The girl talked about Wazu, but Lula didn't realize it yet. Also, Sorona didn't miss the point that Visuzu is an incredibly nice guy. Lula was in a stupor, looking at the confused Sorona, because she was hoping to hear from the girl something about the appearance of this person. Here Sorona finally burned with shame. The girl realized that the situation had to be rectified. She claimed to realize it herself, and the person she was looking for has black hair down to the back of his head. He is also wearing black worn-out clothes and is also quite tall. In addition, he looks young, and he always has a small dragon sitting on his head. Then Lula asked if it could be possible that this little dragon is called Male. Sorona was surprised, for the dragon Wazu's dragon's name is indeed Male. In that case, Lula had no more doubts. She realized that Sorona was looking for Waza. Now Sorona was dumbfounded even more. The excited girl began to shake Lula by the shoulders to find out how did she know that name. Lula explained that Wazu was now staying at her inn. He said he lost his guild card, so he was now working for Lula's father. Such a coincidence simply made Sorona collapse from her feet. After all the events, Sorona assumed that she and Wazu would never be able to meet again. In that case, Lula suggested that Sorona should not hesitate and go to Lunik as soon as possible. Without thinking long, the girls set off for the town. On the way, Lula asked Sorona if she was looking for Vasa to give him the guild card. Suddenly, Lula also realized that Sorona had thus left her home village for Wazu. Sorona didn't deny it, but she was only thinking about whether Wazu was sad because he didn't have the guild card with him. And Lulu was worried about something else. As far as she knew, the elven village was quite so far away from here. The girl wondered if Sorona had used teleportation skill or magic to get here. Sorona, however, explained that she hadn't used any such thing and had walked the entire way. Hearing those words, Lula was dumbfounded. She didn't believe that Sorona had actually traveled such a distance for Wazu. But Sorona assured her that she really did. Lula understood everything then. She didn't even have any doubts about the fact that Sorona was really just in love with Wazu. Sorona immediately blushed and began to deny this fact. Sorona assured that her heart was still not ready to join Wazu's harem. Then Lula became convinced that Sorona was indeed in love with this young man. But Sorona continued to deny it in every possible way. The girl assumed that Wazu had already found a new partner, therefore he could not allow her to join him like this. Lula then explained to Sorona that Wazu was still traveling on his own. Of course, in case Sorona doesn't take Lula as Wazu's girlfriend. Sorona was once again embarrassed, but assured that she wasn't at all happy to hear such a thing. Looking at the embarrassed Sorona, Lula realized that this girl is really like an open book. Lula also told Sorona that Wazu had recently left town because of the job Lula's father had given him. But Sorona could wait for Wazu at Lula's hotel. For that, Sorona thanked Lula. On the way to the city, Sorona thought about what should she do next. She was starting to get nervous. The girl was worried about the fact that Wazu might not take her with her on the trip. But Sorona hoped that Wazu would accept not, and then they would go on a trip together where it would be just the two of them. This thought made Sorona very confused, and a strange sensation appeared in her chest. At that moment, Lula told Sorona that they had almost reached the city. Suddenly, on the horizon, Lula saw someone's silhouettes. It was Wazu. Seeing him, Sorona blushed even more. Lula wondered who was walking next to Wazu. And next to Wazu, Ranger, Mel and Majel were just moving. Seeing them, Sorona thought that Wazu had already just found new friends. It turns out that the boy had made new friends. What the girl meant was that he is very reliable and kind. And it doesn't seem strange that such a nice person would make one or two friends. Sorona realized that there was nothing strange here. At that moment, Lula wanted to point out the vase to Sorona. The girl didn't understand why Sorona was delaying. After all, right now, Sorona could just catch up with Vasa, whom she had been looking for so long and hard. but Sorona sank. She turned away and said that she was only here to give Vasa back his guild card. Lula wanted to object, but Sorona stated that she had more important things to do. Sorona then asked Lula to return Wazu's card for her. Lula reached out her hand to take the map, but the girl still had questions for Sorona. Sorona in turn gave the card to Lula and started to leave. Lula looked at Sorona quickly moving away and didn't understand what had gotten into this girl. After all, Sorona had been looking forward to meeting Wazu, but suddenly she just ran away. Sorona ran so fast that she couldn't catch her breath. Finally, she stopped near a tree to catch her breath. The girl didn't understand why she had run away from Wazu. All she had to do was just call the guy's name, as she usually did. Sorona also planned to apologize to Wazu and just ask to be in his group. The girl realized that it was very simple, but she didn't understand why she couldn't do it. Sorona's frustration made tears come to her eyes. The girl didn't understand why she had acted right in front of him like a complete fool. It made her feel extremely depressed and lonely at the same time. Sorona didn't understand what these feelings were. She felt a pain in her chest, but didn't know what it was related to. But she finally managed to realize something very important. Just before realizing, Sorona had already fallen in love with Vase. At this time, Wazu and his friends were already sitting in the guild master's office. Of course, Wazu had told Reagan about everything. And, of course, Reagan didn't believe it at first. Wazu explained that the people who were now sitting on the right hand opposite Reagan was the Dragon King and his family. Wazu realized that this would be hard to believe. Majel, on the other hand, knew that Reagan's words would not be believed, so she asked Ranger to cancel her transformation to prove everything visually. Ranger dared not refuse Majel. Therefore, without thinking long, he became a dragon again. The rumble was so big that it was heard by everyone in the guild and nearby. Looking at the mighty dragon, Reagan believed everything he had been told earlier. All the man wanted now was for Ranger to return back to human form. Wazu was very glad that Reagan believed him, for in that case, his mission was complete. Also, the young man was already looking forward to the reward, the new rank and the new guild map as Reagan had promised. And of course, Wazu didn't miss the opportunity to ask Reagan if he knew some good restaurants in this city. In the end, Reagan decided to give the guests a personal tour of the city. Wazu merely asked Ragnar to give Reagan a chance. Ragnar was not stubborn, and Wazu explained to his friends that, in any case, they would have to spend the night at this inn tonight. At that moment, Wazu was called out. It was Lula. The girl ran up to the guy and quickly told him that she had recently met a girl named Sorona. Hearing that name, Wazu was excited, and Lula explained that Sorona had asked her to give him something. With those words, Lula handed the young man his guild card. Wazu looked at the map and realized that it was indeed his personal map. Then, looking up into the sky, the boy wondered if Sorona was really nearby right now. After a while, the dragon family was already familiarizing themselves with the city. Mel was the most delighted. She never would have imagined that a human city would be such a beautiful place. Majel agreed with her daughter. It had been a long time since she, too, had visited big cities like Lunik. At one point, Mel noticed some beautiful shoes on one of the stalls. They charmed the girl so much that she wanted to buy them. But Mel realized that the shoes would hardly fit her when she turned back into a dragon. In the end, Mel decided not to despair, because just walking the streets of this town was also kind of fun. Kayla and Emma, who accompanied Mel and Majel, were happy to hear such words from the guests. They also suggested to visit other places in this city. Since Kayla didn't have much to do at the hotel today, she suggested that Mel and Majel go out to have fun. Emma liked that idea too, since Wazu and the Dragon King said they had already made reservations at the best establishment in town. Nell and Majel were all for it. That was why the first thing the girls did was to go to the shooting range. Majel was the first to volunteer to shoot. She managed to hit all the targets. Nell was very impressed with her mom. Majel also enjoyed the fun. At this time, Mel volunteered to try target shooting too, but the girl was so afraid that she closed her eyes and shot blindly, even though she was asked to open her eyes. In the end, Mel couldn't hit a single target. Because of that, the girl was very frustrated. At that moment, she was called out by the owner of the shooting range. As it turned out, he wanted to give Mel a consolation prize. Mel was very touched by this. She was surprised at how kind the owner was. Meanwhile, Majel turned to Kayla and asked if there were really so many places like this in the city where people spend their free time. Kayla explained that right now they were just in the entertainment district of this city. Suddenly, Majel saw a certain large building that obviously caught her attention. Because of that, she asked Kayla what was that building and what was it for. Kayla wanted to explain everything to Majel, but suddenly Emma heard. She whispered in the girl's ear that this information should not be told to Mel and Majel, because they were angry with the Demon King because he was cheating on his wife. That's when Kayla realized that Emma was right. That's why the girl lied to Magil and said that it was just an apartment building. After that, Kayla changed the topic and offered to show her guests more interesting places in this city. Magil and Mel agreed, and Kayla looked at that big building again and realized that she couldn't reveal the truth. And the whole thing is that this building is the most famous brothel in the whole city. At this time, the party of men were in the restaurant. Ragnar ordered a lot of food, which caused Reagan to ask questions. But Wazoo reminded the guildmaster that their guests were dragons after all. Reagan still didn't understand why Ragnar ordered so much food since they were now in human form. Wazoo decided not to emphasize it. All he could think about now was that Ragnar needed to pick a costume now. So he asked Reagan to pick out the best clothes that would make Mel's heart melt. Reagan agreed to take up the task and asked Wazoo to rely on him. In that case, Wazoo decided to remove himself. Noticing this, Ragnar asked the young man not to leave him alone, and Wazoo loudly ordered the dragon to stop relying on other people's help. After all, this whole situation only happened because Ragnar made Mel angry. These words made Ragnar even more desperate. But Wazoo cheered him up, because Kayla and Emma are now showing Mel and Magil all the places in this town. So when they come to the restaurant in the evening, they will no longer have as much anger in them as they had before. When Wazoo was about to leave, Reagan asked him to come to the Adventurers Guild tomorrow morning. Reagan just wanted to help the guy register the guild card he had recently returned to himself. Wazoo gave the okay and walked out of the restaurant. Suddenly, the guy wondered, why on earth didn't Sono want to see him again even if she had come all this way just to return his guild card? After pondering for a bit, Wazoo came to the conclusion that Sono really just hated him. At that moment, a voice was heard. The voice was expressing its indignation at the fact that Wazoo had been thinking about Sono all this time and had completely forgotten about someone else. It was then that Wazoo realized that it was the goddess speaking to him. The guy then took the guild card in his hand, and Goddess asked him if he really wasn't happy to see her again. Wazoo assured that he was glad to see Goddess again, but he was more interested in information about Saren. So Wazoo asked Goddess to tell him everything. Goddess didn't like Wazoo talking about Saren again. She stated that she no longer cared about Wazoo. Wazoo apologized to Goddess and reiterated that he was very happy to meet her again. The Goddess continued to be angry with the young man and called him a fool. Afterward, the Goddess asked Wazoo if he had found a new comrade. Wazoo explained that he had no comrades, but instead he had new friends. Hearing these words, the Goddess was surprised. She thought that Wazoo had formed a group with the dragons, but Wazoo explained that it wasn't like that at all and he was just a helper. Also, the young man wanted to explain that these dragons had their own family problems. Here the Goddess realized that Sono had really misunderstood everything. Hearing Sorona's name, Wazoo was alarmed and asked the Goddess to repeat what she had said. But the Goddess asked Wazoo not to take it into his head. She only spoke of the fact that this city is crawling with bad people. Wazoo didn't understand what those words meant, and Mel and Magil were already in the restaurant at that time. They ate well and praised the delicious food. Magil assured that she could eat this food forever at all. Mel in turn turned to Ragnar and thanked him. And Magil, wiping her mouth with a napkin, asked for more even though they had already sat down many courses. Lula had nothing to do but rush off to get another portion. Meanwhile, Emma thought only of the numbers that would come out on the bill for so many dishes eaten. At this point Mel agreed to forgive Ragnar and forget about the incident once and for all. The girl understood that her husband had come all this way to apologize to her. That was why she was now in such luxury. But Mel also realized that she shouldn't jump to conclusions without understanding everything, because she had fallen in love with a dragon who wouldn't dare to hit on another dragon woman. Thus, Mel let her emotions get the best of her. The girl claimed that she was truly sorry, but she warned Ragnar that she would no longer forgive him if she caught him with another again. Ragnar could not stand it and rushed to his Mel with an embrace. The dragon tearfully confessed his love for Mel, and MJL reciprocated. This is when Magil realized that this would be the end of the matter. The next day Wazoo went to the guild to collect his reward. But when they handed him a sack with 5 gold coins, Wazoo was hysterical, for he had been promised 30 gold coins. Emma explained that the guild master had told her to deduct 10 gold coins for organizing a feast for the Dragon King and his family, and another 10 gold coins for food at the inn for a few days in advance, and the other 5 for food while the dragons lived here. After listening to Emma, Wazoo was outraged. He didn't understand why the dragons decided to go to a human city without a penny. Emma asked Wazoo to accept her condolences. The girl assured her that it wasn't that bad because the young man's rank had just risen to C rank in an instant. which meant that Wazoo could now take assignments with great rewards. And Emma pointed out that if Wazoo's rank went up to ORS in one go, it would be a surprise to all adventurers. What the girl meant was that Wazoo is the only person who can talk to the Dragon King as an equal. And if it's a secret, Wazoo needs to pass a special test before raising his rank from C to S. But the girl realized that Wazoo was just stupidly strong, and a specially prepared test for him he would pass without much difficulty. Wazoo thanked Emma for that opinion, and Emma lastly asked Wazoo to complete as many quests as possible since he had already regained his guild card. Wazoo agreed. Suddenly, Emma remembered that the guild master had asked her to give something to Wazoo. As it turned out, tonight, Reagan would take Wazoo to a good place to express his gratitude for what happened yesterday. Wazoo did not realize what good place Emma was talking about, but Emma thought the young man understood perfectly well what that good place was. After this conversation, Wazoo returned to the inn. Kayla met the young man and greeted him. "Welcome back." Wazoo, all of a sudden, realized that Kayla shouldn't say such a thing to him since this wasn't his home. But Kayla assured her that it was okay, since Wazoo was sort of their bodyguard, so the woman didn't mind. Then Wazoo asked if he could leave mail here. After all, Reagan is calling him somewhere. Then Kayla suggested that Wazoo entrust mail to the neighbors who had rented a room next to the young man. Wazoo didn't understand at first who his neighbors were who rented a room next to, but when the young man went to see them, the door was opened by Ragnar and his family. Then the indignant Wazoo realized that Emma was referring to this inn when she spoke of paying for lodging. Ragnar, on the other hand, explained that Reagan had told them that they could stay here. In that case, Wazoo still did not understand why Reagan would attribute him to the Ragnar family, and Megil in turn thanked Wazoo for taking care of them yesterday, including even future expenses for staying at this hotel. And Megil was surprised at how greedy humans are, since even here they pay for everything. Wazoo decided not to emphasize it and just leave mail with this family, because Reagan was probably already waiting for him. But before Wazoo could leave, Mail threw herself into his arms. Wazoo didn't understand what was wrong with Mail, and Mel assumed that Mail just didn't want Wazoo to leave. So Mel reassured Mail and said that Wazoo definitely wouldn't do what Ragnar did and wouldn't cheat on his loved ones. This is when Ragnar realized that his wife still hadn't forgiven him and hadn't forgotten about that incident. At last Wazoo promised Mail to come back soon and also asked her to be a good girl. Mail tearfully said goodbye to Wazoo. After a while, Wazoo and Reagan were already traveling in the same carriage. Wazoo asked the guildmaster what kind of place he wanted to show him. Reagan asked Wazoo not to worry and only said that they were near the entertainment district. Reagan said that there were indeed many places in this city where they could relax, but the place they were headed to had a casino, a theater, an inn, and many more things to do. Wazoo then suggested that he and Reagan were going out for a drink. Reagan admitted that he was sorry to say that, but he couldn't resist the liquor here. And Wazoo didn't see anything wrong with that, as Reagan can do many other things besides drinking alcohol. The man just wanted to thank Wazoo for successfully completing the task. That was why Reagan asked Wazoo if he wouldn't mind if the guildmaster introduced him to a girl or two to spend the night with them. At this point, Reagan's carriage stopped in front of the brothel. Reagan and Wazoo got out. Reagan led Wazoo to the door of the brothel with the words that it was the most popular brothel in the entire city. The man thought that was just great, but Wazoo was against the whole thing. He didn't want Reagan to involve him and asked the guildmaster to take Ragnar with him since he was going to change. But Reagan argued that he wasn't going to cheat on anyone at all. The guildmaster assured that he just wanted to visit the owner of this establishment because he was his comrade when they were still adventurers together with him and Kayla. Reagan also asked Wazoo to just forget about all the nonsense and recognize that he had visited similar places before. After all, by law, Wazoo is considered an adult when he is 15 years old, and now Wazoo is already 17. But Wazoo had indeed never visited such places before. Reagan refused to believe it, but he didn't understand what was the point. He also refused to believe that Wazoo was still a cherry boy. Those words pierced Wazoo through. Reagan eventually apologized to Wazoo for calling him a cherry boy. As the boys approached the door of the brothel, Reagan knocked on the door, adding a few words. "It's me, Reagan. This kid is with me." A couple seconds later, the door opened. It was opened by a handsome young man dressed in a substantial suit. "You're here early." Reagan in turn introduced Waza and said that he was the same guy who had remained unharmed after the battle against the A-rank group, and was also the only one who could talk to the Dragon King as an equal. Then the guy in the nice suit also introduced himself. "His name is Garrett. He is the owner of this brothel." Garrett had already heard rumors about Wazoo, so he was very pleased to meet the young and promising adventurer. After introductions, Garrett invited the guests to a specially prepared room for his old friend. As the three of them walked down the hallway, Wazoo couldn't help but marvel at how spacious it was. Garrett looked at Wazoo and asked if he was alright. After all, the guy looked like a lost child right now. And Reagan said that Wazoo confided to him that he had never been in a place like this before. In that case, Garrett dared to assume that tonight Wazoo would enter adulthood. When the boys reached the right room, they sat down on the comfortable couches, and Reagan's attention was immediately attracted by the very liquor that stood on the table. When several girls entered the room, Garrett suggested that Wazoo choose the girl he liked best. Wazoo was confused and did not understand what Garrett meant. Garrett then decided to ask differently. He asked Wazoo which girl in the audience he liked best. Maybe a blonde, or maybe a brunette, or maybe Wazoo likes girls with big shapes. Wazoo, on the other hand, asked Garrett to hold his horses, but Garrett asked Wazoo to pull himself together. After all, the young man was a man after all. Looking at the confused Wazoo, Garrett also assumed that the young man had some problems with the opposite sex. At that moment, Wazoo remembered Saren. At that moment, a beautiful girl appeared on the second floor. She realized that the gentlemen below were talking about something interesting and decided to come down. Garrett looked at the girl and introduced her as the most beautiful flower he had. And the girl in turn happily agreed to keep Vaz company this night. As he looked at this girl, Wazoo realized that he had seen her before, and the girl confessed that she was happy to know that Wazoo still remembered her. Wazoo, on the other hand, even remembered this girl's name, Tada. Garrett was quite surprised to realize that Wazoo knew Tada, and Tada in turn revealed that Wazoo had rescued her when she was shopping. Garrett, on the other hand, admitted that he thought he would hear something interesting because Tada was rarely interested in any of her customers, and Tada admitted that she would prefer to be in a closer, more intimate relationship with Wazoo. This statement greatly embarrassed Wazoo, and Tada, looking at Wazoo's confused face, felt that she was not good enough for him. Wazoo, however, assured that this was not the case at all. From this tension, the young man took a glass of liquor and drank it in a gulp. Before Reagan could blink an eye, his liquor was drunk. Meanwhile, Garrett asked Tada if she was really sure of what she was saying. Tada assured that she was really sure. She had heard that Wazoo was a very strong adventurer, although the girl realized that it would be wiser to talk to Wazoo first to establish a strong bond while he was here. Garrett supported Tada. After all, getting to know someone like Wazoo was definitely beneficial to anyone. At this point, Wazoo continued to lap up Reagan's liquor, and Reagan, looking at this picture, realized that Wazoo really wasn't such a bad drinking buddy. After drinking the last glass, Wazoo simply spit on the floor. When the young man woke up, it was already dark outside. Waking up was not pleasant. Wazoo had a bad headache, but the boy felt some kind of softness. When Wazoo opened his eyes wide, he saw Tada in front of him, which was very embarrassing. As the young man lay at the girl's feet, she stroked his hair. Tada was very happy that Wazoo was finally awake. Upon coming to his senses, Wazoo perked up and bounced off Tada. He began to apologize to the girl because he thought he had done something terrible. But Tada explained to the guy that he just fainted after drinking a lot of liquor. Afterward, the girl asked the young man if he wanted some water. Wazoo took the glass and thanked Tada, after which the boy asked where they were now. Tada explained that it was one of the rooms of the mansion and also her private room. Wazoo then asked where Reagan was. Tada explained that Reagan had left and told Garrett to take care of Wazoo. Wazoo then scratched the back of his head and apologized to Tada for the inconvenience. Tada laughed and asked the young man not to take it personally. The girl assured him that she was already used to looking out for people who liked to drink. Afterwards, Tada asked Wazoo how he was feeling. Wazoo assured that he was perfectly fine. Suddenly, Tada started pulling off her clothes, which caused Wazoo a storm of emotion. The young man closed his eyes and did not understand what the girl was doing. Tada explained that she was preparing to get to know each other better that night. After all, that's the main rule of such establishments. Wazoo, on the other hand, asked Tada to wait just a little longer. His heart just isn't ready for that yet. In the meantime, Tada was ready for Wazoo to do whatever he wanted with her. As Tada continued to approach Wazoo, Wazoo tried in every way possible to show the girl that he didn't want this. Tada finally understood everything and apologized to Wazoo. She could not think that Wazoo had never seen a woman's body, but Wazoo claimed that was not true. He just wanted to socialize with Tada. Covering Tada's bare breasts with a sheet, Wazoo argued that a girl should appreciate her body much more. These words made the girl laugh. Wazoo was confused and did not realize what he had said wrong. Tada, on the other hand, admitted that it was just the first time she heard a brothel customer say something like that. While the confused and bewildered Wazoo looked at Tada, the girl called him really strange and kind. Tada confessed that she felt like a bad girl now. After all, she had tried to deceive someone honest like Wazoo. Wazoo did not understand what Tada was talking about, and Tada confessed that she accidentally peeped how Wazoo defeated 3 adventurers in front of the inn. Afterward, she persuaded Reagan to let her have Wazoo for a while. Wazoo was not angry with Tada, but did not understand why she was doing this. Tada, on the other hand, explained that she thought Wazoo had lent her his power because he was a very strong man. This is when Wazoo realized that those very same stalkers were still looking for Tada, which meant that the problem was much more serious than Wazoo thought. But the young man asked Tada not to worry and leave it to him, after which he asked who should he put in his place. Then Tada asked the young man if he really didn't need a reward. Wazoo asked Tada not to worry and assured him that he did not need the money. But that was not what Tada meant at all. The girl believed that she still never paid Wazoo for his help. Therefore, if he agreed to lend her his power, the girl was ready to do whatever Wazoo asked. Wazoo in turn asked Tada to stop. He put his palms on Tada's shoulders and said that he just couldn't leave a person in trouble all alone, just like Tada is now. These words greatly embarrassed the girl. She lowered her head and puffed up her cheeks. Suddenly, the girl asked if she really seemed so lonely in Wazoo's eyes. Wazoo felt uncomfortable. He thought that Tada was angry with him, but Tada assured him that she just had the feeling that Wazoo saw right through her. And so, the young man embarrassed Tada by saying something like this. Then Wazoo asked the girl if he could hear her whole story. Tada didn't mind telling the young man about herself, but in return the girl wanted Wazoo to tell her story too. Wazoo agreed. Then Tada began her story. The girl began by saying that she was working here to pay her father's debt. This is when Wazoo realized that the people who were then harassing Tada were debt collectors. And Wazoo was indeed right. Tada told that these people are very strong guys, so she is guarded by one of her friends. But even so, the debt collectors came here all together to kidnap the girl. In desperation, Tada decided to call Wazoo and hoped for his help. From these words, Wazoo concluded that the debt collectors had indeed behaved beastly, and Tada told that even now her mom and dad are doing everything possible to collect money for their daughter. And to help her family, Tada started working in a brothel. In that case, Wazoo decided to talk to the very man for Tada's sake so that the girl would go back to her parents again. But Tada assured that Wazoo would not succeed. The girl claimed that the young man would not be able to fight this man no matter how strong Wazoo was. Wazoo, however, did not understand why, and Tada only continued to ask Wazoo not to do so. The girl assured that the young man would simply not be able to stay in this city anymore if he went to that very man. Tada felt that Wazoo shouldn't go that far for her, and if he really wanted to help her, Tada wished the guy would just protect her from the thugs. The girl didn't want to ask Wazoo to do anything more for her. That's why Tada would definitely pay all her father's debts and regain her freedom with her own hands. But Tada was afraid that the thugs would not let her just leave. But now the girl has Wazoo, whom she sincerely asked to protect her. Wazoo, not thinking long, accepted Tada's offer. He only asked the girl to call for him and not to be impatient if she felt that real danger was looming. In that case, Wazoo would instantly run to Tada's aid. Wazoo could clearly see from Tada's eyes that she was very serious about this whole thing. Therefore, the young man is ready to support the girl's decision with all the strength he has. After these sincere words, Tada also sincerely thanked her savior. Afterward, the girl asked the boy why he became adventurous. Wazoo could not answer this question with precision. Then Tada asked if Wazoo had something he would like to accomplish. To this question, Wazoo already knew the answer. After all, he would like to create his own harem. Such a goal seemed very nice to Tada. The girl was completely confident in her words. After all, Wazoo could do it at any time, since he really is kind. In fact, everyone had said something like that to Wazoo, but as one could see, he was still alone. In that case, Tada asked if she could be his first lover. These words so embarrassed and dumbfounded Wazoo that he could not utter a word. Tada, however, added that she was only joking. The girl thought that Wazoo would certainly not like a dirty woman like her. Suddenly, Wazoo grabbed Tada by the shoulders and declared that it was not like that at all. Here Tada was once again convinced that Wazoo was indeed a very kind person. Then the girl asked the young man what they would wish for they still had quite a lot of time. In that case, Wazoo asked Tada to tell him more about this city. In particular, the young man wanted to know about the good restaurants and scenic spots in the area. The boy wanted to say that he had arrived here recently, so he still didn't understand how to navigate here. Tada smiled sweetly and decided to tell Vaz about everything. The next morning, Tada and Wazoo woke up in the same bed. Tada was the first to wake up. The girl did not realize when she had fallen asleep. Suddenly, she began to consider her body. After looking at herself carefully, Tada realized one very important thing. Wazoo really hadn't done anything to her. This was a shock to Tada. The girl was very embarrassed as she suddenly looked at the sweetly sleeping Wazoo. She suddenly remembered the words that Wazoo had said to her yesterday. You should value your body much more, Tada. From embarrassment and the realization of everything that was happening, Tada covered her red face with her hands. It is worth confessing that this is the first time Tada has met someone who cares so much about her. After a while, Wazoo himself woke up. He had had a good night's sleep, so the first thing he did was to stretch. Suddenly, the young man noticed that Tada was not around. Looking at the place where the girl was lying, Wazoo found Tada's business card. There was something written on the card. Please come see me anytime. I want to hear more about your story. After reading those words, Wazoo realized that Tada enjoyed talking to him. In that case, the young man decided to return to the inn, for Mail must have waited for her beloved Wazoo. At that moment, Wazoo was called out, addressing him as a dirty-haired man. Wazoo turned around in bewilderment. It turned out to be an indignant girl with a ponytail and ears. She asked Wazoo not to get it into his head that he had spent the night with her sister Tada. The girl claimed that there was no way in her life her sister would ever take a blank like Wazoo seriously. Wazoo recognized that the indignant girl was absolutely right, and that one was displeased that Wazoo did not even deny her words, after which the aggressive lady asked Wazoo to never come here again. Wazoo apologized and explained that he could not do that. Even after apologizing, the girl called Wazoo a cheeky man. Wazoo, however, showed the girl a business card with the inscription on it and explained that Tada had just asked him to come here again. The girl with the ears took one look at the business card and abruptly calmed down. She thought it was strange that Tada had given her business card to a lowlife like Wazoo. As a result, the girl started talking to Wazoo again in raised tones. She claimed that right now, Sis and the others had almost succeeded in everything, so they couldn't let things go to waste because a guy happened to join them. Wazoo listened to the girl carefully, but didn't understand what she meant. But the girl argued that she wasn't going to just like that to give details to a brash random stranger like Wazoo, whom she was seeing for the first time. After these words, the girl threw Wazoo out the door of the brothel, and Wazoo only lastly advised the girl not to be so rude. The girl knew the owner had told her that Wazoo was quite strong, but that didn't mean they should trust him. A perpetually disgruntled lady named Nenya thinks she's the only one who can protect her sister from the bad guys. A short time later, Wazoo was already at the inn. Mail settled down on his head, but she was very angry with the guy. Wazoo asked Mail not to sulk and cheer up, but the one didn't care. Wazoo tried to explain to Mail that he was only gone for one night, especially he didn't do any strange things at all. But Mail continued to express her indignation. This is when Wazoo realized that Mail was really jealous. In that case, as his apology, the young man asked Mail to let him treat her to something tasty. Wazoo said that a woman named Taru had told him about many good places in this city. These words made Mail even more furious, and Wazoo didn't realize that he had said something wrong again. At that moment, Wazoo was called out. It was Tada and Nenya. Tada was quite surprised and at the same time pleased to see Wazoo. Wazoo also didn't expect that he and Tada would meet again so soon. The young man asked Tada where she was going. Tada explained that she was going shopping, and afterward asked where Wazoo was going. Wazoo explained that he was now on a date with his Mail. Mail was very happy at these words, therefore she began to fondle Wazoo, and Tada suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to introduce Wazoo to her bodyguard named Nenya. Then Wazoo learned the name of this perpetually disgruntled lady. Wazoo wanted to shake Nenya's hand, but Nenya turned away and only clapped the young man's hand. Tada was angry at Nenya for such actions, and Wazoo guessed that Nenya hated him. At that moment, Nenya turned to Mail. Nenya wanted to talk to Mail and Mail didn't mind, so she flew up to Nenya. Wazoo looked at these two and did not understand what was going on here, and Nenya asked Tada if she could play with Mail for a short while. Tada was fine with that. She was more concerned about Vasu's opinion, since it was his dragon, and Nenya felt that Tada was worried about her, so the girl asked Tada not to worry, and Wazoo would be responsible for carrying the shopping. Wazoo was confused and tried to stop Nenya, but she took him by the edge of his clothes and asked him to just be a man and shut up. Nenya realized that Wazoo himself wanted to get closer to Tada. This is when Wazoo realized that Nenya was helping him. After that, Nenya took Mail and left. Then Wazoo and Tada were left alone. The two of them were puzzled, but Tada assumed that Nenya just wanted to give her and Wazoo some time. But Wazoo didn't understand what for. Tada laughed. Without thinking long, she suggested that the young man take this chance to get closer. Wazoo was all for it. So, what do the boys need today? Tada needs to buy some makeup and clothes, and probably some jewelry for the other girls in the mansion. Tada realized that she shouldn't spend much, but since everyone was very kind to her, the girl would like to say thank you to all these people as a gift. A couple of minutes later, the guys were already at the entrance of the jewelry store. Tada said that such stores are more careful with their jewelry, sometimes even making one-of-a-kind jewelry. When Wazoo entered the store and looked around, he realized that the place looked quite nice. In the meantime, Tada was already looking at the jewelry he liked. Suddenly, through the large window, Wazoo saw someone's glowing eyes in the back alley. When the silhouette realized that he was being watched, he quickly disappeared from sight. Wazoo didn't realize what it was. Without thinking long, he apologized to Tada and asked her to wait here. The young man also asked the girl not to even try to go outside. With these words, Wazoo ran out of the store and rushed after the stranger. When the young man wandered around the corner, he was met there by a crowd of boys. Wazoo immediately asked them what they wanted, and they were quite surprised that Wazoo had come to them by himself. Wazoo assumed that these guys were the collectors who were after Tada, and the guys only laughed at Wazoo's assumption and realized that he really didn't know anything. Now these guys were determined to beat Wazoo up properly, so one of them came at Wazoo with fists and words that Tada would definitely become their property. But before this guy could even lay a finger on Wazoo, Wazoo knocked him down with his footstool. Everyone else tensed up after this turn of events, but the fight didn't end there. Wazoo quickly dealt the rest of the guys. In the end, Wazoo remained unscathed as usual, but a kind of hemorrhoid it still was for him. When all the guys were out, there was a familiar voice. It made sense now. I heard from the owner and the others that you're really strong, but it seems like you're even stronger than I thought. These words were spoken by Nenya. She, all of a sudden, came out with mail in her hands from nowhere. Seeing Nenya, Wazoo was puzzled, and Mail in turn threw herself at the young man with caresses. Nenya, however, said that Mail had told her that Wazoo was actually much stronger than he looked at first glance. Then Wazoo realized that Nenya was just testing him with the help of these guys. Nenya confessed that the girl needed to make sure that she could trust Wazoo to protect Tada. And of course, Nenya had planned to immediately come to the rescue and save Wazoo if it got too dangerous. But as it turned out, it just wasn't necessary. Nenya still found it hard to believe that Wazoo was actually able to overpower all those guys in an instant by himself, even though they were weaklings. Then Wazoo asked Nenya if she trusted him now. Nenya didn't want to admit it, but she really trusts Wazoo now, for he is stronger than her. Also, the girl wanted to know if Wazoo should hear the truth. Wazoo didn't realize at first what truth Nenya was talking about. As it turned out, it would be about Tada's debt. Nenya claimed that Tada's debt was really just bullshit invented by the lord of this city. Such a statement shocked Wazoo, and Nenya revealed that the lord had been harassing Tada's family with a false friend that never existed, and he ended up demanding a ridiculous amount of money that they could never pay. It's just that this guy took Tada's body as collateral because he originally wants to make her his slave. That's why this man is the most disgusting, worst lord in the city you'll ever find. Let's go back to the day Wazoo went to the brothel with Reagan. After the guy left Mail to her parents, she was very sad. That's when Mel became convinced that Mail was really in love with Wazoo. And what Majel picked up on was that Wazoo didn't come back yesterday even though he said he would be back soon. Majel didn't like the fact that Wazoo had fallen in love with her adorable granddaughter. Because of that, she thought the young man was a truly horrible person. But Mel thought Wazoo was a charming young man. At that moment, a wonderful idea came into Ragnar's head. He suggested that his daughter take a walk with him in the fresh air. He also promised Mail to buy anything she wanted. Mail did not like the idea very much. Mail sighed heavily at this time and afterward called Ragnar a pathetic dragon and a father who tries to win his daughter's heart with gifts. Mel agreed with her mother. She believed that Ragnar wouldn't gain Mail's respect even if he gave her a bunch of things she wanted. Ragnar was depressed, for he just wanted to cheer up his daughter. Then Majel suggested that Ragnar should think of something else. Rather than just smothering Mail with gifts, Ragnar could give her his fatherly love, which she had never received from him. After a while, Ragnar was already wandering the streets of Lunik and thinking. He had said many times that it was an impossible task for him to give his fatherly love to Mail, but he knew that Majel would be angry with him if he continued to push his line. That was why Ragnar was now completely at a loss as to what to do. In the end, Ragnar came to the guild to find out where Wazoo was. By chance, he ran into Reagan and asked him where the young man was. After a while, Reagan explained to Ragnar that he introduced Wazoo to a girl named Tada. Reagan also told Ragnar that Tada was in grave danger. Reagan was almost certain that if Wazoo interceded for Tada, he would be able to protect her no matter what kind of people attacked the girl. Ragnar was in agreement with Reagan, because with Wazoo's strength, he could really handle anything. Thus, even Mail recognized the young man and traveled with him. Ragnar was on the verge, therefore he could not stand it and snapped. He confessed that he envied Vaz because he could safely go on an adventure with his daughter. Reagan looked at Ragnar, who was literally hysterical, and did not understand what had happened to him. And Ragnar was telling Reagan what it was like for him now to look at a sad male who was missing Vaz. Even when Ragnar tried to ask her out for a walk, Male just ignored his offer. Ragnar was just trying to cheer up his daughter. But instead of his daughter's response, all he heard was his wife scolding him. Even his mother-in-law added that he was a fool, and with such an unpleasant expression on her face. Reagan listened to Ragnar and asked what he could do to help him. Ragnar realized that Reagan couldn't help him in any way, so he simply asked the guild master to rethink it. Then Reagan told Ragnar that he also had a daughter, and the more he spoils her, the more his wife Kayla scolds him. Reagan hauled that Lula will leave him and Kayla at some point and go her own way. So fathers just need to spoil their daughters and do their best to make sure they reciprocate their love. Reagan believed that fathers simply cannot help but love their daughters. Ragnar understood Reagan perfectly. He understood that fathers should pamper their lovely daughters as long as they could, as it could not last forever. Then Ragnar and Reagan realized that if their daughters said they wanted something, they would certainly buy it for them. Even if their daughters don't say anything, they will still buy them everything. Even if their daughters get boyfriends, they'll kick those boyfriends' asses first, and then they'll start asking questions. And then Ragnar and Reagan's main reward will be warm words. I love you so much, Daddy. Ragnar could not believe that there would be such a person who could understand him. That was why he felt so happy now. At that moment, a joyful Vasu burst into the inn. Immediately he apologized to everyone for being late and asked where Male was. Male, hearing Wasu's voice, flew quickly and joyfully to him. And Ragnar was furious, but Male was just as angry at Vasu as Ragnar was. The first thing she did was slap the young man in the face. Vasu realized his mistake, so he apologized to Male and asked her not to be angry. At that moment, Ragnar was thinking. He realized that Male was really angry, and that was why she was hitting Vasa. But suddenly Ragnar wondered if Male had ever hit him. In the meantime, Vasu suggested that Male take a walk, for he had already finished all his business. Since it was not just a walk but a whole date, Wazu asked Male to cheer up a bit. Joyful and embarrassed, Male agreed to take a walk with Wazu. That is why, without thinking long, they went for a walk. But Male still continued to resent Wazu. Then even Ragnar realized that the place in Male's heart was clearly already taken. And Ragnar realized that he had lost. At that moment, Reagan was called out. It was Lula who wanted to remind her father that it was time to prepare dinner. At that moment, Ragnar realized that Lula was Reagan's daughter, and Lula in turn invited Ragnar to join in their cooking tonight. At this moment, Ragnar felt the pain slowly begin to leave him. All he wanted now was for Male to forget about Vasu and spend more time with his father. After meeting with Nenya, Wazu went back to the jewelry store where Tada was waiting for him. Concerned, Tada immediately asked Wazu where he disappeared to. The girl also asked the young man not to do that again, because he was now her bodyguard, so he should not leave Tada alone. The girl tried to explain to Wazu that Nenya wouldn't be able to protect her the way the young man would. At that moment, Wazu abruptly grabbed Tadu's shoulders, whereupon the young man declared that Tada had nothing more to worry about. Wazu assured that now that he was by Tada's side, she no longer needed to worry. Tada was dumbfounded and could not utter a word. Suddenly, the girl smiled and stroked Wazu's hair, after which she thanked the young man for such passionate words. The girl confessed that these words had deeply touched her heart. At that moment, Wazu was addressed by the goddess in Wazu's guild card. She assured that Tada was hiding something after all, because when she told Wazu about the debt, in fact, she owed a debt to the lord of this city who had power and influence. And to top it all off, the same lord had put all the debts on Tada to make her his property. The goddess believed that this debt was just a forgery. To protect Tada, her parents did everything they could. They cut all expenses to pay off the fake debt, and Tada herself took drastic measures and sold her body. But through it all, she found allies, namely Garrett's owner, Nenyu's bodyguard, Reagan. They are all now gathering evidence to prove that Tada's debt is just a fake, and they are already close to solving this case. But the Lord has no intention of sitting idly by, because his lies will soon be exposed. So he sends mercenaries to make Tada his, and here comes Wazu. The Lord who brought Tada a false debt to make her suffer is simply unforgivable. The goddess will also help Wazu. That was why she wanted the young man to kick everyone in the same place. After listening to all of Goddess's explanations, Wazu picked up on how noisy she was. At that moment, the jewelry store employee approached the boys. Tada explained to the girl that she was looking for souvenirs, and the consultant admitted that looking at Wazu and Tada, she thought that the young man was just looking for something for his girlfriend. These words greatly embarrassed Tatu. Meanwhile, the counselor told the guys that they have products for couples in their store. These words made Tada blush even more. Wazoo admitted that he was also embarrassed after saying that. At that moment, Tada asked Wazoo a question. Would she look like a normal girl if she walked beside Wazoo with her arm around his arm? Wazoo was confused by such a question, because Tada had already put her arm around his arm. The young man wanted to say that Tada is a normal girl. Wazoo thinks that Tada is much prettier than just a normal girl. And the embarrassed Tada raised her head and said that she didn't mean it. The girl's face turned red and horrible memories wandered into her head. She suddenly remembered what had happened to her earlier, how she had been used. From all these thoughts, Tada gripped Wazoo's hand harder. Tada thought that her heart had died long ago when she started selling herself. But now she felt like a flower that bloomed in an instant. At that moment, the boys noticed a pair of beautiful rings lying right in front of them. Wazoo did not give it any importance and turned away to another counter. But Tada clearly liked these rings. The girl began to look at them, and then turned to the consultant with a question. Tada just noticed that the rings were engraved, so she wanted to know what it was. The counselor explained to Tada that the rings were engraved with an ancient language. So the man's ring says, "I'm right here with you, darling." And on the woman's ring it says, "I only have eyes for you." Tada liked these rings very much. Suddenly she was thinking, could a spoiled person like her make a wish like that, if it was just a simple little wish? Tada felt her heart beating very fast. Suddenly, she called out to Wazoo. Concerned, Wazoo turned around and asked Tada what was wrong. And Tada, with her face flushed with embarrassment, asked the guy if he could put on this ring. Wazoo put the ring on. Then Tada did the same. The guys stood in front of the window and put their hands with the rings forward. Tada was now visited by strange feelings. After all, when she is near Wazoo, her heart beats as fast as a normal girl lover's. Suddenly, the girl asked Wazoo to let her give him this ring. Wazoo, of course, was dumbfounded, and Tada immediately asked the young man not to fight it in his head, because she was just grateful to him for accompanying her as her bodyguard. Wazoo, however, reminded Tada that he usually fights with his bare hands and could break the ring even if he mistook it for a gift. In that case, Tada was forced to ask Wazoo to wear that ring when he would go out with her. The girl also did not want Wazoo to be hindered by anything in the fight. That is why she found such a way out of this situation. Wazoo thanked Tada and agreed to her terms. Also, the guy promised the girl to make sure to wear this ring the next time they met. Tada liked that Wazoo promised her such an important thing for her. But the girl did not understand how she could do something so brazen, because Tada was really very ashamed of herself. After a while, the guys were already on the steps of the mansion. Tada apologized to the young man for making him escort her to the mansion, but Wazoo assured her that it was alright because he was her bodyguard. Nenya also praised Wazoo for a good job and said they would count on him from now on. Wazoo waved to his girlfriends and asked them to rely on him. Now the young man wanted to get some rest, so he said goodbye to Tada and lastly thanked her for the ring. Seeing the ring on Wazoo's finger, Nenya could not believe her eyes. Tada saw Nenya's reaction and became agitated. She didn't want Nenya to misunderstand her, and Nenya just kept quiet at all. When Wazoo and Male returned to the inn, the young man had a hard time. He was immediately attacked by an angry Male. Wazoo didn't understand what happened, because Male knows that he won't die even if the dragoness bites him hard. At that moment, Male pointed out to Wazoo his ring given by Tada. After that, Male pounced on Wazoo again, attacking him directly in the stomach. Mel asked Male to stop, for at this rate they could destroy the entire inn. All because human buildings are very fragile. When Male was in her mother's arms, Ragnar turned to Wazoo and said that he would surely break the young man and if Male was not angry with him. After all, Wazoo had exchanged rings with a girl named Tada after he had seduced Male. But Wazoo tried to explain to everyone that Tada had given him that ring simply as a gift. But Ragnar believed that Wazoo did not know what would happen next. After all, Wazoo and Tada could become close while the young man continues to be her bodyguard. This assumption made Male angry. Then Majel called her son-in-law an idiot and asked him not to complicate things further for Male. After that, Majel suggested that she should let Wazoo speak, since nothing of the sort had happened. Wazoo finally rose to his feet and first thanked Majel for the opportunity to speak. But Majel had one warning. If Wazoo lied, she would gather all the dragons and unleash their power on the young man just to punish him. Wazoo, of course, did not dream of such a thing, so he decided to tell everything as it was. But the first thing Wazoo decided to do was to give Male a gift. The guy thought that this gift would look good on Male. When Male flew up to the guy, Wazoo confessed that she had really helped him a lot and he had not paid for the kindness in any way. That was why Wazoo felt it necessary to apologize to Mail and present her with a magnificent necklace. Upon seeing it, Mail blushed and tears appeared in her eyes, after which the dragoness threw herself at Vase with a hug. Looking at the way Mail was crying, Vasu thought that she didn't like his gift. But Majel calmed Wazoo down and explained that Mail was just happy. Mel was also very happy for Mail. After all, not long ago, Wazoo had been around another woman, but he was still thinking about Mail. Because of that, Mail thought it was true love, and Ragnar was even a little upset, because Mail never showed him tears when he gave her gifts. And when it was time for bed, Mail declared that Opus would sleep with Vasu tonight. Hearing this, Mail was excited, for her daughter had become so brave, and Ragnar was not happy about such a request. In the morning, Wazoo woke up with severe pains all over his body, and he slept not on the bed where Mail slept, but on the floor. The first thing Wazoo did was to accuse Mail of tossing and turning too much in her sleep. He realized that it was time to wake up, as, suddenly, a worried Emma burst into the room. The girl did it so quickly that she didn't notice Wazoo lying right next to the door. Wazoo even managed to get a glimpse of Emma's underwear. Seeing where Wazoo was looking, Emma let him choose his punishment: die as a human or fulfill another unreasonable task. And Wazoo felt that he wasn't the only one at fault here. In the end, he decided to choose the latter option since he had a better chance of staying alive. After a while, the guys were already sitting around the table talking about the poisonous swamp that was suddenly discovered in the forest south of Lunik. This swamp had started spreading before the guild knew about it. There are no casualties yet, but the swamp may soon catch up with Lunik if the adventurers don't take care of it. After listening to Emma, Wazoo realized that this was why the guild was looking for an adventurer who had resistance to poisons. Wazoo explained that he wasn't affected by poison, so it was fine. Emma then asked what level of poison Wazoo could nullify. Wazoo then showed his card to Emma and reiterated that the poison did not affect him. An abnormal status was spelled out on the card, which said that the poison would have no effect. After learning such a fact about the young man, Emma realized that Wazoo was indeed monstrous, but the girl didn't understand why he only said that now. She decided not to dwell on it and give Wazoo a task soon. So, scouting the poison swamp, Wazoo felt that the poison of this swamp would be too strong, so he decided not to take Mail with him. He realized that it would be bad if something happened to Mail, so he asked her to be a good girl and wait for his return with her parents. When Wazoo told the dragon family about the poison swamp, Mail realized why the sky had been overcast in recent days. She warned Wazoo that there were no swamps that appeared out of nowhere. Thus, there must be something there that caused this cataclysm. That's why Mel wanted Wazoo to be careful. Wazoo, on the other hand, assured that everything was fine. The young man was confident that he would deal with everything as usual. Ragnar, on the other hand, had a bad feeling, so he asked Wazoo to take him with him. Wazoo was surprised to hear such a request. The young man wondered if Ragnar could handle the poison. Ragnar, on the other hand, did not like the fact that Wazoo was looking down on him. Ragnar fully realized that Wazoo was strong, but felt that he could also be relied upon. On top of that, Ragnar is the king of demons, but Wazoo thought that no matter which way one looked at it, in that guise, Ragnar only looked like a useless father. Ragnar said that he had always wanted to go on an adventure with Vasu. Reincarnated as a dragon, Ragnar declared that he would reach that very forest in the blink of an eye. Thus, it would be easier for Wazoo that way. In that case, Wazoo decided to rely on Ragnar and go on the mission with him. When Ragnar and Wazoo, who was riding a dragon, flew away, Mal, Majel, and Mail saw them off. Majel, looking at Ragnar and Wazoo departing, said that there was no way the poison swamp could create such clouds. That was why Majel thought that there was someone there who was involved in all this. Majel agreed with her mother, for she too felt that way. Mail realized that something sinister was indeed approaching Lunik. Even Mail felt it, who was also very worried. On the night of the same day, the Black Flame adventurers gathered in a random back alley. The conversation turned to Vasa. The guys amicably realized that Wazoo was really strong, for the wounds of some were still sore. But one of the boys thought that they would have easily finished off Wazoo if it hadn't been for Mail's breath. The boys speculated that Wazoo was indeed a true dragon tamer. After all, it was said that he had even tamed a dragon king. But one thing the adventurers didn't understand: how did Wazoo do it? They assumed that Wazoo simply ate the red orb, for it was rumored to be empowering. But it was also said that no one was able to keep their sanity after swallowing this red orb. That is why the adventurers could assume that Wazoo had some other way to tame the dragon. At that moment, the adventurers were sneaked up on by a mysterious stranger who overheard their conversation and first called the Black Flame very smart guys. Black Flame was immediately concerned and asked who was here, and the stranger had no plans to introduce himself. He only said that the red orb continued to improve and right now Black Flame could gain strength without any side effects. But the adventurers were more interested in finding out who was talking to them now. The stranger assured that he was just an ordinary merchant. After which, he asked the guys what they would do if he told them that an irresistible adventurer had the exact same orb. At this moment, Black Flame tensed up and started questioning the stranger if he was serious. The stranger, on the other hand, assured them that he had the same sphere. He thought of selling it at a high price in Lunica, but for Black Flame he decided to make an exception and give a discount. Then one of the adventurers ordered the stranger not to pry, and the stranger asked the boys if they didn't want to become stronger. Suddenly, he took out a coveted orb and, holding it out to the lads, said that if they had this measure, they would become strong enough to defeat the Demon King. Then one of the adventurers reminded the stranger of the discount he had promised them. The stranger remembered this and had no intention of changing the terms. After a couple minutes, each of the Black Flames had a red orb in their hand. The stranger thanked the guys for the purchase and lastly, as he left, he asked something. Smiling, the mysterious character asked the adventurers where was the estate of the city lord. When Ragnar and Vasu were already above the swamp, the young man smelled a disgusting odor. It seemed to Vasu as if the purple miasmas were trying to engulf the entire forest. Ragnar agreed with Vasu, but still offered to enter this forest. Finally, they landed. Ragnar realized that his fire breath should be enough to solve this huge forest problem. But Vasu realized that it couldn't be done that way, so he stopped Ragnar. After all, that way Ragnar would turn the forest into a barren wasteland if he just burned everything. Then Ragnar asked Vasu what they were going to do when they found the swamp. Then Ragnar asked if Vasu could use any other magic, and Vasu suggested that Ragnar should just focus on finding the source. At that moment, Ragnar noticed that Vasu was really calm. Sometimes, Vasu would amaze Ragnar. The dragon just didn't understand from what place in the whole world did Vasu have so much confidence. That was why Ragnar saw this journey as the perfect chance. He wanted to carefully follow Vasu to demonstrate the full power of his strength. As Vasu began to look at everything in his path, he noticed that in addition to the animals, he was also missing insects. And Ragnar asked the young man if he really felt nothing but miasmas around him. Ragnar explained that even he was beginning to feel uneasy. He thought that small animals simply couldn't last more than 5 minutes in this place. And Vasu compared that awful smell to the smell of fresh citrus. Ragnar had a lot of questions about this comparison. Suddenly, he asked the young man where did he get such inhuman strength from. Vasu, however, asked Ragnar not to ask about it, for he himself was still unsure about it. What Vasu knows for now is that he was saved by Mail. And then the boy's body began to change strangely. Vasu speculated that it started to happen from the strange fruit that Mail gave him. It could also be because of the goddess who lives in Vasu's map and who saved him. That was why Vasu could not give a definite answer right now. Ragnar then suggested that Vasu then wished just so long as he did not die. Suddenly, Vasu remembered saying something along the lines of I don't want to die. Vasu explained that he simply did not want to end his life as a miserable person. This is when Ragnar realized that Vasu had simply wished to be empowered. Vasu assumed that this was indeed the case, because at that time, he simply couldn't think of anything else. Since that moment, the young man had never trained once. Also at that moment, Vasu was very hungry and put everything in his mouth that came to hand. It was even poisonous mushrooms and bones lying on the ground. Vasu explained that that's when his stats started to change every time he ate strange things. But the guy doubted that it could be called a power build-up. Ragnar found the story entertaining. After all, he has lived for several centuries and this is the first time he hears such a story. Thus, this is the first time Ragnar meets such divine protection and affection of his daughter Mail for Vasu, and also the trust of the people whom Vasu has met. Ragnar then hypothesized that Vasu contained the power to draw people to his side. Vasu doubted this, so he asked Ragnar if he really thought so. Vasu assured him that he still had no friends. This did not please Ragnar, for he considered Vasu his friend. Vasu explained that he meant people, and Ragnar pointed out to Vasu that he was now in human form. Vasu changed the subject and said that he had decided for himself then that he should not put anything in his mouth. Ragnar in turn asked why, because it made Vasu stronger. Vasu understood, but thought he was afraid of becoming even stronger than he was now, and as a result, he had ceased to be human. At this moment, Ragnar felt that the Mises had become even bigger. That was why he asked Vasu to be more careful. Vasu, on the other hand, assured that he would be fine. At that moment, Ragnar noticed something. Vasu asked the hero what he saw. Then the young man himself looked in the direction Ragnar was looking. Then Vasu realized that Mel had realized the reason for the poisonous swamp. At that moment, something horrible appeared from the shadows, a monster that had come to greet its guests. As it began to approach, Ragnar shouted loudly that the monster was coming towards them, and Vasu was surprisingly calm. As the monster approached, Ragnar noticed that the liquid of this monster was eating away the soil, which increased the swamp's size. That was why Ragnar asked Vasu not to touch this monster. He believed that a single drop would be enough for the young man to turn into a dead man. Vasu in turn asked Ragnar to clarify one thing. So they all need to defeat the monster and then they can deal with the poison. Ragnar asked Vasu not to say it so easily. After all, Ragnar didn't understand how they should fight this monster if its poison was deadly to them. Ragnar came to the point that he would have to use his fire breath on this monster after all. And Vasu realized that this monster's body is completely made up of poison, which means that the young man just needs to strike this monster. Without thinking long, Vasu rushed straight at the monster with his fists. Ragnar was dumbfounded and didn't realize what Vasu was even doing. He didn't know that Vasu was completely immune to poisons. Vasu in turn explained to Ragnar that he just needed to check something. When the young man struck the monster, he felt something. After that, Vasu struck the monster again, but with more force. At the moment of impact, the surroundings were illuminated with a bright light. Ragnar, who was watching everything that was happening, was simply dumbfounded. Ragnar couldn't believe that Vasu had really just defeated such a monster with just one blow, and Vasu assured that it was all thanks to the goddess. Vasu confessed that he became worried the moment his fist tangentially grazed the monster, and Ragnar asked Vasu to boast of his strength more discreetly, since he had just turned the monster into a puddle. Suddenly, Vasu realized that something was wrong. From the ground, he picked up an incomprehensible black pearl. Suddenly, Vasu remembered that the guy he had fought with earlier had something similar. Then Ragnar asked Vasu if he had really seen something similar, and Vasu suggested that perhaps it was just his imagination. Whereupon the young man squeezed the pearl with 2 fingers, causing it to break. Ragnar then asked Vasu if that meant that they had solved the problem. Vasu didn't think so. He realized that they still had to stop the spread of the swamp. Referring to Emma's story, the adventurers would surround the swamp with a huge barrier and then burn it down. But if Tao thought about it, it was no different from what Ragnar was trying to do. At that moment, Vasu approached the swamp and reached out a finger to touch the water. Concerned, Ragnar ordered Vasu to stop, but it was too late. Vasu had not only touched the poisonous swamp, he had also tasted it. Ragnar's shock at that moment had no limit. He ordered Vaz to spit it all out, and Vaz even liked the taste. The taste was sour-sweet, more like citrus. Then Vasu realized that he had succeeded in making his plan a reality. Ragnar was left to wonder what Vasu was up to, and Vasu at that moment declared that he was just going to drink the entire swamp. With these words, the boy plunged his head directly into the poisonous swamp. Ragnar only had to run around Vasu and call out to him, and Vasu continued to enjoy the poisonous swamp. After a while, the swamp was destroyed and Vasu's stomach resembled a drum. Nevertheless, the young man liked what he had done, even though the swamp was a little bigger in size than he had bargained for. Meanwhile, Ragnar stood back and trembled. He admitted that he almost threw up because he was worried about Vasa. Vasu in turn smiled and said about how the forest was now safe and the swamp would not reach Lunik. The young man thought that everything would be fine when the calm came. Ragnar realized that Vasu could not imagine how worried he was about him. At that moment, the ground beside the boys shone. Ragnar and Vasu were perplexed and didn't understand what was going on here. Suddenly, the light seized Vasu as well. The young man glowed, but he didn't understand what was happening. Ragnar stood aside and was also puzzled. Suddenly, it was as if Vasu had fallen through space. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice. "Thank you very much, good adventurer." Vasu didn't realize whose voice he was hearing. At that moment, the light went out and Ragnar saw Vasu lying on the ground. When Ragnar approached the boy, he realized that Vasu was unconscious. Ragnar also noticed that Vasu's stomach was missing. The dragon tried to bring the young man to his senses, but nothing worked. Ragnar then suggested that this time Vasu had been attracted to something so truly egregious. Eventually, Ragnar put Vasu on his dragon back and flew back to Lunik. On the way, Ragnar assumed that Vasu had become ignorant, as normal people usually do, because his power is far beyond ordinal comprehension. But Ragnar realized that Vasu was just a good-hearted guy who wanted to use his power to help others, and perhaps that is why Male adores the young man. Ragnar understood that in such a case he must recognize his daughter's choice. He also promised himself to lend his power to Vaz when he needed it. Ragnar hoped that he and Vasu would then become best friends forever. A short time later, Vasu was already lying on the couch in Reagan's office. Reagan was very happy that Vasu had done well, but he found it hard to believe that the young man had really dealt with the poison swamp. Reagan also noticed that Wazoo looked a little pale, so he asked the young man if he was okay. Wazoo assured him that he was fine, just a little stomach ache. And Reagan continued to be shocked and bewildered that Wazoo had managed to deal with the swamp without burning down the forests. Reagan assumed that Wazoo had just drunk all the swamp, which was why his stomach hurt. But Reagan didn't want to hear or believe that. Wazoo laughed and said that he had not drunk anything, for he was not a fool. At this point, Reagan felt it necessary to apologize to Wazoo. After all, he does give Wazoo some pretty difficult assignments. Reagan knows that Wazoo is strong compared to any of Lunak's adventurers, but still Reagan wanted Wazoo not to overestimate his strength. Also, Reagan promised Wazoo to give his award later, but for now, the young man should build up his strength. Wazoo would like to rest, but this morning when he woke up, Nenya said that Tada wanted to meet him again. Reagan then asked Wazoo if he was sure he was ready now to help Tada in that condition. Wazoo explained that it wasn't like that at all and the girls just wanted to thank him for solving the swamp problem. Then Reagan understood everything, because Lunak was indeed also in danger if the swamp was left unattended. Suddenly, Reagan started talking about the lord of the town that Tada was in debt to. Reagan revealed that they had finally gotten the evidence to corner the lord, and it turns out that in addition to Tada's problem, the Lord has also been doing a lot of nasty deeds behind the scenes. Now, finally, Tada and her team are going to put the Lord on trial first thing tomorrow when they finish gathering the necessary evidence of his guilt. This news made Wazoo very happy, because in that case Tada will be free. It was also likely that Tada would become Wazoo's first human friend. Wazoo wanted to dance with happiness. Reagan, on the other hand, added that he was afraid that the Lord would go to drastic measures that night. Wazoo realized that Reagan was alluding to Tada's kidnapping. Reagan explained that that was why he had decided to first ask Wazoo to stay with Tada until he recovered. Wazoo understood and asked Reagan to grant it to him. But unfortunately, on leaving the hotel, Wazoo threw up. On the way to the mansion, the guy felt terrible. He thought he could handle the poison through resistance, but there was clearly something going on with the young man. That was why he wanted to find out what was wrong with him by turning to the goddess. But the goddess assured him that it was her question. She shouted loudly and indignantly at Wazoo because she did not understand what he was thinking. Wazoo was at a loss as to what he had even done wrong. And the goddess appeared to be rebelling because Wazoo had invited another woman into the map, despite the map being a love nest. Wazoo still didn't understand which woman was in question. Then the goddess shouted loudly that she was talking about the Earth Mother Goddess. But Wazoo still did not understand anything. At that moment, the Earth Mother Goddess spoke. She thought that there was nothing wrong with it and Wazoo just wanted to create a harem for himself. At this point, Wazoo realized that another goddess had settled in his chart. At this time, the Mother Earth Goddess thanked the young man for saving the forest and the earth. She confessed that she was very touched when she saw how much Wazoo had tried to save the forest. His kindness shown had prevented the complete destruction of the land. And so, to show the young man proof of her gratitude and her love, the Mother Earth Goddess prepared a gift. So, she planned to bless Vasa with divine protection. Upon hearing these words, Wazoo was dumbfounded and tried to stop the goddess, for he did not need another blessing. But unfortunately it was too late. When Wazoo came to his senses, he noticed that his map had changed. After looking it over, the young man realized that he had risen again, as if on yeast. So, what changed in the young man's map? Can you even die? One hit, the star is gone. The vase is beyond even the holy sword. Magic? It's like a mosquito bite to Wazoo. Wazoo can be faster than light. And the young man's attack level is roughly equal to the greatest masters in history, maybe even higher. And just one statistic that shouldn't sink in has betrayed Wazoo again. He is now only 78% human. Suddenly, Wazoo wondered, could it be that his pain was causing his level to rise? The Earth Mother Goddess assured that it was so and Wazoo should just think of it as an increase in pain. She claimed that Wazoo's body would soon get used to it, so for now, the young man should rest somewhere. Wazoo was only too happy to do so. But also, the young man realized that he needed to go to the mansion as soon as possible. At that moment, a certain man in a robe and carrying a backpack full of some papers appeared on the path from nowhere. It happened that Wazoo bumped into him. The young man apologized to the stranger, but the stranger assured him that everything was fine and it was his own fault. Suddenly, the stranger asked Wazoo if he needed any antidote, for he was very pale, like a ghost. Wazoo was in no hurry to answer this question. He only noticed the stranger's robe and asked him if he was a merchant. The stranger assured him that he was indeed a merchant, and although he didn't have any high-grade goods with him, He did have the medicines that Wazoo needed in the first place. That is why he asked the young man if he would like to look at these medicines. Wazoo politely declined and explained that he just needed somewhere to rest. The peddler then apologized to Wazoo and suddenly approached him, whereupon the stranger with a smile on his face looked Wazoo straight in the eye, causing Wazoo to become alarmed. When Wazoo asked the merchant what was the matter, the merchant gave a strange answer. Well, surely you can't be so carefree. Wazoo didn't understand what the stranger was talking about, and the merchant assured him that it was all unimportant. Lastly, the mysterious type introduced himself. As it turned out, his name was Shiro. Shiro also asked Wazoo to try to buy something from him the next time they met. Wazoo introduced himself in return and agreed to meet next time. Lastly, Shiro asked Wazoo to take care of himself and then left. Wazoo stared at Shiro's footsteps and didn't understand what was wrong with this guy. In the end, Wazoo considered it all unimportant. After all, he needed to protect Tada right now. After a while, Wazoo finally reached the mansion. He was met by a disgruntled Nenya, who was resentful of how long it took Wazoo to get to them. The girl claimed that they were worried that the young man was sick from poison. Wazoo laughed and apologized for his concern. Nenya in turn remarked that Wazoo looked very pale. Wazoo, however, explained that it was because he had drunk the swamp. Nenya, however, wasn't very interested in Wazoo's ailments, so she changed the subject. She wanted to elaborate on the young man's point that this was a very important moment for everyone, and that's why Tada's team needs Wazoo to be in top shape because they don't know what might happen. When Nenya turned around to look at Wazoo walking behind her, she saw the young man lying on the floor. Nenya immediately ran over to Wazoo's body and began to bring him to his senses, but nothing worked. At that time, the most horrible monsters appeared not far from Lyunic, and leading them was Shiro, the same merchant that Wazoo had met on his way recently, and also the same guy who had sold the Black Flame adventurers the 4 red spheres. Unfortunately for Shiro, even with the 4 red spheres, none of the Black Flame adventurers had ever transformed into the proper form that Shiro had hoped to see. Still, Shiro felt that this result should be enough to make the show more interesting. Reagan was sitting peacefully in his office when a worried Orlando burst in and reported the report of an adventurer who had just returned. So, the problem was that the goblins were headed for the southern borders of Lyunic. Reagan thought the goblins were not that big of a problem and then asked their number, to which Orlando replied that approximately 1,000 monsters were heading straight for Lyunic. Wazoo was in Tada's room at this time. He was lying on her lap and suddenly woke up. The girl, noticing this, immediately explained to the young man that he had collapsed unconscious on his way home. Wazoo immediately jumped up from Tada's feet and apologized to her for disturbing him. But Tada assured him that it wasn't a problem at all. The girl admitted that she was concerned that Wazoo had passed out even with his incredible strength. Tada speculated that the poisonous swamp that had chafed Wazoo was to blame. Suddenly, Wazoo remembered another goddess that was now in his map. Then the worried young man grabbed Tada's shoulders and asked if he was a normal person. Tada looked at the distraught Wazoo and didn't understand what he meant. And Wazoo in turn asked Tada to feel him and make 100% sure that he was indeed a human being. Tada hesitated, but nevertheless agreed to fulfill the young man's request. When Tada carefully examined the vase, the worried one asked what was wrong with it. Was there something strange? But Tada just looked at the lovely vase and couldn't get enough of it. From how cute Wazoo was, Tada couldn't resist kissing him. Since the young man's eyes were closed, the girl reached for his lips without a doubt. At that moment, Nenya burst into the room with a carafe of water. Tada immediately pulled away from Wazoo without kissing him. Meanwhile, Nenya asked the girl how things were going with Wazoo. Tada pointed to Wazoo sitting next to her and said that he was fine and had already woken up. Nenya assured that she wasn't worried, but was still glad to hear that the young man was okay. And Wazoo looked at Nenya's tail, which was going straight crazy, and realized that Nenya was still worried. And Nenya at this time made it clear that she had already talked to the master and knew that Wazoo had gotten rid of the poisonous swamp. Tada also decided to praise the young man, because this time he really saved the entire capital. That's why Nenya and Tada saw fit to thank Wazoo on behalf of all the residents. Wazoo embarrassedly scratched the back of his head and said that it was the least he could do. But it remained a mystery to Nenya how Wazoo had handled that swamp. She found it hard to believe that an ordinary person would have handled something like that. Tada didn't understand what Nenya meant. She assumed that the girl wanted to say that Wazoo wasn't really a human. In the end, Nenya didn't argue anything. She was just happy that Wazoo had returned as an ordinary human. And Tada was still curious about what Wazoo was hiding and what secret was behind his power. Wazoo got a little worried, but assured her that it was no big deal. In the end, Tada decided not to pull information out of the young man. After all, she realized that everyone had a couple of secrets or 3. The girl wasn't sure if Wazoo was really hiding something about himself. She also realizes that he is afraid of becoming even stronger. So Tada decided to reassure Wazoo by saying that he shouldn't worry because he is a real person. The girl assured that she herself feels and believes it. Before, now and always. At that moment, Nenya heard some noise outside the window. Hoping to find out what was wrong, the girl went to the window. At this moment, Tada and Nenya's girlfriend burst into the room. She was very worried and reported that a horde of goblins was about to attack the town. Nenya, Tada and Wazoo jumped up from their seats and ran up to the girl who burst in. Tada immediately asked where the master of the mansion was. The girl replied that the master was going to join the guild master and the others to oppose the goblins. Wazoo was even a little surprised by these words, for he didn't know that Garrett knew how to fight. Nenya, on the other hand, said that the guild master and Garrett were the strongest adventurers in the past. And the girl who burst in said that the guild had started summoning all the adventurers in the capital to prevent the attack. Then Tada asked how many monsters were there, and the girl explained to her that the scout had counted over 1,000 creatures. The girls were very worried after hearing such a number, hence they looked at the only hope, Waza. And Wazoo was ready. He realized that it was time for him to perform. Then Tada threw herself into the young man's arms and told him that she was not going to ask him to save the capital. The girl only wished that Wazoo would save himself and not overdo it. Tada was really worried about her bodyguard. Wazoo in turn promised Tada to be careful. He assured that he wouldn't die anyway. As he left, the young man left Tada with Nenyu, and he lastly flaunted himself in front of Tada and assured her that he would return soon. Tada saw Wazoo off with a sense of anxiety and worry. The girl wanted the boy to be careful. At this time, chaos began to break out in the city. The goblins were already right at the city walls, and the adventurers were ready to raise the gates and attack the monsters. Suddenly, Orlando shouted loudly for the adventurers to stop, because the goblins were too many, and if they opened the gates, the monsters would just tear the capital down completely. But the adventurers were confident in their strength and did not listen to Orlando. They felt it was their duty to support those who had already advanced to fight the goblins. At that moment, a familiar voice was heard in the crowd. It was Wazoo. He noticed Orlando and started waving for him to notice him. As Wazoo made his way through the crowd, he asked Orlando what was wrong with the crowd and where were the goblins. Orlando explained that the goblins were outside and were trying to break down the gate. Thus, they must be stopped immediately. Orlando explained, the goblins too outnumber the adventurers. Therefore, if you open the gate now, the goblins will just destroy the capital. But there are so many of them that the gates can no longer hold them. Orlando thought that the adventurers just don't stand a chance against so many monsters, and it doesn't matter how high-level adventurers there are in Lunica. Wazoo then asked Orlando where are Reagan and Garrett right now. Orlando replied that they were outside right now. He realized that they needed to be rescued. But the fact is that there are a lot of ordinary peasants in the capital now. Comparing human lives is certainly horrible, but one has to choose somehow. Orlando, on the other hand, simply can't let the goblins destroy the capital. Now all he has to do is dream of a great power to shift the balance. At this moment, Wazoo began to warm up and asked Orlando not to worry about it. And Wazoo asked if other adventurers could join if he alone reduced the number of monsters. Orlando replied that the adventurers would indeed be able to help, but he didn't understand how Wazoo was going to reduce the number of goblins. And Wazoo only said that he would just signal when the gate needed to be opened. After saying that, Wazoo withdrew, but surprisingly, the young man rushed back deep into the capital. The autocrat stared in his wake and did not understand what was happening. Wazoo in turn pushed himself off the ground with all his might and flew above Lunik. Looking at this sight, Orlando was dumbfounded. When Wazoo rose above the ground, he saw that the goblins behind the wall were indeed a huge number. But without thinking long, the young man headed towards the crowd to attack the monsters. When Wazoo slammed his fist on the ground, the wave was so strong that a large number of goblins started flying in all directions. In the end, with just one blow, the guy managed to defeat most of all the goblins. Then Wazoo shook Orlando's signal to open the gate as intended. Orlando was puzzled and hesitantly opened the gate. Seeing that there were piles of goblins lying outside the gate, Orlando was dumbfounded. And Wazoo said with a smile on his face that he was leaving the rest of the monsters for the adventurers. Then a crowd of adventurers burst out of the gate and rushed to attack to finish off the remaining monsters. Wazoo, however, approached Orlando and said that he was going to go look for Reagan and the others. Wazoo left the rest to Orlando. Orlando in turn thanked Wazoo with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, Reagan was fighting hard against another goblin. After cutting the monster in half, the man was furious, for there was simply no end to these goblins. Garrett was nearby at this time and was also fighting goblins. He realized that with such a small unit they would not advance any further, and if they did not stop the goblins on their way to the North Gate, Lunik would be defeated. But Reagan claimed that the Goblin King was still out there, and if he and his squad could find and kill this Goblin King, then the monsters would retreat. Reagan also realized that this plan was tied to finding a needle in a haystack. Suddenly, a joyful Wazoo appeared in Reagan's path. Seeing the young man so unexpectedly, Reagan was dumbfounded. Immediately, Reagan asked the boy how he'd gotten here. Wazoo explained that he had noticed that he and Garrett were having trouble, so he had come to help. The young man then asked why did the goblins start all this anyway. Garrett argued that there was no difference. After all, it was impossible to guess when monsters would gather in large hordes like this, and Reagan explained that at the moment, there is a Goblin King somewhere around here who controls the remnants of the horde. In that case, Wazoo decided to suggest that Reagan and Garrett just kill this Goblin King. Reagan immediately stopped the guy and explained that if they killed the goblin leader, the remnants of the horde might start attacking the nearby villages. Thus, killing the Demon King was also a risk they couldn't take. This annoyed Vasa, and Reagan explained that that was why they wanted to station themselves here, and if they could, gather all those monsters for a final killing attack. That's when Wazoo realized what they had to do. At that moment, there was a large explosion nearby. The worried heroes immediately wondered what it was. That explosion was from the direction of the North Gate of Lunik. At that moment, a half-dead adventurer approached Reagan. Reagan picked him up and asked him what had happened. The adventurer explained that things were bad because a demon had appeared at the North Gate. Reagan was dumbfounded, and Wazoo didn't even realize which demon he was talking about. Garrett explained to the young man that it was a magical creature that was once human. It can create and control an incredible amount of magical power. Demons have such a large amount of magical energy that their human bodies can't handle it, and turn into something else, something more powerful. But in the process, they lose their minds in torrents of destruction and madness. It's an irreversible process, and that means there is no going back. Wazoo then asked what about the appearance of these demons? Does it change? Garrett explained that the muscles swell and change in the process of these horrible deformations, not to mention the insides, which are practically destroyed. That way, Wazoo would be able to tell at a glance that they were no longer human. Here Wazoo thought about it and realized that it all sounded exactly the same as it did to Kazuna. In that case, without thinking long, the young man headed to the northern gate to finish off this demon. Reagan and Garrett tried to stop the guy, but it was too late. At that moment, Tata ran outside. She heard a huge explosion too, but she didn't realize what was even happening. Nenya ran out after Tata. After all, Tata shouldn't leave the mansion. Tata, on the other hand, was just too worried about Waza. Nenya realized that Tata was very worried, but she tried to explain to Tata that Wazoo was incredibly strong, so he was definitely perfectly fine now. At that moment, Tata saw something terrible behind Nenya. Before Nenya could turn around, she was attacked by a horrible monster. Levishka did not understand how she did not feel the presence of the monster. Meanwhile, the monster grabbed Tata with his paws and rose into the sky on his wings. He claimed that Tata was his property. Tata recognized that voice. It was the lord of the city to whom she owed a debt. Nenya looked at the lord's terrible form and didn't understand what kind of magic he was using. And the lord only kept repeating that Tata was now his and the bastards now only had to enjoy despairing before the power of demons and goblins. The city was in chaos. Adventurers were running through the streets, asking the peasants to go home and keep their heads down if they cared about their lives. The whole capital was agitated. Meanwhile, Wazoo was rushing with all his legs to the gates of the city. When the young man saw the demons, he realized that he had seen them somewhere before. Suddenly, Wazoo realized that it was the same Black Flame team. At this time, the demons noticed Wazoo and pounced right on him. But no sooner had the monster hit the young man than Wazoo attacked him with his fist. Wazoo didn't know why these guys had turned into such monsters, but the young man was determined to do his best if they couldn't turn back. Wazoo was determined to stop these guys and free them from their torment. That is why he pounced on the monsters and overpowered each one. The peasants were watching and couldn't stop admiring Wazoo. Some knew Wazoo, and some were seeing him for the first time. But all these people were equally amazed at the spectacle. When Wazoo had defeated all the Black Flame boys, he turned to the people and asked if they were all right. The people amicably replied that they were all fine only because of Wazoo, but they were still worried because there were still quite a few goblins left. Wazoo asked the people not to worry and assured them that reinforcements were on their way. The local adventurer thanked Wazoo and said that they could take care of themselves as long as the demons were dealt with by someone strong like Wazoo. In that case, Wazoo decided to just go back to Reagan. Looking at the fleeing Wazoo, the people continued to whisper. They didn't know for sure if Wazoo had really tamed the dragon, but they had seen for themselves how the young man had killed demons with his bare hands. A short time later, Wazoo was already with Reagan. The young man told Reagan that he had dealt with all the demons. Reagan was dumbfounded to hear such a statement. In the end, Reagan decided not to dwell on it, because what matters now is that Wazoo is around. The fact was that even with reinforcements, the goblins continued to crowd the adventurers. Because of this, Reagan was afraid that without Wazoo's help, they would lose. Since Reagan counts on Wazoo, the young man was very inspired and happy. Wazoo liked the fact that someone needed him, so he rushed into battle with Reagan without a second thought. But suddenly, something stopped Wazoo. The boy turned around. He had a bad feeling. Reagan looked at Wazoo and asked, "What is it?" At that moment, Wazoo saw the injured Nenya, who could barely stand on her feet. Before Wazoo could pick up the girl, she collapsed to the ground. The young man quickly ran up to Nenya and asked what happened. And Nenya was just glad that she had managed to find Wazoo. The girl explained that Tada had been kidnapped by the lord of the city. That goat had somehow turned into a demon with wings on his back, and Nenya couldn't do anything against him. Nenya felt very sorry. She felt insanely guilty and couldn't stop apologizing to Wazoo. Nenya just couldn't protect Tadu. At that moment, Reagan and Garrett walked up to the guys. They overheard and realized that Tada had been kidnapped. Reagan didn't understand one thing. How dare the lord of the city do such a thing when they are dealing with bloody goblins? Garrett, on the other hand, thought the lord was just taking advantage of a good moment. Meanwhile, Wazoo asked Reagan what he thought the lord would do to Tada after he kidnapped her. Reagan suggested that the lord would force Tada to marry him by making her his puppet for the rest of her life. Then he would probably confine Tada from everyone in his mansion and have fun with her until he had enough. If that happens, it will be too late to save her. Garrett said that once before the lord had pretended to be a guest and visited his business when he was away. Something terrible had happened then. Tada wanted to commit suicide. She realized that she herself had asked to work at the brothel as a prostitute to help pay off her parents' debts. But if she had known she would be taken advantage of by the lord of the city, she would have preferred to die at once. Besides, Tada realized that she would still be the lord's wife if she could not pay her debts. The girl simply did not want to realize that she really should marry someone she couldn't stand, not even having experienced true love. Tada realized that she could raise enough money and pay off her debt to the lord and then become a free woman in the future. But the girl did not know if there would be anyone who would truly love someone as defiled as she was. Nenya then decided to do everything in her power to protect Tada from the lord. But in the end, he still took the girl away from her. All Nenya wished for though was to make Tadu happy, the one who always smiled despite how depressed she was. Wazoo listened to Nenya. He understood well how she felt. At this moment, Reagan was called out and told that the adventurers could no longer hold back the mobs of goblins even with reinforcements, since the number of monsters was still too large to handle. At that time, Reagan ordered Wazoo to immediately depart for Tada. Wazoo was in no hurry to carry out this order as he was worried about the guys who were now failing to deal with the goblins. But before Wazoo could object, Reagan once again ordered the Eppu to just do as he was told. After all, right now the only one who can save Tada from the clutches of that creep is Wazoo. But Wazoo realized that if he left the adventurers behind, the others would definitely die. Garrett was in agreement with Reagan and also ordered Wazoo to just go to Tada. Wazoo was confused. He didn't know what choice to make that would be the right one for him. Suddenly, the young man heard a familiar voice. "You're in a stupor now, aren't you, friend?" It was Ragnar. He rushed to the bewildered Vaz's aid. Ragnar, on the other hand, wasn't quite sure what was even going on here, but he assumed that Vaz needed to be somewhere else right now. That was why Ragnar asked Wazoo to go where he needed to go. Ragnar wanted Wazoo to leave this place to him. Wazoo was very glad that Ragnar had come to his rescue. Then the boy was ready to say words that he had never said to anyone before. So, lastly, Wazoo said that he was counting on Ragnar, calling him his best friend. When Wazoo left, Ragnar turned to Reagan and asked what the enemy's numbers were. Reagan replied that the adversaries numbered about 800, and there was a goblin king among them. Then Ragnar decided that those goblins' booths would definitely look better roasted. Ragnar didn't want to waste time here, so he set his mind to turn all these monsters into ashes at once. Reagan realized this and ordered all the adventurers to disperse to avoid being caught in the line of fire. When Ragnar opened his jaws, the fire engulfed every single goblin. After that, all the adventurers began to praise Ragnar, for now they would definitely defeat the goblins. Meanwhile, Ragnar asked Reagan if he remembered saying the following words, "I'm not going to waste my time on them." Reagan, on the other hand, did not understand why Ragnar was asking that. Ragnar explained that he asked this because there are people now shaking with fear because of this incident. They are Reagan's daughter, Lula, and Ragnar's little daughter, Male. These words inspired Rizgan to fight with renewed vigor. That was why he turned to all the adventurers and declared that they would definitely win this war. After these words, the adventurers rushed into the attack. At this time, Tada was being tormented. The Lord, in the guise of a creepy monster, threw the girl on the bed and declared that she was destined to be his property. But Tada was not afraid to say that she had never been and would never be the Lord's property. Also, the girl did not understand what the Lord wanted from her, for he had already kept her in this mansion once before. But the Lord thought that Tada should have figured it all out by now on her own. What the Lord wanted now was for Tada to become his wife. But there was no way Tada would be the wife of this monster. She claimed that her heart was still pure despite how defiled her body was. These words seemed very impertinent to the Lord. He pounced on Tada and declared that there was no one in this world but him who would demean himself so much as to want a filthy girl like Tada. Lord claimed that Tada was just a girl of easy virtue whose virginity had been taken by some random passerby. But Tada claimed it wasn't with some passerby, and that's because Tada did it herself. Then the girl decided that her real virginity was for someone she loved with all her heart. And it's certainly not a lord. Tada has someone she loves, which is why the girl is now ready to scream that she will never be the property of a lord. But the Lord was not deterred by these words. He felt it was his duty to simply conceive a child with Tada in this very place, over and over again. The Lord of the city wasn't going to stop until Tada could refuse him. But no sooner had the Lord spread Tada's legs than a kick flew into the back of his head. This blow was delivered by Wazoo. It was so strong that the Lord flew away from Tada, and Tada, seeing Wazoo, rushed into his arms. Wazoo in turn apologized to Tada for being late, and Tada asked the guy why he was here. What about the others who were thrashing around outside? Wazoo assured that everything was fine. They were rallying and were almost done. And now, Wazoo is here because Nenya told him everything. Tada realized that she was causing Wazoo some trouble again. But Wazoo assured her that everything was fine because he was her bodyguard. Wazoo also thought that it would not be good if Tada was seen half naked. That is why the young man took off his sweater and threw it over Tada. Tada looked at Wazoo and did not understand why he was so kind to someone like her. Wazoo asked Tada not to say such a thing, for he was not like that at all. At this moment, the Lord of the city woke up and first called Wazoo a bastard. He didn't understand who Wazoo even was or how he got here. Wazoo, however, explained that he had just jumped into the wall as usual. The Lord responded by ordering the young man to stop talking nonsense. After all, there are at least 30 B-rank guards here in the mansion. They wouldn't let someone through so easily. Then Wazoo opened the door to the hallway and showed the Lord a pile of defeated guards. Seeing his subordinates like this, the Lord was dumbfounded. Then Wazoo was more curious. Why were these guys hiding in some scoundrel's house when there is an emergency in the capital? That was why Wazoo gave these guys a taste of his barrage of blows. In the end, the Lord felt that none of that mattered. After all, these guards were still just people, albeit B-ranked. The Lord was certain that in front of the power he had obtained, Wazoo was simply useless. Lord claimed that his water was a snake that would run through anything, and his flames would sizzle any creature without exception. Pointing his terrifying flames at Vasa and Tada, the Lord declared that they would rot in hell. At this time, Shiro, whom Wazoo had recently met, was watching everything that was happening from the roof of a random house. The boy admitted to himself that he never imagined that Wazoo would turn out to be so strong. Shiro realized that this young man was insanely strong, not to mention that he had even befriended the Dragon King. Laughing, Shiro took stock of how crazy a turn of events was unfolding right now. But he realized that the Count's strength was a bit different from others. In that case, how is Wazoo going to deal with the Count now? The Count at this time was indeed very furious and determined to destroy Wazoo and Tada. He directed all his mad power directly at the guys. Tada was hysterical and asked Wazoo to run away, but the young man stood firm. At this point, the goddesses in his chart spoke to Wazoo. They remarked that the Count's special power was fire and water at the same time. They also assured that the Count's power did not hurt Wazoo. Thus, the goddesses were determined to protect their Wazoo. When they stood up for Wazoo and showed their true faces, they asked the so-called agent of evil to show his best punch. Then Wazoo crossed his arms in front of his face. The Count's power at this time had already reached the young man and Tada, who was standing behind his back. Thus, Wazoo was protecting Tadu, not letting the Count's strength break him. Concerned about what was happening, the girl asked Wazoo to stop, leave her and just run away. Tada realized that at this rate there might just be nothing left of Wazoo. But Wazoo asked the girl not to worry. The young man turned to Tada, smiled at her and told her that he was perfectly fine. These words and understanding of everything that was happening made tears come to Tada's eyes. The girl just didn't understand why Wazoo would go so far to help someone like her. Wazoo at this time continued to stand firmly on his feet. And the Count was just furious, for he didn't understand why Wazoo was still unharmed. At this moment, Wazoo was ready to answer Tada's question. The young man turned to the girl again and said that he was doing all this because he liked Tada. Tada was stunned by such a statement. This is when Wazoo realized what a mistake he had made. The young man grabbed his head and panicked. He realized that he had done something stupid and was not going to admit to such a situation at all. Wazoo assured that he had said it without thinking. Then Tada blurted out that Wazoo shouldn't fall in love with someone like her. The girl thought that she was not worthy of his love. Wazoo was in a stupor, and Tada assured that her body was tainted. Therefore she believed that she was not worthy of Wazoo. Then the young man shouted loudly that all these words were not true and Tada was really very nice. But the girl didn't think so, for she had slept with many people, even the Count. Then Wazoo shouted about how he didn't care about that. The guy reiterated that he liked Tada, that's all. Tada was in a stupor. The girl's face turned red. She closed her eyes and only lowered her head silently. At this moment, the Count went into a frenzy. He clearly didn't like the fact that Wazoo was constantly yakking with his woman. With those words, the monster pounced on Wazoo. Wazoo was so angry when the Count called Tada his woman that he simply pierced the Count's chest with his bare hand, preventing the madman from attacking himself. Thanks to this strike by Wazoo, the orb that the Count had swallowed flew out of his mouth, and the madman himself fell to the ground. Wazoo in turn caught the orb and, after examining it, realized that it was the same one that Gazuna had. When the city was quiet, Wazoo decided to carry Tada in his arms to the brothel. Although the girl asked Wazoo to let her go because she was very heavy, Wazoo assured her that Tada was super light on the contrary. The young man planned to drop Tada off at the brothel and check out what was going on outside the city. Tada supported the idea, as she was also curious about how things were going there. At that moment, Vasa was called out. It was the joyful Reagan and Ragnar. With smiles to their ears, they assured that they had dealt with the goblins together and now there was nothing to worry about. Along with them were also Nenya and Garrett. Upon seeing Tadu, Nenya immediately rushed to her, and Wazoo lowered Tada to her feet so that the girls hugged each other. Garrett at this time went up to Wazoo and thanked him for saving Tada. Nenya hugged Tada tightly and with tears in her eyes regretted that she was weak. Wazoo asked Nenya not to blame herself, for the Count had indeed turned out to be a terrible man. And Reagan said that Nenya was of great help in the battle that followed. Nenya turned to Wazoo and thanked him for everything with a smile on her face. Wazoo smiled and thought it meant a lot, considering that Nenya didn't believe him at first. Then Nenya saw fit to apologize to the young man for that. The city began to blossom again. Reagan returned to his beloved family and Ragnar to his. Thus, through the heroic efforts of Vasu and the others, the chaos that had threatened Lunik that day was quelled. Peace had returned to Lunik once again. Wazoo considered this a happy ending and was even willing to swear by the goddess. The next morning, Wazoo woke up very happy and cheerful, for everything was fine again, even though the weather was just awful. In the end, the young man considered it unimportant since today he would invite Tada to his place. Wazoo realized that Mail might be upset, but he was determined to offer Tada to be his friend, because the young man wondered if Tada would agree to travel with him. But before that, Wazoo wanted to visit the Count. When the young man came to the guild, Reagan said that all efforts were futile and they couldn't even tell if the Count was alive or not. Either way, it doesn't look like he will wake up anytime soon. Reagan said that he had tried to ask some magic experts, but even so had not been able to come close to an answer yet. Reagan was only told of the possibility that perhaps the Count would die soon. The same with the three adventurers from the Black Flame. Then Wazoo decided to tell Reagan that when he defeated the Count, a red orb came out of his mouth. The same thing happened to the elf who turned into a monster in the elf village. Reagan then thought that all these guys might be connected somehow, including the Black Flame trio, spitting out a red orb when defeated. Reagan had heard that once a red sphere is spit out, it breaks. At this point, Orlando revealed that there were reports from citizens who saw three guys buying some red orbs from a suspicious hooded guy. Then Reagan realized that the Count, Black Flame, and the elf that Vasu had seen had most likely received the powers of the spheres from an external source rather than becoming stronger on their own, which meant that someone was walking around giving out red spheres that turned people into monsters. Then Wazoo thought about the very hooded man that Orlando said. and Orlando asked Wazoo if he knew this mysterious guy. Wazoo told him that he had met this man once. His face was covered by a hood, so Wazoo couldn't see anything. Reagan then decided to investigate, even though he realized that this hooded guy might have already escaped from Lunik. In the end, Reagan decided to leave it up to Orlando. Reagan then turned to Wazoo and asked the guy if he was going to catch up with Tada. Wazoo didn't understand what Reagan was talking about. Reagan then asked the young man if he had any idea where the girl might have gone. Wazoo was puzzled and did not understand what was meant by these words. Reagan explained that they did not know what those still loyal to the Count might do to Tada out of resentment. So Tada left Lunik with her family. Reagan also heard that Garrett and his subordinates accompanied Tada and her family. Reagan just thought that Wazoo would also accompany Tada since they had become very close. Wazoo was in a stupor. He had not heard anything about it. In a panic, the young man ran out of the guild and went to the brothel. It had started to rain outside, so the road was hard to see, but after a couple of minutes, Wazoo was already standing in front of the brothel building. There he found Nenya and immediately ran up to her and asked where Tada had gone. Nenya apologized to Wazoo and explained that she did not know the girl's direction. Nenya revealed that Tada told her to track her fuse and follow her later. Also, Nenya promised Tada not to take anyone with her. Wazoo then asked if Nenya was really not allowed to take even him. Nenya assured that it was all for the safety of Tada and her family. Nenya trusted Wazoo, but this was not a case where she could decide. That was why the girl apologized to the young man, disappointedly lowering her head. Wazoo realized that a peaceful life somewhere would be better for Tada. That was why he decided to just leave before the rain intensified. Lastly, Wazoo asked Nenya to take care of himself and to give Tada his best wishes. After listening to the young man, Nenya thanked him and ran back to the brothel. Wazoo remained standing in the same place in the cold rain. He looked up into the gloomy sky and realized that once again he had been left abandoned. At this time, Sirona sat on a rock not far from Lunik and yawned lazily. The girl had been worried for a few days now, but was contemplating just going back to the village. She realized that she had come here because she wanted to join Wazoo's harem. But when given the chance, she had backed off. It seemed to Sirona that Wazoo had already made good friends. It was a little depressing. Usually Sirona didn't worry about such things, but when it came to Wazoo, it was completely different. It was then that Sirona realized that she just couldn't stop awing. At that moment, someone's indignant shout was heard. It was Tada, who jumped out of the carriage and claimed she was going back to town. Her parents stopped her and tried to explain that it was very dangerous, but the girl was too excited that Wazoo was not told anything about it. At that moment, Sirona heard Wazoo's name from Tada's mouth and stood in a stupor. Tada, on the other hand, kept shouting that she understood that she and Wazoo would eventually meet again. But the girl was not ready to say goodbye to the young man for 6 months. Tada was concerned that the whole situation looked like she had just cut Wazoo out of her life and ran away. Her father, on the other hand, explained to Tada that they did not have time to look for Wazoo. That is why he was forced to simply apologize to his daughter. At this point, a worried Garrett jumped out of the carriage and asked what was wrong. Tada then began to tearfully beg Garrett to take her back to Lunik. At this point, Tada was approached by her mother and asked why she was going so far to see Vase again. And Tada argued that it was obvious. The whole point is that Tada loves Vase, and she wasn't ashamed to admit it. These words stunned everyone, including Sirona and Tada's parents. The girl's father was in a stupor and did not understand when his daughter had fallen in love. And Tada's mother thought that it was just wonderful news. In this case, the parents decided that Tada should still return to Vase. At this, Sirona decided to act. The girl ran up to the carriage and apologized for interrupting the conversation, after which she explained that she wanted to ask something. Tada then asked Sirona what was it that she wanted to ask. At that moment, Sirona quickly ran her eyes all over Tada's body. From what she saw, the girl was even embarrassed. After that, she pulled herself together and asked Tada. The Wazoo she was talking about was not by any chance an insanely strong, black-haired guy with normal looks. Then Tada realized that Sirona also wanted to join Wazoo. And Sirona realized that Tada was also planning to join the young man's harem. Since the conversation is too serious, Tada's family, her escorts, and Sirona went to the nearest cafe. The first thing the girls were determined to find out from each other was their relationship with Wazoo. Sirona was the first to volunteer to explain herself. Although the girl was very embarrassed, she told Tada that Wazoo had helped someone somewhere, and then that someone had fallen in love with him. Tada realized that Sirona was referring to herself as someone. That's why the girl guessed that Wazoo had stolen Sirona's heart too. Then both the confused girls realized that these feelings were familiar to both of them. Finally, they decided to take turns speaking out. Sono started first. She stated that Wazoo is a trickster because he describes himself as an ordinary and mediocre person, but he is nevertheless so strong that he can defeat any monster with one blow. Thus, Sono was perplexed. What woman wouldn't fall in love with Wazoo, being protected by such power? Tada was in agreement with Sono. She also added that Wazoo is very defenseless, innocent, and kind. The girl thought that this young man had a pure heart, and the words that would not be so easy for gentlemen to say. Wazoo speaks by looking straight into his eyes. Thus, Tada didn't realize, was there even a woman who wouldn't want to devote her entire life to Wazoo? Here Sono was in agreement with Tada. Then both girls realized that all this meant that they were already in Wazoo's harem. Suddenly, Tada asked Sono if she would mind telling what had happened between her and Wazoo. Tada assured that she would not be jealous. Sono laughed and suggested Tada to do the same. The girl also wanted to hear the story of what happened between Wazoo and Tada. Also, Sono would like to persuade Wazoo to do what he did for Tada but did not do for her. Tada supported this idea of Sono. At this time, Wazoo was lying in his bed with the blanket pulled over his head. Male, who was nearby, realized that Wazoo was depressed right now. She wanted to support him, so she asked him to come under the blanket. Then Wazoo put out his hand, grabbed Male, shoved her under the blanket and hugged her tightly. Then Male saw Wazoo's bitter tears running down his cheeks. Since Male loved the young man very much, she also felt depressed. Kayla could not notice the fact that Wazoo had been lying in his bed for 5 days, and Lula noticed that the young man had also not eaten anything. That was why Lula felt that if the Demon King cheered up Wazoo, the boy would perk up. Then Ragnar asked Lula if she knew the purpose of Wazoo's journey. Lula replied that she did not know it. Then Ragnar explained that Wazoo wanted to find friends with whom to return to his hometown. Ragnar revealed that Wazoo had been badly hurt, which was why he had left his hometown. But if he had friends, his wounds would heal and he would be ready to return to the city. These are the words that Wazoo himself once told Ragnar, and Majel realized that they were not at all the kind of friends that Wazoo was looking for. Majel agreed with her daughter and explained that they were just keeping an eye on Wazoo and Male's future. That is why now is not the time for the dragon family to reach out. The really important thing that Majel thought was for Wazoo to whine about what it meant to make friends. At the moment Lula was thinking about Majel's words, Orlando burst into the room asking if Wazoo was here. Lula replied that Wazoo was in his room. Orlando in turn apologized to everyone and explained that he needed to talk to Wazoo. Even though the guy was told that Wazoo was lying in his bed, Orlando didn't care. Without thinking long, he burst into Wazoo's room with a statement that he had heard everything from Reagan. Orlando then proceeded to pull Vaz out from under the covers and order him to wake up. Eventually, Orlando managed to get Vasa out of bed. He took the distressed boy to a field outside of town and stated that he wanted to fight. Orlando insisted that Wazoo fight him. Wazoo, however, asked Orlando to stop, for he could not win. Orlando in turn ordered Wazoo not to say it with such confidence. Without thinking long, Orlando attacked the sleepy Wazoo. Wazoo easily dodged Orlando's first attack. The knight's second attack was also unsuccessful. Wazoo then tripped Orlando, causing the guardian to fall to the ground. When Orlando was already on the ground in a horizontal position, Wazoo asked if that was it. A delighted Orlando in turn remarked that he had fought Wazoo as hard as he could but could not even injure him. Oddly enough, this only impressed Orlando. Then Wazoo realized that his opponent was just enjoying it. This annoyed Wazoo. Wazoo also realized that Orlando didn't come all this way just to play around. That was why he asked the knight what he was up to. Orlando in turn asked Wazoo how it felt to finally move his body. Orlando wondered if Wazoo had perked up even a little. Wazoo assured him that he hadn't moved much. Orlando then explained to the young man that when you're sad, it's better to get some air and movement to feel better. Wazoo, however, thought that Orlando was probably right, if, of course, the opponent was stronger. These words even offended Orlando a little. Wazoo realized that it was Reagan who had asked Orlando to come to him. But the young man would rather hate the guild master now. Then Orlando asked why. Wazoo doubted that Orlando really didn't know the reason. Then Orlando suggested that it was all about the very girl named Tada. When Orlando mentioned Tada, Wazoo gave him a good punch and asked him not to say that name. Orlando in turn apologized to the young man. Eventually, Wazoo asked Orlando why he had come. Was it really just to pour salt on the wound? Orlando, on the other hand, claimed that he had come because Wazoo was just lying in his bed. The guard assured that he really couldn't just stand there and watch it. Suddenly, Orlando remembered that he had come here to tell Wazoo something else. When Wazoo asked the knight what he wanted to say, Orlando stated that Wazoo was not cool at all. At this point, Wazoo became hysterical. He fell to the ground and flooded with tears, saying that their faces were completely on different levels and he knew it from the beginning. Orlando, on the other hand, claimed that he did not mean it. The guy explained that what is not cool about Wazoo is his current situation. As a man, Orlando did sympathize with Wazoo, but the Guardian still did not understand what was going on with Wazoo. Orlando admitted that he was shocked and impressed while watching Wazoo battle with the goblins. After learning that there was such a power in the world, Orlando began to respect Wazoo with all his soul. And at the same time, the Guardian really wished he could be like Wazoo. And Orlando was not ashamed to admit it. Orlando wanted to be not just a guardian, but a man who could protect others just like Wazoo. There's just no way Orlando really could keep quiet when he heard that someone he admired had locked himself in his room because of a woman. Wazoo, on the other hand, assured Orlando that it was none of his business. The young man did not understand why he had to hear this from Orlando. Orlando did not know what Wazoo thought there, but admitted that he considered him his friend. This is when Wazoo realized how suddenly he and Orlando had become closer, and Orlando claimed that was why he wanted Wazoo to get back on his feet. Since Orlando called him his friend, Wazoo decided to make a point to the knight. He began by saying that Orlando himself and the people of Lunik say that he is very strong. But the fact is that Wazoo's strength of heart does not match his physical strength. Wazoo shared that he is not confident in himself, that's why he is looking for friends to fill the void. But the problem is that there is no one around Wazoo. All the girls that were around Wazoo looked like they had a crush on him, but they all still dumped him. Every time this happened, Wazoo would run away and hide in his room. The world is full of people who have friends traveling with them, and Wazoo is very jealous of these people. That is why Wazoo thinks that even if he has such power, no one will follow him. Wazoo confessed that as time goes by, he gets sadder and sadder about it. After saying this, Orlando punched Wazoo in the face with his fist. Wazoo clutched his cheek and asked Orlando what he was doing. Orlando, however, appeared to dislike Wazoo's way of thinking. The guard didn't want Wazoo to talk as if his power was useless. Grabbing Wazoo by his clothes, Orlando argued that no one cared, that no one was following the young man. Orlando believed that Vasa was the one who saved Lunik. Though everyone praises Ragnar, the real hero is Wazoo, and Orlando knows it. In addition, Orlando knew that Wazoo saved his beloved. That is why the young man can already be proud of himself. Orlando assured that Wazoo had made Tata smile even though the girl had disappeared. The guard thought that was enough to be proud of himself. Orlando doubted that Wazoo was really the man who didn't care about Tata's happiness. The guard didn't want to believe that Wazoo would force Tata to be his friend. Wazoo remained silent. Then Orlando asked him what he thought such power was for. Wazoo remained silent, but Orlando answered that such a power was needed to help people on their way, to solve problems, and to make people all happy. Thus, Wazoo is a traveler who is known around the world as a hero. This is what Orlando found admirable. The Guardian wanted Wazoo to realize what a tough guy he is. When he closed his eyes, Wazoo remembered all his favorite girls, and when he opened his eyes, his face changed. Orlando's words had an effect. Wazoo realized that such a challenge actually sounded good, and Orlando in turn was insanely happy that he was able to influence Wazoo and change his mind. At this time, the guys were being watched from the bushes by the Ragnar family, who in the end were also insanely happy for Wazoo. Without thinking long, Wazoo and Orlando went to Reagan's house. They stated that he wanted to leave Lunik. Reagan, of course, was dumbfounded, and Orlando also stated that he wanted to become a knight. Wazoo in turn said that he had been training Orlando a little bit, and had already taught him some things. Reagan felt that Orlando was really ready since Wazoo said so. Then the guild master explained to Orlando that he would have to go to the capital of the kingdom of Manbona to become a knight, and the boys assured him that this was what they had planned. Reagan, on the other hand, felt that for Wazoo, who was hiding in his room, to be so energetic must be the best time to begin the journey. That was why the guild master didn't stop the guys. When Wazoo told Lula about it, the girl was flooded with tears. Wazoo in turn only asked her to see him off with a smile, but Lula continued to shed tears because her regular customer was leaving, as expected from the hotel owner, and Kayla lastly asked Wazoo to drop by their place, Lunik. Wazoo thanked Reagan's wife. Even Emma shed tears that day. She was quite upset that a valuable guild asset was leaving town. Reagan in turn presented Waz with an award for that very mission. This reward seemed quite generous to Vaz, and Reagan also gave the young man the badge that his entire group had when he was an adventurer. Reagan explained that Wazoo would have to show this badge to the adventurer guild master in the east of the royal capital. That way, Wazoo would be able to get some allowance. The guild master, on the other hand, is Reigen's older sister who just has a terrible temper. At this moment, Wazoo even visualized the guild master's sister, imagining her to be an exact copy of Reigen, only with hair. Eventually, Wazoo and Orlando began to say goodbye to all their acquaintances who had come to see the guys off. When the young men finished saying goodbye, they left Lunik with Mail. Ragnar and his family traveled back to their castle. Heading for the kingdom's capital with Miat and Orlando, Vasu began his long journey. But Wazoo had no idea he was being pursued by someone. Tada and Sirona. Tada was begging Garrett in every way possible to hurry up. The girl was certain that Wazoo had already left Lunik. Garrett was even a little amused by the situation. He knew that Wazoo had a bright future, but Garrett would never have imagined that this guy would be pursued by two beauties. Nenya, who was also in the carriage, stated that she would have taken Wazoo with her if she had known this could happen. The girl claimed that it was just hard for her to look at the bitter face of her sister Tada. At this point, Sirona and Tada felt that Nenya too wanted to be a candidate for Wazoo's harem. An embarrassed Nenya assured that Wazoo was just a bodyguard and nothing more. Sirona then suggested that Nenya would realize Wazoo's charms in the future, and Tada was already certain that she had another competitor in love. Then everything became clear. Wazoo is indeed a sinful man. So, Wazoo and Orlando embarked on a new journey. It started with Orlando practicing. After crushing another monster, a tired Orlando asked Wazoo if he could rest. Wazoo was quite surprised that Orlando was tired because he had only defeated 30 monsters. Orlando in turn asked Wazoo not to compare his stamina to that of an ordinary soldier. Wazoo, on the other hand, assured that he was just joking. Guy claimed that he was confident that Orlando had gotten stronger. Orlando, on the other hand, admitted that he could not feel it by comparing it to Wazoo. Also, Orlando said that he was very jealous of Wazoo. Upon hearing these words, Wazoo was puzzled and asked why. Orlando explained that it was because even if Wazoo was on the verge of death, he would be able to receive superior protection from the goddess and become stronger. Wazoo himself realized that he was becoming stronger because of the goddess, but he also assured that the one who helped him when he was on the verge of death was not the goddess. It was Mail. Wazoo told Orlando how Mail fed him all sorts of things, so he has everything. The young man explained that he gets stronger every time he eats stuff. With these words, Wazoo plucked a poisonous mushroom and put it in his mouth, even though Orlando had warned him. And Wazoo thought that perhaps it was because of Mail that he had become stronger. But Orlando was more concerned that he didn't get stronger even after killing 30 monsters. Orlando didn't know why, but when he heard how Wazoo had gotten stronger, he became very envious. Orlando admitted that he was very jealous of Wazoo, because Wazoo could get stronger without much difficulty. But also Orlando realized after spending a few days with Wazoo that he was not bragging or abusing his strength, and that attitude does not come without labor. Orlando believed that this was why people relied on Wazoo. Wazoo in turn only reminded Orlando that he didn't have any friends anyway. Orlando smiled and said that Wazoo's pessimism made him more human, even though it was annoying. When someone is in trouble, people think of calling Wazoo for help. Orlando thought that was awesome. He too wants to be the very person who will be called for help in difficult situations. At this point, Wazoo clarified to Orlando if his goal is to become a knight in Manbond. Thus, Orlando would be promoted and would command soldiers. Orlando himself doubted that he could achieve this, but Wazoo assured that Orlando could do anything. After all 50 days the guys will get Dr. Capital and Wazoo will personally teach Orlando. That's why Wazoo had no doubt that Orlando would become stronger. But Orlando reminded Wazoo that he only told him to beat monsters and didn't give him any lessons. Wazoo assured him that it was because he was strict in his training. Orlando thought it was because Wazoo was just bad at teaching. Wazoo, on the other hand, insisted that. When it got dark, Wazoo suggested that Orlando go to bed, because getting plenty of rest was important. Orlando was only too glad to rest. Then Wazoo turned to Mail and asked her to make the bed. Mail gave a little push and then sleeping bags and firewood appeared out of nowhere. Vasu thanked Mail, and Orlando was shocked. He assumed, but still clarified with Wazoo, was it spatio-temporal magic. Wazoo explained that it is indeed this magic. In this way, Mail carries all the things and it's very convenient. When the guys had already settled down, Orlando suddenly asked Wazoo if Mail could also turn into a human, since the Dragon King and his family were able to turn. Wazoo explained that, as Ragnar had said, Mail didn't have enough strength to transform. Orlando then concluded that one day Mail would also turn into a human. Orlando also noticed that the little dragoness who saved Vaz's life and stayed by his side every day liked him very much, even though all the girls are constantly dumping Wazoo. That is why Orlando dares to assume that Mail is the one who will become Wazoo's wife. but Wazoo admitted that he would like a man to be his wife. Lastly, before the dream, Wazoo stated that tomorrow Orlando would have to kill 100 monsters, and Orlando assumed that he would probably be squeezed out faster than he reached Manbond. In the morning, Wazoo opened his eyes with the first rays of sunlight. Suddenly, the young man heard strange sounds. Listening harder, Wazoo heard a woman's screams. "What are you trying to do?" In response to the woman's voice, a man's voice sounded. "I'm sorry, but we were told to do this. If there was no such benefit, definitely we wouldn't be doing business with you." Realizing that something unimportant was going on, Wazoo immediately woke up Orlando. When Orlando woke up, he immediately asked Wazoo what was wrong. Wazoo explained that he heard someone else's quarrel. Orlando surprisingly did not hear anything. At this moment, Wazoo once again heard a male sinister voice. The peacefully living knights probably don't know, but people constantly use each other for their own benefit. Immediately after hearing those words, Wazoo broke off his chain and rushed towards the source of the sound, while Orlando ordered him to follow. At that time, near the Wazoo camp, terrible things were really happening. A crowd of tough guys were bullying young girls. Suddenly, the girl who was tied to a tree by the bandits loudly ordered the guys to stop and get their filthy hands off her subordinates. The girl was willing to sacrifice herself just so that these rascals would not abuse her subordinates. But since she was not in the best shape, the bandits were not interested in her. They only ordered the girl to sit down and keep quiet. At this time, Wazoo and Orlando were already close. They were on the slope at the time the bandits were below. When Orlando saw that the bandits had indeed appeared in the forest, he was dumbfounded, for Wazoo's rumor was simply unbelievable. Wazoo in turn explained to Orlando that judging from the conversation, several women were in trouble, whereupon the young man asked the would-be knight if he had his weapons with him. Orlando managed to grab his weapons despite the rush. Without thinking long, the boys rushed down the slope straight down, because when someone is in trouble, they will always help. The boys landed successfully on their feet and immediately prepared to fight. Everyone was puzzled and did not understand who these guys were and where they came from, and Wazoo sprang into action. The first thing he ordered Orlando to deal with the 3 guys with red armor. Orlando panicked and doubted his strength, but Wazoo asked the young man not to worry. The guy was confident that the future knight could handle them. Wazoo decided to take on the rest. Then the boys began to act. Before Wazoo knew it, 2 big guys were looming over him. They were clearly not happy that the guy had ignored them. Wazoo in turn asked the guys who they were. The guys laughed and told Wazoo not to pretend, for they considered themselves to be the gang that occupied the area. Whereupon they shouted at the top of their voices that they were the Dingo Brothers. Wazoo then shouted back that he did not know them. With these words, the young man pounced on the big guys with his fists, while Orlando took on the guys with red armor. Although Orlando was worried earlier, he fearlessly pounced on the offending men with orders to release the innocent women. Without the slightest problem, Orlando massacred his opponents. Wazoo also continued to attack the scoundrels, preventing them from even laying a finger on him. Wazoo was so ruthless that the guys were begging for help and moaning in pain. After a while, there was a pile of big guys lying in the clearing, and an exhausted Orlando and a vigorous Wazoo were standing there. Not thinking long, Wazoo asked Mail for water and went to the victims of villains. The first thing the young man did was give the girls water and asked if they were alright. The girls took the water and thanked the lad for saving them. Then Wazoo went to the girl who was tied to a tree. As he walked, the young man asked her if she was alright. The girl assured him that she was fine. She also thanked Wazoo for saving her and he began to untie her. Suddenly, the young man realized that the girl was too thick, that his fingers would not go through. Wazoo did manage to untie the lady after all. Immediately afterward, she introduced herself. As it turned out, this girl is a close servant of the second princess of Manbond, the captain of Katie's squad, and the girls who were bullied by the bandits turned out to be the subordinates of the captain. The captain explained that there was an unfortunate accident with her subordinates. Therefore, she apologized to the boys for such an unsightly appearance. Wazoo, on the other hand, asked the girls not to worry. The young man explained that he and his companion were on their way to Manbond and had just found the bandits. The captain again thanked the boys for the rescue and asked them who they were. At that moment, the ring on the captain's finger glowed. The flash was so strong that Wazoo and Orlando even moved a little away from the girl. At that moment, a voice came from the ring. "Can you hear me, Katie? Are you safe?" The captain replied to the ring that everything was fine. Wazoo stood puzzled and didn't understand what was going on, and Orlando assumed it was a ring that could be used to communicate at a distance. At this time, the voice from the ring continued to speak to the captain of Katie's squad. Floyd said that you have been attacked. Right now we have reached the village of MANHWA. At that moment, Wazoo noticed that the captain of Katie's squad was named Katie, and Orlando thought that name was rather cute. At that moment, someone's concerned shout was heard from the ring. Mrs. Namanissa. So, at this time it was really Mrs. Namanissa who spoke to Kathy. She had her subordinates by her side at the time of the accident. The shop was rushed into by guys in armor who were obviously looking for Namanissa. Namanissa was shocked and didn't understand what was happening. Her subordinate, a blonde-haired guy, managed to save her in time. He used a smoke screen to quickly get away from the guys in armor. After all, Namanissa and her subordinates realized that they didn't stand a chance against so many enemies. They could only escape to a house on the outskirts of the village and put up a barrier. They prayed that Kathy would be able to bring reinforcements and come to the rescue. Thus, Namanissa and her subordinates could only wait for the magic power to run out. Finally, the investigation that Namanissa was conducting had reached such heights. She could have obtained evidence, but plans collapsed from behind the strangers in armor. On the second day of Namanissa's stay in the cottage on the outskirts, the street was uneasy. Namanissa looked out the window and saw Waza there, who was mercilessly massacring all the guys in armor. Seeing Waza, Namanissa's eyes sparkled. This sudden encounter, this feeling, Namanissa was sure that it was without a doubt called love at first sight. Namanissa didn't even know Wazoo's name. She just saw his back where Male was sitting. But in that moment, Namanissa fell in love with Wazoo. Let's go back a couple days to when Orlando and Wazoo had just rescued Katie and her posse. Since Wazoo had dealt with the assailants in a very interesting way, Katie and Orlando wondered if the bandits were alive. Wazoo, however, explained that he only did so because there was no abandoned house or cage. That's why Wazoo decided to just bury these guys so they wouldn't escape. Katie looked at the bandits and was quite pleased that they had a pathetic look, and Orlando called it a horrible flower garden. At that moment, Kathy was called out by her subordinate. The dark-haired girl was sitting on a horse and told Kathy that she had had a word with the head of the Oishi village. Now the girl was going to head to Lunik to make sure that these brigands received their punishment as soon as possible. Katie felt that such an action would solve a lot of problems. That's why she left the rest to her subordinate. Suddenly, the girl's gaze stopped on Waza. She was so embarrassed that she stuttered at first. Lastly, the girl said that she would definitely return to the squad. The embarrassed Wazoo in turn asked the departing girl to tell more details about the journey once she returned. Wazoo then sharply called out Orlando to also say goodbye to subordinate Kathy. Orlando only asked the girl to be careful. At last, the dark-haired beauty smiled at the guys, after which, without a moment's hesitation, she sped off to Lunik on her horse. Orlando first turned to Vaz and asked him what was wrong with his look. At this point, Orlando was accosted by Kathy's subordinates. They claimed that they were going to stay in this village to continue to supervise the bandits under the orders of their captain Kathy. The girls claimed that they were a little annoyed that they could not accompany the boys from now on, after which they approached Orlando and started talking to him about the next meeting. Orlando was even embarrassed, and Wazoo realized that Orlando just got all the girls. And after all, Wazoo also helped save the squad. The young man assumed that his face was his problem and maybe he should cut his hair or change his appearance. At that moment, Male pushed Wazoo while expressing her displeasure. Wazoo realized that Male didn't like the idea. After all, his mop of hair is a good crib for her. At that moment, Wazoo suddenly crossed his gaze with Katie. The two were in a stupor, but then Kathy winked at Wazoo, causing the guy to glance at her figure. Wazoo looked at Kathy and realized that he wouldn't even be able to answer unequivocally if he was asked if Kathy was his type. However, Katie looked cute in Wazoo's eyes. Or did she? He had not yet made up his mind. The young man realized that it wasn't such a serious task for his strong arms. Oh, and the size of his body wasn't a problem either. At this moment, Male struck the young man again to get him out of these thoughts. Then Wazoo turned to Katie and asked if it was a good thing that the squad was not heading to their master. After all, to Wazoo, Namanissa's last words made it sound as if they were in danger. Katie explained that it was a day's ride from here on horseback at full speed to the village of MANHWA. Also, Namanissa has a barrier, and yes, the butler is with them, so Katie thought everything should be fine. Although on the other hand, Katie realized that they had better hurry. At this point, the locals had already prepared horses for the troop, for which Kathy thanked them. Wazoo, in turn, refused to take a horse and said that he would go on foot. These words misled Kathy, but before she knew it, Wazoo was already on his way toward the village of MANHWA. Looking at the young man's footsteps, Kathy was dumbfounded and wondered what Wazoo's body was made of. Orlando agreed with Kathy and admitted that he was even envious. That night, Wazoo, Orlando, and Kathy sat around the campfire together and chatted about plans. Kathy said that by tomorrow night they should have reached MANHWA by now. The girl realized that she was saying this a little late, but she still thanked Wazoo for her help. Wazoo thought that everything was fine because she and Orlando were also heading to Manbond. In addition, the young man believed that the person Kathy was serving was an important person of this country. Kathy confirmed the young man's words. Then Wazoo said he wanted to ask something. The boy explained that he would like Kathy to help him with something as a reward for his help. At this point, Orlando asked Wazoo not to get cocky, but Kathy asked the guy what was the need for help. Wazoo explained that Orlando wants to be a knight, so when things settle down, Wazoo would like to leave Orlando for Katie. Upon hearing such a statement, Orlando was dumbfounded. Kathy explained that in that case Orlando should talk to Namanissa about it, but it would take some time to resolve this difficulty. Wazoo then asked Kathy to tell more about it. Kathy explained that she could not do it herself. Only when the boys meet Namanissa and earn her trust, then she would probably tell it herself, specifically about the incident that is taking place in the Manbond country. The next day, in the evening, the boys arrived at the village of Mema. The first thing Orlando noticed was that the sun had already set, and there was no one in sight. Katie decided to knock on the door of a random house to get some information. The door was opened by a young girl. She told her that a couple of days ago, men in red armor had come to the village. They have surrounded the Jom on the outskirts of the village in large numbers so that the villagers are afraid. At that moment, Orlando noticed that some of those bandits from the forest were wearing red armor. At this point, Kathy wondered. Then Wazoo asked the captain if she knew those guys in red armor. Kathy said that her squad had secretly left the country in pursuit of a certain person, and an investigation was underway. Thus, the men in red armor want to stop the kingdom's investigation no matter what. In that case, Wazoo suggested that the guys hurry to the house on the outskirts of the village. At this time, the men in red armor had indeed surrounded the Jom on the outskirts where Namanissa and her subordinates were. The knights were ordering them to just surrender and already leave the house and the barrier. The knights believed that all was in vain from whichever side one looked and no one would come to the rescue. Thus, this ambush is only a matter of time before Namanissa runs out of magic power. At this time, Wazoo, Orlando, and Katie were already watching the guys in red armor from the bushes. Orlando had noticed that these guys had an advantage in numbers. That was why he was curious about the plan of action. Kathy volunteered to be the decoy, and Wazoo noticed that the translucent dome surrounding the cabin, which is a barrier, seemed to be weakening. That is why the young man decided not to hesitate and go forward. Katie and Orlando tried to stop Waza. The girl assured that these guys are different from those bandits. They are knights who are well trained and Wazoo is one. Wazoo in turn turned around, looked at Kathy with a smile and gestured for her to be quiet. Katie fell silent and the young man continued to approach the knights. Coming a little closer, Wazoo swung. After which, the boy struck the crowd of knights with his majestic power. The blow was so strong that the knights scattered in different directions. The others were just dumbfounded and didn't understand what the heck was this. That's when Wazoo realized that he wasn't as good at stealth as he would have liked. In the meantime, the knights had already pointed their swords directly at the young man, asking him to prepare to die. When the first of the knights attacked Vasa, the young man deflected the sword blow with his arm, thus protecting not only himself but also Male sitting on his shoulder. But when the knight's sword touched Vasu's hand, it simply split into small crystals. The knight looked at his broken sword in bewilderment. Then 3 more madmen pounced on the lad. From these blows, the young man also defended himself with his hands, and these 3 swords were broken in an instant. Then Wazoo decided to attack. He pounced on the knights, asking them to find a good sword first if they wanted to defeat him. While Wazoo fought the crowd of villains, Namanissa watched this spectacle from inside the house. The girl was dumbfounded. She asked the butler who the man was. The butler explained that this man was the savior that Katie had brought. After these words, Namanissa was marveled even more because Wazoo looks like an ordinary person. Finally, Wazoo overpowered the last of the crowd of knights. The first thing the young man asked Male was if she had hurt herself. After all, she had been with him the whole time. Male let the lad know that she was fine. At that moment, Katie came out of the bushes with Orlando. The girl admitted that she knew Wazoo was strong but not to that extent. And Orlando was a little upset because Wazoo had left him with no one. Wazoo guiltily scratched the back of his head and apologized, admitting that he had overreacted a bit. At that moment, the barrier began to fall. Katie went to the door of the house and, after introducing herself, said that she had come to rescue those inside. When the door opened, Wazoo looked intently at the person who had first exited the house. It was Namanissa. The girl stepped out and froze in place. She then walked past Katie and then looked questioningly at Wazoo. The girl began to examine Wazoo's face and moved so close to him that Wazoo was forced to distance himself. Standing on her toes to be equal in height to the boy, Namanissa asked Wazoo his name. At this time, the butler and the maid, who had been with Namanissa all this time, also left the house. Wazoo at this time hesitantly introduced himself. The young man was a little embarrassed that the girl was standing so close to him. When Namanissa heard the guy's name, she smiled and started repeating it. Wazoo, Wazoo, after which, Namanissa also introduced herself. Namanissa Manbond. Wazoo was a little misled by the fact that the girl had the same last name as the name of the country, but it cleared up a moment later when Namanissa said that she was the second princess of Manbond. It is worth mentioning two characters with whom the reader is not yet familiar, a girl and a guy. It would seem that nothing ties them together, but something does. It is their jewelry. At this time, Wazoo was with Namanissa. Since the girl was too close to the guy, Wazoo couldn't help but feel embarrassed. But he was even resentful that the princess sat so close to him, because the room was not that small. The guys were not alone in the room, so the princess asked everyone to behave less formally, because this was an informal meeting. Orlando admitted that he and Vasu did not expect to meet the princess under such circumstances, although Kathy warned them. But Namanissa still insisted that the boys not speak in such a formal tone. Although the girl asked Orlando to relax, but the guy was still very tense. While the princess was trying to defuse the situation, Wazoo decided to move to another seat. But Namanissa was not going to let the guy go and sat next to him again. Suddenly, the girl remembered that she still hadn't introduced her two subordinates to her new acquaintances. The butler decided to start. As it turns out, this guy's name is Floyd. He is the personal butler of Namanissa. Floyd also said that he saw Wazoo bury those knights up to their heads. Floyd admitted that he was amazed at Wazoo's good taste. Wazoo was taken aback by such a statement, and Floyd explained that he was very interested in Wazoo's exceptional taste and strength. These words even made Namanissa a little angry, whereupon the princess asked her maid to introduce herself. The embarrassed girl stood up and introduced herself. Her name is Kumia. She is the personal maid of Namanissa. The girl also asked to be called simply Kumia. She was so embarrassed that she could not even finish her thought. Orlando also noticed Kumia's tongue lashing out, and Wazoo was more interested in Kumia's huge breasts. He couldn't stop thinking about the fact that Katie had even bigger breasts, and Namanissa too. But Kumia's, how should I put it, when you look at her small body, her breasts look so unbalanced. The princess noticed that Wazoo was looking at Kumia's breasts, so the girl did a strange action with her breasts, which caused Wazoo to question. At that moment, Katie lightly nudged Orlando with her elbow for him to come to his senses and introduce himself. Orlando introduced himself and explained that he and Wazoo had left Lunik together to travel to Manbond. The princess then asked the young men if they were adventurers. Orlando explained that he is the most ordinary soldier who aspires to become a knight, and Wazoo is an adventurer who travels with Orlando to the royal capital. Then the princess asked if the boys really helped Katie and her subordinates to defeat the men in red armor. Kathy assured that they really did. To be more precise, all the knights in red armor that surrounded the house where Namanissa had been defeated by Wazoo personally. From that, Katie was forced to call Wazoo a trustworthy man. Immediately after these words, Kathy looked at Wazoo and winked at him. Wazoo was puzzled and embarrassed at the same time by such a gesture, and the princess wanted to know more about the whole situation. At that moment, Wazoo heard the goddess from his card say something. Namanissa noticed that Wazoo was fidgeting and asked him what was wrong. The confused Wazoo apologized to the princess and explained that he was going out for a while. When Wazoo ran out of the room, he took out his guild card and asked the goddesses what happened. At that moment, the young man's card lit up, and when the light went out, Wazoo looked at it again. In the end, Wazoo realized that nothing had changed in the status. But the young man didn't understand. What did it mean that the danger detection level was 1? In the end, the young man didn't give it any importance. He was just glad that his humanity hadn't fallen. At this moment, one of the goddesses shouted loudly. When the goddess called the young man a fool, Wazoo didn't understand anything at all. Then the goddesses began to express their displeasure over the round-faced girl with huge breasts, and the innocent girl with huge breasts. Also a lowly with huge breasts, an appearance that could make just from one look at her make one want to protect her, already a treasure. The goddesses were puzzled as to why Kiyomiya had such huge breasts. The goddesses felt that it was unacceptable. Suddenly, one goddess declared, addressing another, that all women with huge breasts are enemies, and she is one of them, the Earth Mother goddess. The goddess of the Earth Mother, on the other hand, claimed that it had nothing to do with size. The other goddess assured that it was enough that she loved Vasu with all her heart. At this point, Vasu concluded that one of the goddesses had small breasts. At this point, that goddess immediately asked the young man indignantly what he was thinking. All those in the room were perplexed, hearing some shouting outside the door. At that moment, the princess turned to Orlando and asked if she could ask a question. Orlando was ready to answer the princess's question. Then Namanissa embarrassedly asked the future knight if Vasu had a lover. Orlando was stunned by such a question. The princess, however, appeared to be simply afraid that she might anger Vasu, for she was too friendly with him. Orlando, in turn, calmed the princess and explained that Vasu was just nervous because he was not used to female attention. After which Orlando also explained to the princess that Vasu has no one else right now. He just suffers from a lack of insecurity despite his appearance. Orlando assured that Vasu is easily hurt. Also, the soldier said that at the moment, regarding feelings for girls, Vasu might be pessimistic. These words dumbfounded all the ladies present, and, while Vasu was looking at his guild card, Orlando continued to tell the princess that Vasu was actually where other people were good. These words pleased the princess. A sweet smile appeared on her face. At that moment, Vasu returned to the room. The first thing he asked Namanissa was why she and the others had left the royal capital. The young man felt that it was time to tell everything. But Namanissa lowered her head and said that if she told everything, she would implicate her new acquaintances in the matter. But Vasu assured her that everything was fine. In that case, the princess did not resist and decided to tell everything to the guys. So, in the country of Namanissa Manbond, the king, Javilio Manbond, and the queen, Myrlina Manbond, have 3 children. Namanissa's older brother, the heir to the throne, is the eldest son, Navilio Manbond. Namanissa's older sister, twin sister, Nerlina Manbond, and Namanissa herself, the younger twin sister. The Manbond family rules this state. At this point, Floyd Savvy Navilio excels at domestic politics, diplomacy, strategy, and just about everything for which he has been dubbed the genius of his country. And officials and citizens are very proud of Navilio. Katie, however, added that if war happens, Nerlina will make the blood of her enemies rain down. And because of Nerlina's fighting skills, she has been nicknamed the Valkyrie of the Blood Rain. Nerlina is so powerful that she inspires fear in other nations and the entire knightly order. Kiyomiya, on the other hand, decided to tell the story of Namanissa, who was filled with kindness and compassion. The girl revealed that Namanissa uses barrier-type magic, for which she was nicknamed the Holy Princess of Mercy. After these words, Namanissa continued her story. So, the Manbond family lived in peace without conflict, but one day something terrible happened. Namanissa's father and mother fell into unconsciousness due to an unknown disease. They still haven't awakened. When the children of the king and queen were supposed to unite, Namanissa's older brother and sister suddenly began to treat each other as enemies. They even tried to kill each other and began preparations for war. Namarissa suspected that there must be a reason for such unhappiness in her family, and Floyd, Kiyomiya, Katie, her knights, and the princess began their own investigation. This is when Orlando guessed that the soldiers in red armor had tried to interfere with Namanissa's investigation. The princess explained that this was indeed true, but these people were not behind the main problem as it seemed. That's when Vasu realized that there was someone else who was behind all of this. That's when Katie stated that she knew the reason for the feud between Mr. Navilio and Mrs. Nerlina, though the main problem was still being investigated. The princess didn't know anything about it yet, so she asked Kathy for an explanation. Katie said that first she wanted to know if Navilio and Ms. Nerlina wore anything unusual when they were feuding. For example, any jewelry of any kind. At this point, Namanissa remembered that her brother Navilio wore a bracelet, and her sister Nerlina wore a necklace. Then all of Katie's doubts went away. Levishka declared that that was what the manager of the Adventurer Guild in the Eastern Royal Capital, Relaya, said. The bracelet and the necklace are cursed. At this moment, Vasu, upon hearing Relaya's name, realized that it was Regan's sister, and the princess was more concerned that her siblings' jewelry was cursed. Katie explained that cursed items should be kept in sealed vaults, but it was discovered that 2 cursed items were missing. The bracelet has the curse of Snotty Youngster, and the necklace has Berserker's Fury. The longer these items are worn, the stronger their control over the wearer. Thus, this jewelry is simply horrible. and the princess wondered who created these horrible things. The girl realized that they should prioritize the task of breaking the curse rather than finding the main culprit. And Katie had said that the curse would lift once the items were removed or destroyed. This is where Namanissa doubted herself. The girl didn't know if she could pull it all off. Vasu, however, decided to cheer up the princess and said that she would be able to approach Navilio and Nerlina since they were her relatives. But Namanissa explained that now her brother and sister would not even recognize her. Besides, there are always about 6 knights around them, so it is not easy to approach them. In that case, Wazu decided to suggest that the princess break through by force. Katie hurriedly explained to Wazu that those people are not the same as the people in red armor. They were about the same level as a great adventurers. Orlando then confidently said that Wazu could do anything for the princess if she was comfortable with the use of force. After all, Wazu's strength is a bit abnormal. Such compliments even made Wazu embarrassed. Then the princess turned to Wazu and asked if he could really do it. Wazu assured that he would certainly be able to scatter all the enemies with ease. The young man reminded the boys how he had shouted the following words in battle. "If you want to defeat me, you need a better sword." After saying those words, Wazu showed the boys his guild card, which stated that even a divine sword couldn't harm him. Wazu told the princess that he also had a younger sister, so he could imagine how sad and unpleasant it was for Namanissa to be hated by his sister and brother. Wazu claimed that he had the impression that Namanissa was very cheerful and independent, but now her brother and sister did not recognize her. This is why the princess feels very lonely. Wazu thought that the girl was having a very hard time. After all, Isekai'd left the country for her brother and sister to sort out the problem. Wazu thought that Namanissa and her brother and sister are awesome and also very close. These words brought tears to Namanissa's eyes. Orlando thought Wazu was being impertinent and told the guy so. And the princess thanked Wazu. The girl assured that this request was not through the guild. It is an informal request in order to save the princess's family. That was why Namanissa had asked Vasa to destroy the cursed items. There was only one question now. Would Vasu take the job? Wazu didn't hesitate one bit. He immediately replied that of course he would take up the task. Namanissa was infinitely happy. Suddenly, Wazu said that he had one condition. It was about Orlando. Wazu wondered if the princess could give Orlando a chance to become a knight. But Orlando was quick to interrupt Wazu. The young man thought that the condition should be a reward for Wazu himself. But Wazu thought that it was alright, for Orlando was his friend. Such a touching act brought tears to Orlando's eyes, and the princess in turn gladly agreed to accept Orlando as a knight, because he proved his strength by saving Katie and her subordinates. Then Orlando got down on one knee before the princess and thanked her. And Vaz had nothing to ask now that Orlando's future was in safe hands. Then the princess asked Wazu if he really didn't want anything for himself. Wazu assured her that he did indeed. In that case, Namanissa decided to give the young man his own reward. The girl declared that the reward for Wazu would be herself. Wazu at first did not understand what Namanissa meant, but when it came to him, the young man was dumbfounded. Then the princess said that it was good that Wazu was worried about Orlando's future as a knight, but he needed to be so formal with her. Wazu tried to slow the princess down, but it was too late. The girl assured that Wazu could just call her Namanissa and talk to her informally. Wazu, however, didn't think that was a good idea. At that moment, the princess came closer to the boy's face and smiled. Here, Wazu even gagged from embarrassment. There were no more objections. Then Wazu addressed the princess by name for the first time and asked if it would go like this. Namanissa smiled and said she liked it all. The princess then decided that tomorrow they would all go to the royal capital together and she would be protected by Wazu. Of course, Wazu had no choice. In that case, Namanissa wished Wazu good night, for the men's room was separated from the women's room. Suddenly, Floyd said that it would be alright if Namanissa stayed in the room with Wazu and he and Orlando went to the other. No sooner had Floyd wished the princess and Wazu a good night than Namanissa pounced on the butler. The girl's strength was so great that Floyd flew out the window. Namanissa just didn't like the fact that the butler reasoned like a pervert. So, the guys are finally leaving for the royal capital tomorrow. The goddess only asked Vasa not to give in to the temptation of big breasts and to do her best. In the morning, Vazu was awakened by Kumia. She was quite indignant that the young man was sleeping for so long. Upon waking up and seeing Kumia, Wazu even wondered who was standing in front of him. All because Kumia was surprisingly stern and not at all shy like yesterday. At that moment, Floyd entered Wazu's room and said that it was time for them to leave. Wazu was confused and asked the guys to wait. Afterward, the young man asked Floyd what was wrong with Kumia, who seemed like a completely different person yesterday. Floyd explained that the girl was not Kumiya at all, but Kumuya. At first Wazu thought that Kumuya and Kumiya were just twins, but it turned out to be much more complicated. As Floyd explained, this kind of thing is called split personality, mostly dominated by Kumiya, but Kumiya also sometimes shows himself. Floyd assured him that Kumiya might seem rude, but that was not the case at all. Wazu was impressed to learn such a fact about this maid. Suddenly, Kumuya turned to Wazu and stated that she was going to wash him. Wazu tried to turn away from the girl, assuring that he could wash himself. After taking a shower, Wazu turned to his male. The guy wondered if Male also thought that the princess and her subjects were a bit strange. Male was supportive of Wazu. Then Wazu suddenly remembered that Floyd flew out of the window with a bullet yesterday, and not a scratch on him, as if he wasn't human at all. But Wazu also realized that he was simply in no position to complain about anything. Suddenly, the young man noticed that Male was looking at him strangely. The boy assured that at this rate, he might even get embarrassed. In any case, the young man thought that everything was fine, because he had nothing to hide. Still, Wazu realized that he would probably be embarrassed and would never appear naked to anyone if he could change his appearance like Ragnar and the others. That is why Wazu asked Male to remain himself. He likes it better that way. After a while, Wazu finally cleaned himself up and met with the princess. The first thing the young man did was to apologize to her for waiting. The princess in turn noticed that Wazu's cape was wrinkled. That was why she went over to the boy and corrected his clothes. Wazu thanked the girl, but Male did not like such a gesture very much. Therefore he pulled Wazu by the edge of his clothes, thus expressing his displeasure. Wazu laughed and realized that Male also wanted to help him. The princess looked at the happy Male next to Wazu, and was delighted and confused at the same time. In the end, Namanissa called Wazu a prankster. Wazu didn't understand why the girl called him that. After a while, the boys made their way amicably to the capital of the kingdom of Manbond. At the entrance to the capital, Katie told Namanissa that she was going to escort Mrs. Relea to the royal palace. The princess in turn was going to get busy lifting the curse on her family. Katie lastly asked the princess and Waza to be careful, and Orlando asked Waza to try her best. Eventually the boys separated, and after a while Wazu was already walking around the capital with Male and the princess. The young man was marveled at the size of the capital. It seemed to him as if he could not walk from the beginning to the end of the city in half a day. The princess, however, laughed and told the boy that in half a day you could walk the entire ring. Of course, Wazu did not know what this ring was, but Namanissa explained that it was hard to understand from the outside. But the ring is the territory of the kingdom that is round in shape, and the capital itself is divided into 3 parts: the royal castle, the noble court, and the outer court. After that, the princess wondered where Wazu was from. Wazu replied that he was from Isekai'd. Then Namanissa thought that such a picture of the streets was familiar to the young man. Wazu, however, explained that he had previously lived in the mountains, so he was not accustomed to those places. Hearing that Wazu had lived in the mountains, the girl concluded that he traveled a lot, and that was why he was so strong. Wazu laughed and said that one could say that. Namanissa in turn told Wazu that after her father's coronation, only the capital city continued to develop. It has long been the center of all trade, from which it has also prospered. Then Wazu remarked that Namanissa's father was an excellent king. The princess, however, laughed and assured her that Wazu himself would understand everything when he saw her father. The girl argued that her father was not like a king at all. When the boys reached the gate of the castle, Namanissa asked Vasu to wait here. The princess herself planned to talk to the gate guard. Before the girl knew it, the gate was raised and a carriage drove out of there at high speed. The coachman tried to quickly stop the horses when he saw the princess, but they were too late. Namanissa had already closed her eyes with fear. The girl realized what could happen, but suddenly, opening her eyes, she saw a silhouette in front of her. It was Wazu, who by such an action had protected Namanissa from being run over by the carriage. Wazu himself was a little confused, so he asked the princess to be more careful. The princess at this time just clung to Wazu and froze. At this moment, the girl was called out. It was a certain blonde-haired guy whom Namanissa obviously knew. Wazu, of course, did not know this person, so he wondered who it was. Namanissa, on the other hand, addressed this guy by name, Dinroga. The first thing the princess asked Dinroga for a carriage. The girl assumed that Dinroga was going to his father's house with Chancellor's A's. Dinroga assured her that this was the case, and his father told him to visit him. Dinroga quickly switched and asked the princess who was that next to her. The princess introduced Waza as a strong adventurer. She also said that she had hired Waza for her protection because a quarrel had recently broken out between her older brother and sister. The girl assured that she was just showing Waza around the city and was now going to the palace. Denroga listened to the princess and eventually said that to him Wazu did not look strong. These words made the princess angry. She decided not to continue talking to Denroga and just withdrew. Lastly, Namanissa asked Denrog to take care of himself because the girl doesn't see capable people around him, so he should also hire himself a guard. Denroga, on the other hand, did not plan to end the dialogue. Following the girl, he mentioned that he would like to talk about their mutual wedding. But Namanissa didn't want to hear anything, so she simply left in Wazu's company. But Wazu immediately thought about the words about the wedding. Denroga went on to say that he realized that Namanissa's father was not very happy about their wedding. Therefore, he and the princess should change his mind. At this point, the princess couldn't stand it any longer and shouted at Denroga in such a way that he jumped. After which, with a terrifying smile on her face, the princess said goodbye to Denroga. Then Denroga continued to silently look at the departing Namanissa and Vasa. When the boys entered the castle, Wazu had a question ripe for Namanissa. Of course, the question was related to the marriage that Wazu had just heard about. Namanissa's face frowned when she recognized the premise of the question. Although the girl clearly didn't want to talk about the topic, but she still explained. So, Denroga is the son of the Duke of Frabond. There are actually two royal families. They are the Manbond family and the Gunarbond family. At first, a man from the Gunarbond family was king, but he died without an heir. His cousin, Duke Frabond, became a supporter of the Manbond family. Also, Namanissa immediately explained to Vaz that her engagement to Denrog was decided by Denrog's father, Zaze. And when Namanissa's father wakes up, the girl is going to ask him to break this engagement. It is all about the fact that Namanissa does not want to marry Denroga. The girl claimed that she won't even let Denrog touch her. Suddenly, Namanissa asked Wazu if he had forgotten about the reward yet. Wazu was in a stupor. Then the princess reminded him that she was his reward. Wazu made a fork that he understood everything, but he still thought that Namanissa was just joking. But Namanissa was not joking. She believed that Wazu could do whatever he wanted with her since she was his reward. At that moment, the servants rushed into the room shouting. The maids ran up to the princess and began to assure her that they had not been told anything. The girls also claimed that they were very happy to see the princess again. Namanissa, on the other hand, told the girls that she had managed to find out the reason for her brother and sister's quarrel. The princess explained that she first needed to meet her brother as soon as possible, but the maid replied to Namanissa that she would not be able to do that. The princess then asked why not. The maid explained that Navilio had asked the servants not to let anyone visit him, not even his family. In that case, Namarissa simply asked the servants to open the door to Navilio's chambers. The girl claimed that it would be enough for her to simply see her brother from afar. The servants looked at each other and asked Namarissa if she was sure. After all, the princess would not be able to enter her brother's chambers anyway. But the princess said that everything was fine, so the servants were forced to open the door. There at that time Navilio was sitting at the table and rattling the seals on the papers. His face was emotionless, and when the door opened he did not even look up. Vasu noticed that Navilio wasn't even looking at them, and Namanissa assured him that her brother had been like that for a long time. The girl explained that Navilio was constantly working with documents, as if he was being managed. This is where the phrase immature puppet came to Vaz's mind, and Namanissa continued to tell the young man that her brother was very kind, serious but with a sense of humor, always calm in public. He also always loved the same things that Namanissa did. Of all people, Navilio understood Namanissa the best. That is why the princess was forced to ask Vasa to save her older brother. The girl wanted it so much that she began to beg the young man tearfully. Wazu only smiled in response, and then flashed into Navilio's chambers. Wazu approached Navilio with such speed that his guards did not even blink an eye. Wazu did not hesitate. He immediately grabbed Navilio's bracelet and broke it with his strong hands. Only when the bracelet was broken did Navilio's guard come to his senses. At that moment, one of Navilio's guards knocked the guy sitting at the table on the head. Navilio lost consciousness, his head collapsed on the desk. The other guards were puzzled and wanted to pounce on the traitor already, but Wazu asked them to calm down. At that moment, the villain had already swung his sword right at Navilio to kill him, but Wazu wasn't going to let him kill Navilio. That's why the boy repelled the guard's attack with his foot. When the traitor was defeated, Wazu realized that he was wearing red armor. At that moment, the rest of the guards came to their senses. They ran up to the traitor and began to examine him. The boys assured that this rascal was holding Navilio hostage. Then Wazu turned to Namanissa and announced that all was well and the enemy had been defeated. Then the excited Namanissa rushed to her beloved brother. Running up to Navilio, who was still unconscious, Namanissa began to bring him to his senses. Navilio quickly woke up. He himself immediately realized that he had been manipulated. That was why the young man apologized to his sister, for he had caused her many inconveniences. But Namanissa only smiled and said that it was all right, for her beloved older brother was now by her side. Navilio also thanked Vasa as well. The young man assured that while they were being controlled, he was still conscious, but his body was not obeying him. That was why Navilio thanked Vasa sincerely for lifting the curse from him and also helping Namanissa. Navilio did not even hesitate to kneel down in front of Wazoo, but Wazoo asked Navilio to get up, for he was not allowed to bow his head. But Navilio thought that this was absurd, and despite his origin, he was obliged to express his gratitude to his savior. In that case, Wazoo decided to bow even lower before Navilio. At this moment, Namanissa ran up to Wazoo and thanked him for everything too. Wazoo assured her that everything was fine, for he himself had decided to help the princess. At this point, Navilio, looking at the happy Namanissa and Wazoo, suspected something. Then the young man turned to Vasu and asked if he could speak to him on a first-name basis. Wazoo was shocked but replied that he could. Navilio then introduced himself to Wazoo and also said that Wazoo could call him his Shirin. It is worth saying that the brother-in-law is the wife's brother. That is why Namanissa was angry and embarrassed at the same time at that moment. Navilio, on the other hand, asked Waza to socialize with him without formality. Navilio just wanted to get along with Wazoo. Then Wazoo was very surprised that a member of the royal family was so kind to him. At this time, Navilio turned to his favorite sister and started talking to her about how in love she was after all. Wazoo was forced to interrupt the conversation between brother and sister. The young man assured that there was still a need to save Nerlina from the curse. That was why Wazoo wanted to know where she was. At this time, Nerlina was in the garden with her servants. The girl was not herself. When her servants called out to her, Nerlina drew her blade and pointed it at them. Her eyes were filled with rage. The girl ordered the maids to reapproach or she might accidentally kill them. The maids froze. Then Nerlina clutched her face and trembled. The maids were very concerned about Nerlina's behavior and tried to explain to her that if she did not eat and drink at all, her body would not survive. Nerlina in turn took another swing at the maid and struck the tray of food, in parallel ordering her to be silent. Nerlina wanted the servants to stay away from her and not bother her until the controls subsided. Nerlina also wanted the servants to bring Navilio to her, all because the girl longed to cut off her brother's head. At this time, Vasu, Namanissa, and Navilio watched the distraught Nerlina through the window. Then Navilio realized that Nerlina had become even more furious than she had been before. It was hard for the young man to imagine what his sister had gone through while being controlled. Navilio also told the boys that Nerlina was leading the army of the kingdom and it was not easy to subdue her. But Navilio knew that Nerlina is very fragile and feminine under that armor even though she acts rough. Namarissa confirmed her older brother's words, for she and Nerlina also have common interests. Vasu then remarked how close these guys are after all. Navilio, on the other hand, sincerely asked Wazoo to help Nerlina regain her sanity, for she is his dear little sister. Namanissa also wanted her sister to return to normal. That was why Wazoo was willing to take such a task into his own hands. Now Nerlina was completely unaware of what was happening to her. She felt something strange, as if someone is controlling her body and now she is a danger to her loved ones. The girl didn't even know if it was a curse, but was she really that weak? Nerlina tried to pull herself together, convincing herself that she was the strongest person in the kingdom, but she was having no success. At that moment, Wazoo came in. He stood up and looked at Nerlina in silence. The girl looked up at the young man and just stared. But suddenly, she jumped to her feet and, bearing her sword, ordered Wazoo to say goodbye to her head, calling the guy an impudent. But mentally, Nerlina begged Wazoo to just run away, because she didn't want to hurt him. At this moment, Wazoo was trying to find the necklace on Nerlina's body. Suddenly, the young man realized that the necklace might be under the armor. But before Wazoo knew it, Nerlina was at his back. Without thinking long, the girl stabbed the young man in the back with her sword. The watching Nerlina screamed loudly in fear, but Navilio assured that all was well, for Vasu was unharmed. He admitted that Nerlina had frightened him, but he had not expected anything else from the princess. After that, Wazoo decided that it was his turn to attack. In an instant, the young man rushed straight to Nerlina. Nerlina tried to fend off Wazoo's attack, but missed. As a result, Wazoo grabbed the blade of Nerlina's sword with his bare palm. Nerlina was dumbfounded by this turn of events. For a couple seconds, the two opponents simply stood in a stupor. But suddenly, Nerlina screamed loudly. At that moment, Wazoo grabbed her armor. Without thinking long, the young man tore the armor off Nerlina's body to see the necklace on her chest. Upon seeing the necklace on the girl's chest, Wazoo thought that such a horrible necklace was not worthy of Nerlina's beauty. That is why the young man grabbed her necklace, apologizing beforehand. Without thinking long, Wazoo squeezed the object in his hand, causing it to scatter into many small shards. At this moment, Novilio and Namanissa were infinitely happy, as they realized that Wazoo had succeeded in breaking their sister's curse. After the ornament was broken, Nerlina fell on vase without strength. The girl looked at Wazoo's confused and bewildered face and tried to realize who was this person. Also, the girl did not understand why her heart was pounding so fast. At this moment, Wazoo asked Nerlina if she was alright. Nerlina tucked into Wazoo's shoulder and replied that she was fine and she had regained her senses. After which the girl thanked the young man for saving her. Then Vaz thought that something was wrong, so he asked about it. Nerlina assured that everything was fine. It was just the first time she had been hugged by a man. Nerlina admitted that she even enjoyed it. Wazoo was very embarrassed by such talk, and Nerlina at this time wanted to know his name. Wazoo said his name, and immediately afterward Nerlina was loudly called out by Namanissa. Namanissa and Male were quite enraged when they saw how Nerlina was behaving with Wazoo. That was why Namanissa reminded her sister that she had already come to her senses. Only then did Nerlina notice her sister and brother. The first thing Nerlina did when she got to her feet was to apologize to her family for disturbing her. Novilio also provided his apology to his sister. The young man felt that there was no need to worry about it since it was already over. Finally, the brother and sisters were back in well-being. Suddenly, Wazoo was called by Namanissa and told that she was very grateful to him for saving her sister. But also, Namanissa felt that Wazoo should not embrace Nerlina for so long. Male was not happy about Wazoo's hugging either, so she expressed her displeasure to him. Wazoo apologized to the princess and realized that Male didn't like it either. Wazoo admitted that he had been too impertinent. The young man felt that he would now be accused of inappropriate behavior toward the royal family. But Namanissa argued that this was not what she was talking about at all. The girl tried to explain something to Vaz, but she was so embarrassed that she couldn't do anything. Novilio noticed this and asked Namanissa to calm down. The brother assured that Wazoo had simply caught Nerlina so that she would not fall. Nerlina proudly declared that it was true and Wazoo had really just caught her. But Nerlina also proudly added that being in Wazoo's arms had been very pleasant for her. These words made Namanissa angry. Then Novilio realized that his sister's interests had converged again. The young man told Wazoo how once long ago he had given Namanissa a teddy bear, and Nerlina wanted one too, and they ended up fighting. Then Novilio decided that from now on he would give his sisters the same things, and from that moment on he did not change himself. But Novilio realized that Wazoo was alone here, so the question arose, what to do? At that moment, Nerlina and Namanissa clung to Wazoo's hands. Namanissa turned to her sister and politely asked her to move away from Wazoo. But Nerlina had no plans to leave. She assured her that she was not going to take Wazoo away, for they were no longer children. Nerlina also added that she and Namarissa both knew what to do in such situations. This is when Namanissa realized that it was okay to just share. Wazoo in turn wanted only one thing, not to be torn apart, and the girls wanted Wazoo to be the one for them and for everything to be simultaneous and fair. That is why the sisters asked Wazoo to become a man for both of them at once. Wazoo was dumbfounded. Novilio, on the other hand, liked this peaceful solution of his sisters. He believed that this way their father would awaken in no time and would be very happy to hear the news. It seemed only Vasa was the only one here who was not happy about something. He felt that everything had been decided too quickly, and without his opinion. At this point, Nerlina asked Wazoo to speak to them without formality, realizing that he would have to speak without formality. And to Nerlina, Wazoo was dumbfounded even more. And Nerlina wanted Wazoo to get used to calling her simply by her first name and not mistress. That is why she asked him to repeat her name over and over again. In the end, Wazoo couldn't stand it and became indignant and shouted loudly. And Nerlina finally calmed down and stopped asking the young man to do so. Then Nerlina turned to her servants and apologized to them for disturbing her, for the girl had really frightened everyone a lot. But the servants assured her that this was not the case at all and they were happy as long as Mrs. Nerlina was with them. In the end, Nerlina thanked her servants and Novilio suggested that the boys go to the room where their parents were sleeping. When they arrived, the king and queen were indeed asleep in bed. Looking at her parents, Namanissa realized that her magic was powerless here, and Navilio only hoped that her parents would feel better when the curse broke. Nerlina, on the other hand, looked at her parents and did not understand what was the matter, for there were no cursed objects on them. At that moment, a group of cheerleaders entered the king and queen's chambers. Among them were Floyd, Orlando, Cumia, and Katie. All the guys were happy to see each other. Orlando immediately ran up to Wazoo and asked how he was doing. Wazoo replied that he was fine and asked Orlando how he was doing. And Floyd was more interested in the order of Namanissa, Navilio, and Nerlina. At this point, Navilio approached Wazoo and asked if he and Orlando were friends. Upon seeing Navilio, Orlando quickly sat down on one knee in front of him and bowed his head. And Wazoo explained that he and Orlando were traveling together. Also, Wazoo mentioned that Orlando had some kind of skills and Navilio could take him as a knight. Orlando felt awkward at this point and called out Wazoo loudly. Navilio, on the other hand, didn't mind taking Orlando if that's what Wazoo said. At that time, Katie walked up to Nerlina and happily announced that she was happy to see her. Nerlina thanked Kathy for her concern and said that Namanissa had already told her about the investigation. Kathy, on the other hand, explained that she and her squad had learned that Nerlina and Navalit had been cursed through special items. But until now, Katie still can't understand the reason for the king and queen's dream. Meanwhile, Floyd said about bringing the head of the guild who might be able to help in some way. At that time, Cumia opened the door to the room and invited Mrs. Relea in. At this moment, Wazoo remembered that Relea is Reagan's older sister, and Orlando, as it turned out, had just had a conversation with this girl. Orlando admitted that when he saw Relea, he was quite surprised. At that moment, the clacking of heels was heard in the room. At the same second, a gorgeous statuesque woman in good shape entered the chambers. Seeing her, Wazoo was dumbfounded, and Relea immediately realized that this confused young man was Wazoo. Wazoo pulled himself together and explained to Relea that he was a C-rank adventurer. Relea, on the other hand, explained that she had heard about Wazoo with Orlando, but she still couldn't believe it. Wazoo then decided to show Relea the badge that Reagan had given him, as well as his guild member card. Looking at the card, Relea hesitated. The card seemed authentic to her, but the woman decided to still believe Vaz, since her foolish brother trusts this young man. That is why Relea decided to introduce herself more formally. So, this beautiful woman is the head of staff of the Adventurer Guild of the eastern capital of the kingdom, Relea. Relea also told Vaz what she had heard about him from Orlando. Thus, Relea is already aware that Vasu has just been rescued by Navilio with Nerlina. In other words, Wazoo's rank does not show his power, since there is no C-rank adventurer who can overpower the royal guard. But Relea also realized that she had not seen Wazoo's strength in person and she does not know what tricks he uses. But the woman assured that it was true luck for a guild master to find an adventurer who was trusted by many people. This was when Wazoo had a thought. He didn't even know if it was a compliment or not. But the young man still thanked Relea for saying such words. After that, Relea went to the king and queen's bed and asked Namanissa how her parents were. Namanissa told Relea that the king and queen had been sleeping for a very long time. Because of this, Namanissa was curious to know if Relea had seen this before. Relea told that she had met all sorts of things in her life, and she could say that it could be some kind of magic drug. But Navilio thought that the doctors would have figured it out by now if it was indeed a magic drug. But Relea assured him that she was not talking about drugs known to most people. The woman claimed it could be an ancient and long-lost drug. Relea admitted that even she might not know about it, for it had already been found to be very strong yet undetectable. Here Navilio concluded that if the drug is long-lasting, there is no chance here. These words did not please Nerlina. She didn't want her dad and mom to sleep forever, and Relea explained that the best way would be to catch the culprit and find out the way to remove this magic. Namanissa didn't understand how they would pull this off, since they hadn't even been able to find the person who had cursed Navilio and Nerlina. Relea also wondered about this, because even if they managed to find these people, they might just lie. Wazoo felt unnecessary at this moment. After all, force wouldn't solve anything here. At this moment, Relea thought about how good it would be to find someone whose knowledge surpassed this era, someone who had already lived for many years. After all, perhaps he would be able to help. At that moment, an ingenious idea came into Vaz's head. The young man turned to Mael and asked how old Ragnar was. Mael replied that Ragnar was very old. In that case, Wazoo decided to question him about everything. Meanwhile, Sirona and Tada continued their journey in search of Wazoo. At one point, Sirona had one question for Tada. Sirona was a little embarrassed to ask such a question, but Tada assured her that she could ask anything she wanted. Sirona then explained that her question had to do with the fact that Tada had worked as a prostitute. Tada admitted that this was indeed true, but she also added that she was not doing it on a whim. Tada assured that she would have easily given herself to Wa's body and soul if he had allowed her to be one of the harem members. Sorona, meanwhile, was trying to formulate her question. The girl was just confused by the fact that Wazu and Tada often met in the brothel, as Tada told. Here Tada decided to make a joke on the tense Sorona. The girl claimed that Wazu had forcibly thrown her into bed, and then Tada added that Wazu and her then had a good time together. These words dumbfounded and greatly embarrassed Sorona. The girl believed everything Tada said. Then Tada explained to Sorona that she was just joking and Wazu did not even lay a finger on her. Sorona calmed down a little. Tada hugged Sorona and explained that she was just too cute, so Tada couldn't help teasing her. Sorona, on the other hand, admitted that she was glad to hear that Tada and Wazu had nothing going on. It was all because Sorona was just afraid that she had managed to fall behind. Suddenly, Tada asked Sorona how far they'd gotten with Wazu. Sorona assured that it was nothing like that. Tada then asked if Sorona had shown her body to Wazu. Sorona wanted to answer that there was no such thing, but suddenly she remembered a moment. It happened when Sorona was taking a bath. It was then that Wazu saw her breasts. Then Tada asked if Wazu had really seen only her breasts. Then Sorona reluctantly admitted that she had not seen anything underneath either. But the girl assured that Wazu only had time to look at her breasts. Meanwhile, Tada boasted that her Wazu had already seen her naked. Then Sorona decided not to back down and said that she and Tada were on equal footing, because at that moment Sorona was also naked. In that case, Tada decided that it was a tie. She also concluded that Wazu had not touched any girl yet, and Sorona admitted that she was a little worried about it. Sorona just found it hard to believe that Wazu had come to the brothel and not done anything at all. Tada then asked the girl if she was really already anticipating the moment when Wazu would show his masculine side. Sorona assured that it wasn't like that at all, but she also didn't think that Wazu was avoiding relationships with girls because of his kindness. Tada then told Sorona that she had once asked Wazu if there was a possibility that he was not interested in girls, but he had refuted the girl's hypothesis. Here Sorona thought for a moment, and Tada suggested that the next time they met Wazu, she should try to seduce him. Sorona was confused and stated that she could not make the first move. Tada then asked why, but Sorona embarrassedly explained that she had no experience. Also, the girl confessed that she is still a virgin and she is very embarrassed to say that. Hearing this, Tada was touched. She again threw herself into Sorona's arms and said that it was wonderful of her to give her intact body to Vaz. Sorona, on the other hand, assured that she would obey if Vazu wanted. Also, Sorona confessed that she was afraid of disappointing Wazu because she was too inexperienced in this regard. But Tada assured that it had nothing to do with experience and the techniques used. Tada argued that the very decision to give someone their first time is unimaginably beautiful. Tada was no longer capable of doing it, which was why she was even jealous of Sorona, and Tada was not ashamed to admit it. Sorona, on the other hand, decided to support Tada and said that she only needed to show Vaz her love, as long as her feelings and heart were devoted to him. These words pleased Tada and made her smile. Tada also noticed that Sorona's words applied to herself. Tada just didn't want Sorona to worry. The girl was confident that this young man would undoubtedly give his whole self to love. After all, Tada added, Sorona could use a lesson or two, so she decided to serve as Sorona's teacher. Sorona, on the other hand, was embarrassingly indignant and asked Tada to keep her nose clean. Tada at this time decided to check Sorona's breasts first, although Sorona tried to stop her, but it was too late. And Nenya, who was sitting in the same carriage, had only to pray that the whole show would end. After a while, Wazu was already on the mountain. The young man was serious about asking someone familiar with ancient narcotics and who knew the reason for the long sleep of the king and queen of Manbond. Speaking of someone knowledgeable in ancient things, Vaz's father Male, who had already lived for many years, immediately came to mind. That was why the young man felt it necessary to ask Ragnar about it. It also seemed to him that it would be much quicker to ask Ragnar than the two goddesses in Vasu's chart. At this point, the goddesses reading Vasu's mind were outraged. They felt that the guy should trust them more, but Wazu only thought these goddesses were just annoying. In the end, Wazu quickly reached Ragnar Castle and found some people standing outside the castle. But as it turned out, they weren't really people. These guys looked nice. They just stood under the castle windows and asked Ragnar to come out and play with them. At this moment, Wazu approached these guys and asked them who they were. Hearing someone's voice, the boys turned around with a menacing look. Realizing that there was a person in front of them, the mysterious guys were dumbfounded. They wondered who Wazu was and what he was doing here. Wazu in turn explained to the boys that he was a friend of Ragnar. Upon hearing these words, the lion of the four mysterious lads became furious. He claimed that Ragnar's best friends were their foursome where Wazoo did not fit in. After making such a statement, the lion grabbed Wazoo as if to enclose him in an embrace. Eventually, he realized that Wazoo was quite strong. Then the other three saw this as a challenge and pounced on Wazoo. In the end, after a while, all the boys were sitting in Ragnar's castle listening to his gushing laughter. Ragnar, looking at his beaten four friends and Wazoo alive and well, realized that the boys had already become friends. Ragnar explained to everyone that he and Wazoo had recently become friends. And to Wazoo, Ragnar explained that the four of his old friends were in front of him, including Ragnar. They are called the higher beings of the mountain peak. And the foursome was very depressed at this time because Wazoo had beaten them up very easily, being a mere human. That was why they didn't want Ragnar to call them supreme. Leo had a broken tooth at all, and Vasu didn't even have a scratch on him. And Ragnar assured that it would not be an exaggeration to call Vasu the strongest in the world. The dragon claimed that Wazoo would be able to lift him up and throw him with ease. Hearing this claim, Ragnar's four friends were dumbfounded even more. Now Wazoo wondered if he could befriend Ragnar's old friends. Ragnar thought that his old friends had clearly already become friends to Wazoo, for they had exchanged fists. And the four didn't mind becoming friends with Wazoo since Wazoo is Ragnar's friend. That was why the boys were sure that they and Wazoo would get along. Wazoo looked at Ragnar's good friends and became more and more surprised. Suddenly, Ragnar remembered that he hadn't introduced his old friends to Wazoo yet. That was why the dragon decided to start. The first one Ragnar introduced was a golden lion named Gain, then a werewolf named Sir. Next to them sat the highest Irafu, Rudo, and the fourth was a necromancer named Neil. Suddenly, Wazoo wondered, who are these supreme Irafu? Rudo liked this question. He was willing to answer it with pleasure. The young man began by saying that he was indeed of the high elf species, but his heart race was different. Vasu did not understand anything he said. Then Rudo decided to explain things differently. The young man stated that he simply adored elven women. At this moment, Wazoo realized that he had never even considered that there were such perverted elves. And Rudo claimed that he had groped every woman in his village since he loves them all so much. But, as a result of which he was kicked out. However, Rudo believed that elves were pure and discreet. Rudo was simply fascinated by nobility and seductiveness in one bottle. The young man confessed that he would have fooled around with all the elven women if only he could. After which, Rudo concluded by shouting that he adored obscenity. An awkward silence then hung in the room. Suddenly, Wazoo remembered why he had come to Ragnar. The young man explained to Ragnar that the king had been sleeping for a long time because of the ancient drug. In that case, Ragnar felt it necessary to ask Neil, who is a necromancer, about it. And then Wazoo had an epiphany, and Neil confessed that long life is the only thing he can boast of. In the end, Neil realized from Wazoo's words that it might well be a magic drug, but it could also be the effect of some kind of magic. Rudo supported Neil's words, for now magic could do anything, and Rudo assured that one couldn't say for sure without seeing it firsthand. After all, both the magic and the drug had to be neutralized properly, otherwise they could cause problems in the future. Then Wazoo asked Neil if he had any kind of medicine. The young man just realized that he couldn't come back with so much information. And Neil on the other hand replied that he could not mindlessly prescribe a cure. Neil also admitted that he didn't have anything with him, but he and Wazoo could go to the lab where Neil could give the young man a couple of useful things. Before Neil could finish his sentence, Wazoo interrupted him and suggested that they already go to the lab. But Neil hastened to warn Wazoo that this place was quite far, especially for a human. But Wazoo assured him that there was no problem with it at all. And Ragnar at this time realized that Neil had not yet fully realized how powerful Wazoo was. And Wazoo explained that he just wanted to return as soon as possible. After all, with his speed, or could reach Neil's house and return to Manbon by tomorrow morning. At this point Neil was dumbfounded, for the journey from Manbon to the mountain takes 1 week. Then Wazoo asked Neil if he would go with him. Neil did not understand why he should go anywhere. Wazoo reminded Neil that he himself had said that he could not cure without seeing everything for himself. Neil started to refuse the offer, and Wazoo offered Neil to carry him on his back. But Neil argued that this was not the crux of the problem at all. Neil tried to explain to Wazoo that he was a necromancer and a monster. Thus, it is not hard to imagine what would happen if Neil suddenly showed up in a human city. Neil was sure that he would simply be stoned and his bones would be given to the dogs for food. Neil concluded that he would definitely be crying when he returned. This is when Wazoo realized that Neil, as a monster, had no self-confidence at all. And Neil continued to assume that he could also be attacked by soldiers or sealed by mages. That was why the necromancer was wondering what Wazoo was going to do if something happened to him. Then Wazoo decided to remind Neil that he was the supreme being of the mountain peak, but Neil assured that it was long past. Wazoo, on the other hand, didn't really understand why Neil was worried, but the guy was willing to side with the necromancer. After all, he's not a bad guy. That was why Wazoo could firmly state that he would make cutlets out of the offenders if anything happened to Neil. Wazoo claimed that despite the fact that he had only recently met the prince and princess, he wanted to help them. And if the king and queen can wake up and the whole family gets together, then Wazoo will definitely be able to see the cheerful smiles on their faces. That is why Wazoo was ready to beg Neil for help. This is what the young man did. Neil realized that there was nothing that could be done about it since Wazoo was willing to go that far. But the necromancer was only willing to agree on one condition. Wazoo was certainly willing to fulfill all the conditions, of course, if it was something from the realm of feasible. Then Neil stated that he would like to meet the skeleton of the girl with the beautiful collarbone. Neil thought it was about time he had a partner. Wazoo was dumbfounded to hear such a condition, but the guy realized that he simply had no choice and had to fulfill this condition. After a while, Wazoo and Neil were already at the entrance of the capital. Although Neil appreciated Wazoo's effort in carrying him on his back, but the speed and vibration almost made Neil's bones separate. And Wazoo was as cheerful as usual and was already going to meet the soldiers at the entrance and then go to the kingdom's capital. Wazoo realized that it would be better for Neil to hide his face so that passers-by wouldn't be frightened. That was why the young man pulled a hood over the necromancer's face, and Neil was more worried about the dogs that might smell his scent. Wazoo, on the other hand, asked Neil to just not worry. At the entrance of the kingdom, Wazoo was met by Orlando. Upon seeing his friend, Wazoo was dumbfounded. The young man immediately started running to Orlando asking what was wrong. Orlando explained that he was now the knight's apprentice and Navilio had given him special attention. With Orlando were other knights who also stood guard over the kingdom. The one that interested the most out of all of them was Neil, who was standing in the hood. Wazoo introduced Neil and explained that he knew a lot about magic drugs, which was why Wazoo had brought him here. Hearing that Neil was a necromancer, the knights retreated with frightened faces. Wazoo asked the boys not to worry. The young man assured that Neil wouldn't arouse anyone's suspicion, and if Neil did something, Wazoo assured that he would just trample him, crush him, crumble him, pulverize him, shred him, crush him. Neil reminded Wazoo that he had promised to protect him. Wazoo took Neil aside and explained that it was just a joke. The young man assured him that he just needed to get the necromancer inside somehow. That's when Neil realized that his heart was aching even though he didn't have it to him. In the end, Vaz managed to sneak Neil into the capital. That was why the guys immediately went to the castle where the royal family was already waiting for them. All the guys were very happy to see Wazoo again, and Wazoo first decided to introduce his friend Neil, the necromancer, to everyone. Neil embarrassedly greeted everyone and assured that it was a pleasure to meet everyone. Navilio then approached Neil and shook his hand and told him that he was very grateful for his help. Neil laughed nervously and noticed that the prince approached him without a bit of fear, and Navilio explained that he was just a little surprised. After all, this was his first experience meeting a necromancer, even though Neil is a friend of Wazoo. Navilio also realized that Neil is a man of high intelligence, which is why his fears were unfounded. Neil, on the other hand, explained that it was all because he was now suppressing his intimidating nature. The necromancer claimed that this was a technique that could only be used by those staying in that form for a long time, and ordinary necromancers would not be able to do so. This is when Wazoo realized that Neil had just lied to him when he said he was afraid of guards and dogs, but Neil assured him that it was true. Then Wazoo just asked Neil to show his coolest ability, since Wazoo himself is not at all knowledgeable about necromancers. But Neil resented it and asked Wazoo not to inflate expectations. Neil thought that in the first place, Wazoo was already incredibly strong, so he was afraid of embarrassing himself by showing his strength here. At this moment, Relaya, who had been watching Neil with contempt throughout, suddenly spoke. The woman turned to the necromancer and asked him if it was possible that he was the king of magicians Neil. Neil remained silent. Wazoo, on the other hand, had many questions. The young man couldn't even guess that Neil was such a celebrity, and Relaya argued that famous was an understatement. After all, they say that Neil could use any magic and his magic power was extremely great. Yes, so much so that the king of magicians could easily destroy an entire state. Thus, in truth, Neil is a legend. At this point, Neil laughed and admitted that Relaya was right about everything, and the phrase King of Mages brought back good memories for Neil. Neil admitted that he was quite amazed to learn that he was still called the King of Mages. That was why the necromancer realized that Relaya was a rather eroded person. Relaya, however, explained that it was all because she was the head of the guild of that state. At that moment, Wazoo turned to Neil and asked him to proceed to treat the king. Neil was outraged at Wazoo's behavior, for it turns out that the young man had not listened to the necromancer at all earlier. In the end, Neil looked at the king and queen and concluded that something very rare had been cast on them. The necromancer had no doubt that a magic drug had been used on the king and queen, and it was most likely the effect of the drug of eternal sleep. At this point, Namanissa asked Neil if he could wake up her parents with his magic. Neil explained that this procedure was possible, but it was too powerful a method. Neil admitted that he did not know what might happen to the bodies of the king and queen if he woke them up by force. But it should be noted that if the guys just sit still, the king and queen will sleep at all until their deaths come. These words greatly saddened Namanissa, and the necromancer at this time advised the guys to follow a certain procedure for the sake of which a cancelling drug should be made. Then Navilio asked Neil how should they make this cancelling drug. Neil thought for a while and said that he could easily make this drug, but there was a catch. The thing is that there is one important ingredient missing. It is the vampire's fang. Hearing those words, Nerlina was dumbfounded, and Namanissa asked the necromancer if it was safe to use vampire fang. Neil assured her that it was really safe. The necromancer understood Namanissa's concern, but explained that he only needed the fang as a catalyst, so there was no risk of the king and queen turning into vampires. At this point, Navilio thought about the fact that finding a vampire is quite difficult, and Neil, fortunately, knows one right place. It was just an old memory of the necromancer, and there was no guarantee that vampires were still there. But Vasu stated that he was willing to go to that place if there was even the slightest chance of finding a vampire there. Neil then explained that he was talking about the house in front of the cave, a day's ride away on horseback. In that case, Vasu asked the necromancer to tell him everything in detail. Then Namanissa and Nerlina had a sliver of hope of saving their parents. That was why they too wanted to know the details of this journey. Neil was dumbfounded when he realized that the girls were also going to go to the vampire, but those just tearfully begged Waza to take them along and assured them that they would be very helpful. But Wazoo doubted this, since Namanissa and Nerlina are princesses after all. Then Namanissa said that she could use the magic barrier, so she would not be a burden. And Nerlina assured that her sword skill is the best in the kingdom even though she is not as strong as Vasu. Besides, the girls saw it as a chance for their father and mother to wake up. That's why they just can't stand by and watch. Then Navilio asked Wazoo if he could take his sisters with him if it wasn't too difficult for him. Navilio just understood his sister's feelings. After all, he too wants to do something for his parents. In the end, Wazoo scratched the back of his head, and after thinking things over for a while, he made his reprimand. The young man agreed to take Namanissa and Nerlina with him. The sisters were over the moon. That is why, without thinking long, the girls went to prepare for the journey, and only asked Vasu to wait for them for a while. As the girls ran away, Relaya noticed that the C-rank adventurer had gotten too close to the royal family and had become a friend of the Mage King. That was why Relaya thought that Wazoo was really quite an interesting person. Wazoo chuckled and scratched the back of his head. He wondered what kind of expression Relaya would have on his face if he told her that the Dragon King was also his friend. Afterward, Relaya said that she was willing to promote Wazoo to be Rana if he would deal with the matter. This news pleased Wazoo very much. Relaya, on the other hand, assured that she could promote Wazoo to a rank as well, but it was too steamy. In the end, the woman decided to simply leave Nerlina and Namanissa to Wazoo, and removed herself. At that moment, Namanissa and Nerlina returned. Upon seeing them, Wazoo was shocked. The girls changed their clothes and were ready to go with Wazoo to try their best together. The girls also asked Wazoo to take care of them during the journey. Wazoo, however, noticed that both girls wore rather light armor, and Namanissa felt that she and Nerlina should hide their identities after all, since they were going to leave the capital. Besides, considering even the fact that the girls are royalty, they are far from weak. Also, Nerlina and Namanissa didn't mind camping. Hearing such a statement, Wazoo was dumbfounded and confused at the same time. It was hard for him to believe that he would have to camp with two princesses. As the princesses, accompanied by Wazoo, left the village, Namanissa admitted that it had been a long time since she had last left the kingdom. The girl didn't even remember crossing the border even once. That was why she was scared. But Nerlina reminded her sister that she had already left her homeland for the sake of finding a way to cure her sister and brother. Namanissa, on the other hand, believed that she had done almost nothing and it had all worked out only because of Floyd, Cumia, and Katie. Nerlina, on the other hand, didn't think so, because Namanissa had been brave after all. Namanissa, however, assured that it wasn't hard for her to be brave for her beloved family. After all, it was for Nerlina's sake as well. It was then that Nerlina realized how lucky she was to have such a cute little sister like Namanissa. When Nerlina turned to Vaz, he had already interrupted all the monsters on the way and asked the girls not to worry about anything and to leave all the monsters and dangerous matters to him. The young man promised the princesses a safe journey. So, a few hours ago, Wazoo and the princesses stepped outside the state. Considering that it was only noon and taking into account the speed of the horses, the boys would reach their destination tomorrow. That's why Wazoo was thinking about just turning the vampire alone and delivering the fang. The young man realized that if he did so, he would be able to return to the castle by tonight. And at the rate things were going now, it would end up being a disaster. It's because Floyd has only prepared one tent for the guys. That means that tonight is going to be absolute hell for Wazoo. He will not only share a bed with the princess, but also with not one, but with two at once. Thinking about all of this, Wazoo realized that he simply wouldn't be able to stay in the camp under these conditions. Suddenly, Wazoo realized that he could sleep in a tree. At this moment, Namanissa, looking at the crushed monsters, realized that they, in company with Wazoo, really had nothing to worry about. Nerlina, on the other hand, was also shocked by such amazing physical abilities of Wazoo. Then the girl asked the young man if he had ever thought of learning to ride a horse. Wazoo scratched his head and said with a confused expression that he had never had such a problem. But Nerlina thought that riding skill had never hurt anyone yet. Wazoo, on the other hand, explained that he simply had not had the opportunity to learn horseback riding. In that case, Nerlina decided to teach Wazoo everything herself. Wazoo was dumbfounded to hear such a statement. In the meantime, Nerlina asked the boy not to stand in a pole and get on the horse ahead of her. At this moment, Namanissa realized that all this was just a ploy by Nerlina. The girl was indignant, for she thought it was unfair. But Nerlina was pleased with herself because she thought that everything was fair. As they say, the first one up is the first one down. Wazoo finally decided to accept Nerlina's generous offer, but Namanissa was not going to let Nerlina do that, even though she is her sister. Nerlina, however, asked Namanissa not to get so angry, for there was room for her in her plans too. After saying that, Namanissa and Nerlina left, having previously said that they would return now. Wazoo escorted the girls with a glance, wondering where they were going. At this moment, the young man suddenly felt abandoned. In the end, the boy remembered Mail, who is always by his side. At that moment, Mail got up from Wazoo's head and started to fly away. She ended up flying straight towards Namanissa and Nerlina, who were already quite far away. Wazoo didn't understand what had happened and why even Mail had abandoned him. Left alone, Wazoo began to have bad thoughts. He realized that he was under a lot of pressure from the responsibility for the princesses, and now the loneliness was getting to him. Then the young man decided that all he had to do was to use the sitting technique he had learned from his little sister. Wazoo's little sister used to do this when she was lonely. This method of sitting for exercise has been around since the time of ancient Egypt. Suddenly, Wazoo heard the voices of Namanissa and Nerlina again. The first thing the girls did was apologize to Wazoo for waiting and explained that they had just distributed the line. Wazoo, however, did not yet know which cue the girls were talking about. Then Nerlina stated that she would teach Wazoo horseback riding on the way to their goal, and on the way back it would be done by Namanissa, and Mail agreed to this on the condition that she would be present during the process. Wazoo had only one question: why? Namanissa answered that due to the limited time she and her sister would only be able to teach Wazoo the basics, but it was better than no knowledge at all. That's why the joyful Namanissa suggested Wazoo to do his best, because today she is the commander of the parade. Wazoo still hadn't gotten up to speed, but he thought that everything was fine as long as the girls taught him. But after a while, Wazoo was ready to take back his words, because this is too uncool. The whole thing was that the young man couldn't focus on riding because Nerlina's chest was resting right on his back. And Nerlina asked Vasa to hold the reins tightly, because the horse must feel the presence of the rider. Nerlina assured that if a horse forgets about the rider, such a rider can be safely called a laughingstock. And while Wazoo was in his thoughts, Nerlina suggested that he switch to trotting, because he was already used to walking. After saying that, Wazoo tensed up even more. Looking at Nerlina, the young man saw suspicion in her eyes. That was why Wazoo tried to pull himself together. After all, Nerlina was a princess, and a commoner like him shouldn't think of any temptations. Suddenly, Nerlina pressed herself against Wazoo's back, causing the guy to be confused. The girl had noticed how wide Wazoo's back was. Wazoo thought he was just blocking the girl's view, but that's not what Nerlina meant. As it began to get dusk, Nerlina suggested that the guys stop, and for the sake of precaution, the girl decided to erect a barrier. At that moment, Wazoo decided to talk to the girls about the vampire fang. Wazoo realized that it was easy to say that he could obtain this fang on his own, but then the whole journey they had already traveled would be meaningless. At this point, Namanissa asked the confused Wazoo what he was worried about, and Wazoo remained silent. He realized that if he told the princesses that he wanted to go after the vampire Fang alone, it would be tantamount to saying I don't believe in you. And the whole point was that Wazoo wouldn't want to be misunderstood. The princesses realized that this adventure is not child's play. It's just that Wazoo would be too vain, so he rushed into it. That's why the young man decided to calm down, and instead of what he wanted to say, he only suggested that the girls give their best tomorrow. Nerlina and Namanissa in turn supported Vasa. The girls were now back to their normal behavior. Namanissa was going to prepare dinner, while Nerlina was angry and argued to her sister that one should not get ahead like that. Namanissa, on the other hand, thought that Nerlina's cooking was not the best thing to do, and Nerlina didn't want to talk about what was bothering her. Vasu asked the girls if they had enough ingredients. The young man was ready to get something for the girls, that's why he asked. Wazoo realized that he had to get used to traveling with the girls if he wanted a harem for himself. He doesn't know how to interact with them properly, but Wazoo assumed that when he is brimming with self-confidence, he looks a little cooler. As the young man sat down on the log with the princesses, they began to tell him about the famous store and asked him if he had heard of shampoo and conditioner. Wazoo replied that he had never heard of them. Nerlina then explained that shampoo and conditioner are great for grooming hair. Namanissa confirmed her sister's words and assured her that the pleasant smell from the care stays for a long time, even after a day of traveling. Baz became so interested in what the girls were telling him about that he asked Namanissa if he could smell her hair. Namanissa, of course, allowed the young man to do so. Wazoo then leaned over to Namanissa's hair and sniffed. As a result, the young man thought the girl's hair smelled like roses. And Namanissa smelled her own hair and agreed with Wazoo. They did indeed smell just wonderful. At this point, Nerlina asked Wazoo what he was going to do after they resolved the problem at hand. Wazoo explained that he was currently traveling with mail all over the continent, so he would probably continue on his way. Then Namanissa sadly realized that Wazoo was going to leave Manbond, and Nerlina realized that there was nothing that could be done about it since Wazoo is an adventurer. Then Nerlina asked Wazoo what was the meaning of his journey. The girl assumed that the meaning lay in the desire to become stronger, but Wazoo assured her that he simply wanted to help people in need. Wazoo also told the princesses that the original purpose of his journey was to gather his harem. These words put the princesses in a stupor, and an embarrassed Wazoo explained that a lot had happened since then and now he was having more fun just helping people because it was worth the effort. And the girls at that moment realized that such an idea suited them very well. Wazoo in turn did not understand anything and only looked questioningly at the mysterious princesses. When the boys had eaten, the girls said that Wazoo can go to the side, and the rest they will take care of themselves. But Wazoo declared that he could not let the princesses do that. The girls deemed that they were friends, therefore titles didn't matter. In the end, the princesses managed to send Wazoo to bed. When they returned to the tent, Wazoo was sound asleep. The girls looked at the sleeping young man and could not admire him. Namanissa thought that Wazoo was too concerned with social status, so he created a distance between him and her and Nerlina. And Nerlina thought that she and her sister should make Wazoo see them as his comrades, or even better, girlfriends. The princesses realized that they would not be able to be around Wazoo for long, but they remembered that the young man wanted to create a harem. That is why the girls felt that Wazoo would take them into his harem if he fell in love. Suddenly, Nerlina asked Namanissa if she liked Wazoo. This question confused Namanissa. Then Nerlina decided not to pressure her sister and only mentally asked her father and mother to let their daughters have a full-scale love offensive. After that, the girls traveled together to Vaz. Lastly, the girls reminded each other that neither of them should steal the pace. Nerlina then lay with Wazoo on one side and Namanissa on the other. Male, on the other hand, lay on top of the young man. Suddenly, Wazoo opened his eyes and looked around. Realizing that the princesses were lying next to him, Wazoo was dumbfounded and embarrassed at the same time. He didn't understand what was even happening and why the princesses were lying at either side of him. The young man also noticed that the girls were very lightly dressed and their bodies were pressed against his. Wazoo could also smell how nice Namanissa's shampoo smelled. The smell even made the boy dizzy. Suddenly, Wazoo assumed that he was being seduced. But what would happen if he pounced on girls? He is a man after all. But on second thought, Wazoo realized that he had actually already seen the feminine charms, remembering Tata and Saren. Also, he had also seen Emma's underwear as well, which turned out to be by chance. Then Wazoo wondered, does he really have a super happy life? Although at the moment his harem only consists of male. If you think about it in that way, Wazoo is a very lucky man. but Wazoo realized that Nobilio had entrusted him with his sisters. That was why the young man felt it was his duty to bring the princesses back safe and sound. In the morning, Wazoo woke up and stretched with a good mood, looking at the beautiful weather, and Namanissa and Nerlina were quite dumbfounded that Wazoo slept like a dead man and showed himself to be a true gentleman. Namanissa, on the other hand, thought that she was not feminine enough, but Nerlina thought that all was not lost and she should try to attract Wazoo's attention with her excellent sword skills, and Namanissa planned to steal Wazoo's heart by cooking him a delicious dinner. After a while, the boys were at the very cave that Neil said a vampire lived in. Suddenly, a bat flew out of the cave, which frightened Namanissa very much. Without thinking long, the boys went into the cave. On the way, Wazoo noticed that the whole cave was swarming with bats. They literally filled the entire wall. Suddenly, the boys saw a house standing on the other side of the cave. This house was illuminated by bright sunlight. The boys were quite surprised to notice that there was a hole at the top of the cave and only the area with the house was illuminated. In addition, the house was surrounded by a field. At that moment, the boys heard someone's voice. It was a vampire who looked quite miles away. He was enjoying the bright morning light while working in his field. Seeing this vampire, the boys were dumbfounded, for he was a little different from what they expected to see. While the vampire stood peacefully in his field and admired his ruddy tomatoes and cabbage, the three guests stood and watched him. And the vampire planned to serve all sorts of delicious vegetables upon the return of a certain Enin. Suddenly, the vampire turned around and saw two girls and a guy with a dragon on his head. Realizing what had happened, he covered his body with his hands and screamed loudly. The vampire was indignant because he hadn't been warned that there would be girls here. Immediately afterward, the vampire quickly headed to his house, and the trio that looked at all this misunderstanding was just in a stupor. Wazoo even wondered if this guy was really a vampire. Namanissa agreed that this vampire was a little different from what they had heard. Nerlina was no more confused than the others, for she had heard that vampires were afraid of sunlight, but all over this vampire's body was clearly visible tan. Suddenly, Namanissa speculated that this guy might be a messenger or a butler. In that case, Nerlina suggested the guys to make a dialogue with this guy. At that moment, the door of the vampire's house swung open. The same vampire, but already in a terrifying guise, came out of the dome. He was laughing and trying to frighten Wazoo and the princesses. "You've come for my head, you stupid humans. My name is Rial." And Rial assured that he would take the lives of the boys. At this point, the princesses and Wazoo pretended that they were really scared. But as silence hung, Wazoo still decided to reveal the cards. The young man explained to the vampire that they had already caught him in a bad way, even though he had asked to attack. At that moment, Rial apologized to the guys with his head down. Wazoo was dumbfounded after hearing the vampire apologize. But before the guy could come to his senses, Nerlina and Namanissa also started apologizing to Rial. Then Namanissa suggested that Rial remake the moment to greet them properly. The vampire was all for it. That was why the guys decided to play along with Rial. In the end, they agreed to start from the moment they entered. Back at the cave entrance, the guys turned on the acting. An enthusiastic Vasu suggested that the princesses find the vampire they had been looking for so long. And Namanissa supported the guy's idea and suggested that the guys take the vampire fang from Rial at any cost. The guys also pretended to see Rial's mansion for the first time. Then, after briefly thinking about it, they went to it. Then they were met by Rial already in an intimidating manner. But when Rial grinned evilly, he choked and collapsed to his knees. He apologized to the boys and explained that the water had simply gone down the wrong throat. When Rial was released, however, he asked the guys to do another take with their entrance. But Waz didn't like the idea, and Rial seemed like a total disappointment. In the end, the guys agreed to do another take. But even this take was ruined, for the sun shone too brightly and Rial's eyes were blinded. On the fourth take, Rial was prevented from revealing his terrifying identity by bats that attacked him. And the fifth take was as unsuccessful as the other four. On the fifth take, Rial simply tripped and fell face first into the ground as he descended the steps of his house. The vampire got to his feet and began apologizing to the boys. He saw them burning him with their horrifying stares, so he asked them not to do it. The vampire also asked the guys for one more try, the last one. Rial had only asked the guests to do so for the sake of preserving his own dignity. Then Vasu was on the verge of. In the end, the young man couldn't stand it and came at the vampire with his fists. Namanissa and Nerlina watched this spectacle as if nothing had happened, as Rial was also very annoyed with them. Eventually, Rial began to apologize again to the guests. He assured them that he had just gotten a little carried away. Kneeling in front of the boys, Rial tearfully asserted that he was truly sorry. Also, or asked his guests not to expel him. but Wazoo explained that they had no such thought. Rial, however, was so frightened thanks to Wazoo that he hysterically asked the young man not to come near him. Wazoo then explained to Rial that the purpose of their visit with the princesses was the vampire's fang. The young man assured that they did not want Rial dead. Rial didn't even believe Wazoo at first. Everything, including fangs, meat, eyes, and wings, could be put under the hammer and for a price. That's why the vampire thought it was a trap. Then Nerlina began to assure that Wazoo was telling the truth and they needed the fang only for the medicine. And Namanissa argued that they would not be in debt if Rial gave them his fang. Then, without thinking long, Rial agreed to this venture since his fangs grow quite fast. Also, Rial assured that he did not need any reward if the boys promised him not to expel him. With these words, Rial picked at his mouth and pulled out a fang right in front of his guests. The vampire claimed that he would be very hell if his fangs were needed for anything. That was why Rial didn't just hand the guys his fang, but also packaged it nicely in a box with a bow. Looking at this, Wazoo and the princesses were puzzled. They had only one question: why would it be packaged like that? At this time, Rial threw the box containing the fang to Wazoo and asked the young man to use the fang for its intended purpose. Wazoo thanked Rial, but the young man had another question for the vampire. Wazoo wondered why Rial was so calm in the sun. After all, normally vampires don't like sunlight. Rial, however, explained that he would really just turn to ash if he were put out in the sun without any protection. But the whole point was that Rial had hardened his body with labor and patience, and now he was at ease with the sun. Namanissa was dumbfounded upon hearing such a story. The girl had never thought that patience and labor could produce such results. Nerlina noticed that Rial's house did look quite old, and perhaps the vampire's body had rearranged itself after such a long stay. Wazoo then asked Rial why he was living here. Rial then explained that it was a long story. Hearing that Rial was going to tell something, Wazoo hurriedly left with the princesses, unwilling to listen to any stories. The princesses were even dumbfounded that Wazoo reacted like that, because he had asked the vampire that question. But the vampire, looking at the departing guests, assured them that he would not drag it out. Rial wanted the guys to stay and listen to his story. The vampire explained that it had been a very long time since he had talked to anyone other than Anina. He just wanted to talk for a while. That's why he asked the guys to stay and listen to his life story if they could. Rial assured that he is very afraid of dying, so he doesn't kill himself either, though he asked to attack him initially. The princesses looked at the pathetic vampire and eventually suggested that Wazoo listen to Rial's story after all. Wazoo agreed, for Rial really does look like he's been through a lot of hardships. So, Rial began by saying that he had been in this place for so long that he had lost count of the days. In fact, no one comes to this place, which is why the vampire is so lonely. Then Wazoo reminded the vampire of some Anina he had been talking about. Rial explained that Anina sometimes came here, but only sometimes. The vampire said that every time he went to sleep in his coffin, tears flowed for some reason. And that was why he felt so happy when the guests came to visit him. Here Wazoo realized that he now also felt like crying. Then Nerlina asked Rial why he couldn't move in with anyone since he was so lonely. Namanissa ran up Nerlina's suggestion, for Rial is not burned by the sun. But Rial assured that he would have moved long ago if only he could. Wazoo then asked the vampire what those words meant. After all, there are no barriers, so what's stopping Rial? Rial, on the other hand, assured that the reason he could not get out of this place could well be called a barrier. Nerlina then suggested that it might be some sort of curse, but the vampire assured her that it was not. Then Rial asked the boys if they had seen a huge number of mice in the cave on the way. Here Wazoo remembered the very bats that hung in bunches on the walls. Then the young man assumed that they had something to do with Rial's problem. Rial, however, explained that they were indeed related to each other, whereupon the vampire declared that he was afraid of bats. Such a statement made Wazoo and the princess's jaws drop. Wazoo was puzzled because vampires and bats evoke the same feelings since they are both bloodsuckers, and a vampire's wings are similar to those of bats. But Rial asked the guests to shut up, because they were just making fun of him. Rial thought that he was so not special because some people are also afraid of cats or dogs. Rial claimed that when he was young he tried to find common ground with bats, but they bit his hand. The vampire has been afraid of bats ever since. Nerlina realized that she had never heard of vampires fearing bats. Also, the girl assumed that was the reason why Rial had stayed here all these years. From all this, Nerlina concluded that it was not normal for a vampire. In the end, the princesses concluded that Rial was basically alien to the concept of fortitude. At this point, Rial simply hid in his coffin. Then Namanissa asked the vampire to finally pull himself together, whereupon the girls suggested that Rial close his eyes as he would be leaving the cave. But Rial argued that this was not feasible knowing the existence of bats. In that case, the guys suggested that the vampire should just fly out through the hole above. He is able to open his wings. Rial then asked the guests to look closely as there was a whole sea of bats up there. After looking closely, the boys realized that everything on the walls was indeed pitch black. Wazoo then asked the vampire why he then chose a place with so many bats, and Rial explained that there was a reason why he needed to overcome that fear. Enine, that the vampire mentioned, is his fiancée, but there are so many bats in her mansion that he has literally adopted his name from them. The princesses then realized that if that was the whole point, it was difficult for Rial to marry Enine, and so he moved to the place with the most enemies. And Wazoo picked up on the fact that the results of all this were quite depressing. Then Namanissa assumed that Rial had gotten a bit used to the bats by now, but looking at the depressed vampire again, the girl realized that that was simply out of the question, and Nerlina concluded that Rial's conclusion had had the opposite effect. The girls then turned to Vaz and asked him if he could help Rial. The fact was that the princesses felt really sorry for Rial. Then Wazoo thought for a moment. At that moment, a bat flew past Rial, but he didn't even flinch. Wazoo was in a stupor, for Rial had claimed that he was afraid of bats. That is why the indignant young man turned to the vampire and asked him if he was really no longer afraid of bats. Rial himself was dumbfounded, realizing that just now he really wasn't the least bit frightened at the sight of his main fear. But Wazoo thought that Rial was just lying to them. Rial, on the other hand, assured him that he was actually very afraid of bats. When an angry Wazoo began to approach the vampire, Rial began to stagger back and try to stop Wazoo. Eventually, Rial could not stand it and hysterically ordered Wazoo to stop. The vampire admitted that he was afraid of Wazoo. Suddenly, Nimishin had an epiphany. The girl assumed that now it was not the bats that caused Rial's fear, but Wazoo. Wazoo had clearly not expected this turn of events, and Nerlina believed that the subject of the fear had been determined. Nerlina assured that it was the same concept as when you cover the pain on your right cheek by pinching your left cheek. The girl claimed that the vampire was simply more afraid of Wazoo now, so the mice were sidelined. Rial then wondered if all this meant that he had conquered his fear. Meanwhile, Wazoo wondered who was better, him or the bat. At this point, Rial shouted hysterically that the bat was better than Wazoo. Wazoo was dumbfounded that the vampire was afraid of him so much, since he had hardly even done anything. And Namanissa thought that this was just a wonderful turn of events since now the vampire would be able to marry Anina. Realizing this, Rial also began to thank Wazoo, and Vasu noticed that the vampire was standing too far away to thank. In any case, now Rial could fly outside through the hole. That's why Wazoo suggested the vampire to fly to his Enina soon, because she will definitely be happy. And Rial said that having met Wazoo, he wouldn't mind inviting him to his wedding, but there was a catch. The vampire wanted Wazoo to just sit quietly in the back rows, after all he is afraid of him. Wazoo thanked the vampire for the invitation and asked him to take it easy. Then Rial spread his wings and after thanking the guys, calling them a trio of fang maniacs, he flew up. The princesses were very happy that the mission had been accomplished. After all, they hadn't expected anything else from Wazoo. But Wazoo was a bit confused, as he didn't even lift a finger. And Nerlina thought that only those who would understand it would realize it, waterfalling with the aura of a strong man. After such a good resolution of the problem, the guys decided to take the road back. On the way back, as agreed, riding was taught to Vasa by Namanissa. The girl praised the young man for riding so smoothly. She couldn't even believe that he was really a beginner. The next night Vaz was to spend with the two princesses again. All day long, the young man tried to push away the bad thoughts in his head, but it was quite difficult for him to do so, as two beautiful girls surrounded him that night. The next day when the boys arrived at the kingdom, they were met by Navilio. Navilio immediately asked the boys what had happened to them and why was Wazoo so exhausted. And the tortured Wazoo explained that he was just fighting bad thoughts, and the joyful princesses were ready to please their brother with a souvenir. Wazoo, on the other hand, explained to Navilio that it was necessary for Neil to take care of the cure immediately. But Neil had other plans in the meantime. He pinned one of the maids against the wall and began to torture her. Neil noticed that this girl had a magnificent collarbone. That's why the necromancer asked the maid if she wanted to die turning into a bone to be with him. Neil assured that it wouldn't hurt. The necromancer only wanted the maid to allow him to slowly debride her collarbones day after day. The maid, however, clearly did not like such an offer. This mayhem stopped Wazoo in his tracks. He flew with his foot right into Neil's skull, forcing him to fly far away. Neil, on the other hand, didn't understand at all why Wazoo was coming at him out of the blue. And Wazoo didn't like the fact that Neil was seducing the maids and living sweetly while Wazoo was working hard to get the vampire's fang. Neil in turn attached his skull back to his torso and declared that he was free. Those words displeased Vaz even more, but the necromancer asked the young man to calm down. He assured him that he simply could not restrain himself, for his collarbones were so beautiful. That was why Neil couldn't help but ask Wazoo if he would like to join in. Wazoo thanked Neil for the invitation and declined. The young man wanted the necromancer to just quickly concoct a medicine. When Neil was shown the vampire fang, the necromancer was shocked at such a good job. Neil was really surprised that the guys were able to get the fang. But still, it would be worth it to get the whole vampire. After all, other parts of its body could be used as well. Vasu, on the other hand, explained that he just felt sorry for Rial, so he let him go. Neil then said that with the fang he could prepare the drug. But after he handed it to Wazoo, the necromancer wanted to go home. Wazoo then asked Neil if he really didn't want to seduce the maids. Neil assured him that he would gladly continue the endeavor. However, the necromancer believes that his home in the swamp is still closer to his heart, since his skin feels kind of weird while he's in town, even though Neil has no skin. Finally, Neil set about making the preparation for the king and queen. After a while, everything was ready. In the end, Vasu thanked Neil for his work, and Neil asked Vasu not to forget about the promise of a skeleton with beautiful collarbones. After that, the necromancer handed Wazoo a piece of paper on which Neil's type that he liked was drawn. Wazoo was dumbfounded after realizing that Neil had actually drawn it intentionally. When Neil left, Wazoo immediately rushed to the king and queen's chambers where everyone was already waiting for the young man. When Navilio asked where Neil was, Wazoo explained that he had already left. Wazoo then handed the cure for Navilio's eternal sleep and asked the prince to just trust Neil, even though it was a little late to say so. And Navilio understood that when a person who was the stuff of legends wanted to have anything to do with the kingdom, he wouldn't initially take such roundabout ways. That was why Navilio did not doubt Niall in the slightest. He only turned to his sisters to see if they were ready to begin the awakening of their parents. The princesses in turn gave their brother the go-ahead. Navilio then decided the first thing he would do was to heal his father. He approached the king and tilted the flask of medicine. When the drops of the drug fell on the king, he suddenly rose up and immediately shouted loudly, "Don't say you've forgotten about me. I am the king of the kingdom of Manbond, Javilio Manbond. I know all about your intrigues." After this statement, the king realized where he was and who stood before him. Javilio looked at his son Navilio and at Vasa and could not utter a word. Suddenly, the boys noticed that the king was suddenly embarrassed. Then only one question arises. What was the king dreaming about? The king looked again at everyone present that surrounded him, and then lay back on the bed and covered himself completely with a blanket. It felt like Javilio was acting like a child. But Wazoo believed that a king could wake up however he wanted. After all, he was the king. That was why the young man went to Navilio and asked how the king's condition was and if the medicine had helped him. Navilio replied that the king was fine. Also, the prince suggested that the boys just trust Neil who made the cure. Navilio was confident that it would take a little time for the effects of the medicine to become noticeable. At this moment, Javilio was really acting like a child. Only his eyes were sticking out from under the blanket. He was very embarrassed and kept looking at everyone present in his chambers. His children tried to explain to him that everything was all right and everyone here was very kind. Then that is when the king came to his senses. He got out of bed again and asked what it all meant and why was everyone here. Also Gavilio was wondering what had happened to him. At that moment, Vasu exhaled with relief, and Navilio, Namanissa and Nerlina rushed into their father's arms. They were very happy that the king had woken up, so they couldn't contain their caresses. But the king tried to stop the girls, for his body was not yet strong, so it was difficult for him to hold his two daughters. Here Namanissa was indignant, for in this way her father declared that she and Nerlina were heavy. These words made Vasa and Navilio laugh. Navilio decided not to delay and woke up his mother. It was only at this moment that the king realized that something was wrong with his wife named Myrlina. But when Navilio spilled drops of medicine on his sleeping mother, she opened her eyes. The first thing the woman did was stretch and declared that she had gotten a great night's sleep. Then, seeing the many guests in her room, the woman asked why everyone was here. And Wazoo was only glad that Myrlina had woken up healthy. At that moment, Nerdina and Namanissa rushed into the arms of their mother, and Navilio felt it proper to tell his parents what had happened to them after all. When the son told his parents everything, the king was not thrilled, for the servants were as close to him as the family. Navilio agreed with his father and added that it was yet to be discovered whether the spies had slipped through or not. Navilio knew only one thing. Whoever had handed him and his sisters the cursed weapons was a similar person. They must have been the ones who put the king and queen to sleep. Navilio believed that these people wanted to carry out a coup d'etat. The prince revealed that he was now taking measures to expose the rascals. Thus, Navilio and Nerdina pretend that they are still under the control of these scoundrels. The king liked how good a plan his son had thought out, and Myrlina asked her son if that meant that she and the king had to pretend that they were still asleep. Navilio replied that that is exactly what it should be. Especially, the king and queen's bodies still hadn't recovered, so they should rest. In that case, Javilio decided to oversee the development of this matter, and the king was willing to leave the country to Navilio for the time being. Navilio in turn promised his father to manage it all. At this point, Wazoo decided to introduce himself to the king and queen. The boy first apologized for such a late greeting and then gave his name. Wazoo was very nervous at this moment, for he was standing right in front of the king. He also said that he was a C-rank traveler. Javilio looked at Wazoo's effort and asked the young man to calm down and stop. At this time, Namanissa brought Wazoo up to the king to look at him. Gavilio took Vasu by the wrist and looked at him and concluded that at a glance Vasu did not appear to be physically developed, and Myrlina remarked that Vasu looked like a very kind person. Javilio realized that Wazoo had saved him and Myrlina for nothing, so he considered him a pleasant fellow. It also appeared that the king had heard from Navilio about Wazoo's accomplishments. Wazoo also saved the knights and children of the king and queen besides themselves. That is why Gavilio and Myrlina saw fit to thank Vasu. Vasu asked the king and queen not to thank him. The young man assured them that he was simply lucky. Wazoo claimed that it was Neil who had saved the king and queen, and that he himself was just going to get the missing ingredient. But Gavilio asked Vasu not to be modest. The king felt that Vasu should be proud of himself if he had done something worthwhile. At this moment, Gavilio also realized, looking at the embarrassed Vasu, that the young man was obviously not very good at picking up expressions. Here Vasu felt embarrassed and apologized to the king. But the queen assured that she and her husband were not good at officiousness either. That is why Myrlina suggested that Vasu communicate informally. Besides, they are not at an official reception. Besides, the king and queen consider Wazoo their savior, so formalities are unnecessary. It was difficult for Wazoo to talk to the king normally, but he tried hard. Meanwhile, the king began to warm up after a long sleep, because too much time had passed since the last serious conversation, so his shoulders were stiff. Then Namanissa reminded Wazoo that her father did not act like a king at all. But Wazoo didn't think it would be so noticeable. Anyway, Nerlina and Namanissa thought that if Wazoo got along with their parents, it would be very good for them. This is when Wazoo realized that the princesses were obviously up to something, and the king at that moment remembered that he had to reward Wazoo. That is why Gavilio turned to the young man and asked him directly what he wanted, but Vasu assured that he wanted nothing. Here Namanissa agreed with her father and said that they should reward Vasu in advance. Wazoo did not understand what Namanissa meant, but Namanissa simply asked Wazoo to let her figure it out. And if Wazoo didn't agree with the princess, then he would live a carefree life in a huge mansion in this country. Namanissa explained that the mansion was indeed incredibly nice, that the thing was that the young man would no longer be able to travel. Then Wazoo remembered that Namanissa had once said that the reward is me was just a lie. Then the young man declared, addressing the king, that Namanissa had told him before, so it was all right. Then the king said that besides the reward, if Wazoo had any problems, he could address them. Thus, the king would try his best to help the guy. Wazoo thought it was very nice of Gavilio, therefore he thanked the king. At this point, Relea suggested that Navilio discuss the details of the plan. Navilio agreed and invited someone to go with him. The sisters agreed to go along with their brother. Wazoo remained standing in a stupor. Navilio told Wazoo that they would tell him everything later. In the meantime, Wazoo should rest. That is why Navilio called Orlando and asked him to escort Wazoo to his room. While Orlando was walking Wazoo to his room, Wazoo noticed that Orlando was growing in rank rather quickly. Thus, from squire, Orlando would become a knight directly under Navilio's command. But Orlando realized that he still had a long way to go. The young man knew that it was very difficult to reach such a rank. But Wazoo believed that Orlando would definitely be able to handle everything since he had already taken the job. Orlando thanked Wazoo for his kind words. He also thought Hiragan, who would surely be pleased to hear such good news. Now Orlando's plan is to protect Navilio in this country and to be a fine knight. Then Wazoo realized that his manly lesson had gone well, even though Orlando resented it. When Orlando led Wazoo to his room, Wazoo went straight to bed. After a while, Kathy came in and sat next to him. As soon as Katie called out to Wazoo, he immediately woke up. The young man was quite surprised to see Kathy. Wiping his eyes from sleep, Wazoo looked at the girl questioningly. Katie was very happy that Wazoo had finally woken up. Wazoo wished Kathy a good morning and asked how long he had slept, to which Kathy replied that he had slept for about 2 days. Hearing these words, Wazoo was dumbfounded. Kathy, on the other hand, said that today was the 3rd day. Wazoo took the glass of water that Kathy handed him and drank the contents thoughtfully. The young man speculated that the reason for such a long sleep might be that the oar had not slept at rest stops. In the meantime, Kathy handed Vaz a hot towel to wipe his face. Wazoo took the towel and wiped his face to refresh himself. Kathy herself was talking to the maid about something. When the maid left, Katie returned to Wazoo and explained that she had asked her to bring some food, for Wazoo must be hungry. Whereupon Kathy sat down next to Wazoo's bed again and stared at him. Then Wazoo, all of a sudden, became thoughtful. He suddenly wondered why Kathy was doing all this for him. Wazoo looked at Katie, who was a little embarrassed at first and then smiled at the guy. Then Wazoo swept up and said that Kathy's husband would be a very happy man. Here Kathy hesitated and then asked Wazoo if he would mind marrying her in such a case. Hearing such an unexpected proposal, Wazoo was dumbfounded. In response, he only said that he would think about it. Now the guy didn't understand what he should do, since Kathy now looked more attractive. When Vaz was brought food, Kathy decided to explain the whole situation to him. The girl started by saying that Navilio and Nerlina were each gathering 1,000 knights and heading to the plains to bond. Both of them claim the cursed things and will fight each other for them, for originally the opponents wanted to force Navilio and Nerlina to fight each other. Navilio, on the other hand, believes that the culprit of it all will be in that place. In other words, this battle will serve as a mere decoy. Wazoo then asked if the knights knew about it, to which Kathy replied that the knights do know about it. This is when Wazoo realized that if the culprit was planning the death of Navilio and Nerlina, he really should make sure of it himself and take this important step himself. That is why Katie wondered how Navilio and Nerlina were planning to fake their deaths. The girl also told Vaz that the kingdom had spread rumors that the king and queen were still asleep, with a few confidants protecting them. Wazoo then asked what about Namanissa. Kathy explained that Namanissa was working with Relea and would join later. First they would have to make sure the royal treasury was safe. After all, the culprit could come after her and they would buy some time. Then Wazoo realized that Katie was involved in both plans. In that case, the young man had only one question: where should he go? Kathy then explained that they wanted Wazoo to protect both sides. After all, Wazoo is the so-called ace up the kingdom's sleeve. They can't predict anything in advance. That is why Wazoo is their hope for the execution of the plan. Then Wazoo realized that he could not be anywhere in between and it was more likely that the culprit would be on the plain. But Katie assured that she was not sure of that. Wazoo, on the other hand, argued that he could get to either side in a heartbeat. But the fact is that there is then a risk of detection. At this point, Katie took the ring off her finger and put it on Wazoo's finger. Wazoo remembered that this ring allows you to communicate at a distance. Kathy, on the other hand, claimed that she would defend Namanissa at the cost of her life, but there was a chance that the enemy would be too strong. That is why the girl would like to leave the defense of Namanissa to Wazoo. Then Wazoo realized that his power was given to him to protect people. At this time, Nerlina and her knights were already rushing on their horses to the right place. She mentally thanked God that cursed things were so rare. And as long as Navilio and Nerlina pretend to be in control of these things, the culprit will know nothing. And if he finds out that the cursed things have been destroyed, there won't be another chance like this again. That was why Nerlina had high hopes that their plan would succeed. Navilio was still in the kingdom at this time. He was waiting for Wazoo, who finally came. Wazoo, however, asked the boys not to worry, for everything was coming to an end. That was why the guy just wanted to end it all quickly. But before doing so, Wazoo took Mail off his head and handed her to Namanissa to take care of her. Wazoo explained to Mail that he had a tough battle ahead of him, so she should be a good girl and wait for him. Namanissa lastly asked Wazoo to be careful, and Relea and Katie reminded the young man that they were all counting on him. That is why Wazoo, as he left, asked all the girls to just trust him. At this moment, Shiro, who was clearly involved in all this chaos, was near the kingdom. He knew that it was all just a production, but the sight of those thousands of soldiers really did excite him. Shiro knew that Navilio and Naelina were only pretending to be fooled in order to lure out the real culprit. That's why Shiro concluded that the king's children are quite bright, and besides, the strongest man in Wazoo is speaking for them. But Shiro also has an ace up his sleeve. That ace is an S-rank adventurer as strong as Wazoo. That's why Shiro couldn't wait to behold the battle that Navilio and Nerlina would show him. At this time, the king and queen's chambers were occupied by Namanissa, Katie, and Relaya. The king was lying in his bed talking about his eyes getting sleepy, and Namanissa asked her father to be quiet. Myrlina at this moment was sleeping peacefully and talking in her sleep about some unusual fruit. It was for this reason that Namanissa asked her father to take an example from Myrlina, for she only talks in her sleep. But the king expected nothing else from his wife. Namanissa tried to explain to her father that they did not know who was the real target of the criminal, the king and queen, or Navilio and Nerlina. That is why the girl wanted the king and queen not to let the guards go. This is where Gavilio picked up on the fact that out of the entire royal family, Namanissa was the only one who hadn't fallen asleep or been cursed. Namanissa herself did not understand why she alone was not harmed. After all, her mom and dad were put to sleep to keep them quiet, and Navilio and Nerlina are fighting not for life but for death. In the end, Namarissa is left alone. Then Katie and Relay realized that whoever wanted to use Namarissa was the real culprit. Relaya explained that it wasn't even known yet whether the enemy would be watching Navilio and Nerlina's battle. Katie, on the other hand, speculated that in this chaos, the criminal would try to get rid of Namanissa. In any case, Katie was ready to protect Namanissa. Relaya also stood in defense of the princess, therefore was ready to overpower the scoundrel if he showed up. Relaya was determined to teach the scoundrel good manners with her whip, and Kathy swore with her sword that she would not forgive the criminal. Namanissa thanked Kathy and Relaya, for it was a great relief to her. Even the king admitted that he felt much safer this way. Suddenly, Namanissa noticed that Mail was worried. The girl went to the window and assured Mail that they were safe, for as long as Vasu was near Nerlina and Navilio, there was nothing to worry about. At this point, Kathy asked Namanissa to move away from the window, for it could be dangerous to stand there. Namanissa agreed with Kathy and apologized for doing so. No sooner had the girl stepped back than Mail saw Shiro at the window looking at her with a terrifying look. Out of fear, Mail quickly threw herself into Namanissa's arms. Too bad Mail couldn't explain to Namanissa how she felt. At this time on the plane, Bon Navilio and Nerlina were already ready for a fake battle. Nerlina turned to her brother and declared that here she would kill him and become sole ruler of the country, to which Navilio replied that he would be the one to kill Nerlina. After these words, both sides ordered the warriors to go on the attack. The simulated battle began. The knights fought so believably that it all looked like a real battle. Wazu, on the other hand, was looking at everything that was happening from the sidelines. So far, he hadn't observed anything unusual. There was no reaction from the ring that Katie had given him either. Looking at the warriors, Wazu concluded that they even enjoyed the pretend fighting. The young man realized that in any case, the only thing he could do was to follow Navilio and Nerlina and make sure they were safe. Being surrounded by so many soldiers, even if the culprits came, they wouldn't be able to do anything. But would they see to the execution of the plan? In that case, Wazu concluded that the opponents were hiding somewhere nearby. At that moment, one of the goddesses in his guild card reminded him of a technique. This technique is called sense detection. This was where Wazu's realization hit him. He had used this skill unconsciously before, but in this situation, he realized that it would be good to know the number and location of the enemies. That was why the young man concentrated and tried to figure out who were serving as the opponents of the king and queen. Using the skill, Wazu realized that there was someone in the forest. But how many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4. Suddenly, Wazu saw crazy eyes using the skill. The eyes were so intimidating that Wazu returned to his previous state of fright. The young man realized that there was someone insanely strong among the opponents, which means that this monster is as strong as Wazu. Yunosha assumed that this madman would be S rank. At this moment, Navilio and Nerlina's swords flew out of their hands and collided in midair, eventually entering the ground. This caused all the knights to stop and look towards the prince and princess. Navilio and Nerlina were exhausted and lay not far from each other. While Vasu was beside the exhausted Navilil and Nerlina, knights emerged from the forest. There were so many knights that it was impossible to count. Wazu looked at all these knights while a single guy appeared among them. What a wonderful play. It was Dinroga. Laughing, he declared that he was just making fools of everyone. That's when Vazu had an epiphany. He immediately contacted Namanissa using Kathy's ring and explained to the girl that the real culprit was Dinroga. Namanissa assumed this would be the case. Then the girl realized that there was no way she would ever forgive this despicable guy. Without thinking long, the girl ordered Katie and Relay to pack for the journey to the Bond Plane. The princess claimed that the real battle was just beginning. The girl realized that her family had suffered too much because of Denrog. That was why Namanissa was determined to wipe that vile type into powder. Finally, the king and queen wished their daughter good luck. At that moment, Dinroga began to approach Nerlina and Navilio. At this point, Dinroga made it clear to the boys that he was aware that Navilio and Nerlina had moved away from the state of effects caused by the curse. At this point, Nerlina picked up on the fact that Dinroga himself had only confessed to his crime. And Navilio realized that all of Dinroga's timidity was just a mask, and this guy is actually quite bold. Dinroga again began to approach the boys, saying that he did not care about other people's opinions as long as the actors played their parts correctly. That is why Dinroga wanted the entire royal family dead, according to his plan. However, Dinroga admitted that he didn't expect the boys to break the curse so quickly, which confused Dinroga's cards a bit. Dinroga believed that Navilio and Nerlina were destined to die anyway. In other words, Dinroga planned to personally kill them right here and now. Then Nerlina asked Dinroga if all those people who came out of the forest were on his. Dinroga admitted that those knights were under his direct control, and they were quite capable guys. At this moment, Wazoo noticed that Dinroga's knights were equipped with red armor. Therefore, the young man concluded that these same knights had attacked Namanissa in Mema village. At this point, Navilio wondered why Namanissa's fiancé would do such a thing. Navilio wanted to know what Dinroga wanted. The prince speculated that Dinroga simply wanted to usurp the throne or gain power. Dinroga, on the other hand, thought the answer to this question was obvious, and Navilio's expression to usurp power seemed vulgar to his opponent. Dinroga admitted that he actually considered himself the rightful king of the land. Of course, neither Navilio nor Nerlina thought so, and Dinroga simply no longer had any reason to hide it. That's why Dinroga decided to tell the boys something. He began by saying that he is now really known as Frebond. But in fact, Dinroga's real name is different. Dinroga Gunnarbond, the son of the past king, Dio Gunnarbond. These words shocked absolutely everyone, and Dinroga claimed that in other words, the Gunnarbond family never existed and the throne should belong to him. Navilio did not understand anything, for as far as he knew, Gunnarbond had left no descendants. Dinroga, on the other hand, claimed that he was just a so-called bastard. At this point, Namanissa arrived on the battlefield with reinforcements. Upon seeing her brother and sister, the girl ordered Katie and Relea to head to the rescue as soon as possible. At this point, Dinroga was explaining to Navilio and Nerlina that it was not enough for him to simply marry Namanissa to become king. In other words, the Manbond family is simply standing in Dinroga's way. Upon seeing Namanissa, Dinroga realized that now all the players in the play are now in place. That is why Dinroga planned to finish off the prince and the two princesses first, and then take the lives of the king and queen. And that all dissenters, whether knights or common townspeople, would join the royal family in rotting in the ground. Then Nerlina declared that they would defeat Denrog here so that his plan would fail, and everything would end without bloodshed. At this point, Relea came out of the crowd and, addressing a certain Vane, asked him if he was fighting for Denrog because he was the son of the past king. To which Relea was answered by the very same P. Fluger. He assured that Relea was indeed right in his speculation. It was then that Wazoo realized that Relea was now communicating with the very man with an incredibly powerful aura. That was why the young man turned to Relea and asked her if she really knew who it was. Then Relea replied that the name of this man was P. Fluger Razor. His body is perfectly honed for close combat. He can instantly kill with a single blow. Oranka Adventurer. Relea said that this person was hired directly by the past king, so that's why he's helping them. At this moment, Wazoo realized that this P. Fluger was a melee fighter, which means that this big man is as strong as Wazoo himself, the strongest man. At this moment, both of the strongest adventurers' eyes lit up, and then a smile appeared on Wazoo's face. It was because this whole situation was exciting Wazoo's spirit. At that moment, Orlando arrived at the battle site with reinforcements. Seeing that Princess Namanissa had already arrived, the young man ordered the knights to speed up. Suddenly, Orlando also noticed the red armor that the Knights of Denrog were equipped in. Orlando wondered for a second where he had seen that red armor. Suddenly, the guy remembered that these were the knights Vasu had fought with during their journey together. But Orlando still didn't understand what these knights were doing here. Finally, Orlando approached Navilio closely with reinforcements. Navilio was grateful for Orlando's help, for it would help greatly in the battle. Then Navilio turned to Denrog and asked him to listen to him carefully. So, Denroga has a maximum of 800 warriors on his side. Navilio and Nerlina, on the other hand, have about 2,000 knights under their command. And if you add to that the adventurers who have just arrived, fighting with such a number, Denroga simply has no chance of winning. That's why Navilio advised Denroga to just meekly surrender. And Navilio didn't care at all about S-rank adventurer P. Fluger Razor. These words made Vane Razor angry, and Orlando, hearing that Vane Razor was of S rank, was dumbfounded, because Wazoo had the same rank. At this moment, Wazoo was silent. He only stood in front of Vane and looked straight into his eyes. Vane was doing the same. Dinroga, on the other hand, thought that Navilio was right, and with such a difference in numbers, even his skillful knights would have a hard time. However, Dinroga assured that it would be quite easy for him to call for reinforcements. Navilio didn't understand what Dinroga was talking about, and Nerlina asked Dinroga where were his reinforcements. After all, in such a vast plain, he could not hide 1,000 men in the forest. At that moment, Dinroga took out a black orb and asked how many commoners would be able to survive in the chaos that this black orb could cause. Upon seeing the sphere, Wazoo was dumbfounded. Without thinking long, the young man rushed to attack to prevent Denrog from using this powerful sphere. But before the young man could snatch the sphere from Denroga's hands, P-Fluger stopped him with his punch. As a result, Wazoo flew away from Dinroga. Dinroga at that moment spoke strange words. "The one that will fill my heart, the great sermon of darkness." After those words, a black aura swirled around Dinroga and the sphere began to break. Wazoo didn't realize what was happening, and Nerlina tried to bring him to his senses. Wazoo, however, realized that things were bad, so he asked Nerlina to just run away. Wazoo explained that he had seen the same black orb once before in an elf village, and the elves then told Wazoo that this sphere could control 100 monsters. These words dumbfounded and frightened Nerlina. At that moment, Dinroga realized that Wazoo knew the entire secret of the black sphere. He thought it was rather strange. After all, the merchant had told Dinroga that this sphere was quite a rare item. At this moment, Wazoo wondered which merchant Dinroga was talking about after all. At that moment, Dinroga said that it was only one of his trump cards, but the strongest was the other one. With those words, Dinroga took out another orb. Seeing the red sphere in Dinroga's hand, Wazoo was dumbfounded even more. Then the young man realized that Dinroga himself wanted to become a monster. At this moment, Dinroga called Wazoo a dirty little rascal, for Dinroga was going to intimidate everyone here. The rascal thought that Wazoo couldn't just go ahead and say everything out loud. At this moment, one of the knights noticed the huge number of monsters and ordered the knights to protect Navilio and the others. Then Kathy asked Navilio to leave the Red Army and monsters on her. Navilio thanked Katie and suggested that his sisters stop Dinroga. Dinroga realized that he could be defeated by numbers. Thus, even if Dinroga fought hard, he would not be able to defeat even Naminissa. However, the young man planned to use his strongest trump card. That was why he swallowed the red orb that he had recently gotten. Wazoo tried to stop Dinroga, but this time too, he was thwarted by Vane, pressing the guy into the ground. Wazoo quickly got to his feet, but he didn't like it at all that Vane was stirring under his feet. When Dinroga swallowed the sphere, he immediately began to transform into a horrible monster. After becoming a monster, Dinroga felt his body overflowing with energy, and Navilio and the princesses looked at Dinroga and didn't understand what was wrong with him. Dinroga himself wasn't exactly sure who he was, but he knew that with such power, it would be easy for him to tear the royal family to pieces. He was going to do it with his terrifying claws, which he had acquired after his transformation. Nerlina then declared that it didn't matter at all what appearance Dinroga would take. After all, the girl was determined to destroy this vile fellow, given the way he had treated the royal family. Nerlina simply wasn't going to forgive Dinroga for all that he had done. She was going to slay the scoundrel with her sword. But when Nerlina tried to strike Dinroga with her sword, the sword simply broke against her opponent's claws. Then, when the princess was left with a stump in her hand instead of a sword, Dinroga questioned Nerlina as to what she was going to do there with her sword. Not thinking long, Dinroga decided to attack the brave Nerlina with a broken sword. At that moment, Naminissa volunteered to protect the girl. The princess did so by using her barrier and preventing Dinroga from reaching Nerlina. The girl also immediately asked Nerlina to quickly change weapons, and Dinroga was already ready to break Naminissa's barrier. But no sooner had Dinroga struck the barrier with his claw than someone stopped him. It was Ralea, who was able to stop Dinroga's attack with her whip. The girl declared that she would not let Dinroga do as he pleased. Realizing that it was Ralea who stopped him, Dinroga called her arrogant. At that moment, Navilio walked over to Vaz and helped him to his feet. The prince also asked the young man if he was alright, and Wazoo immediately said that he was very sorry. The young man assured that he just couldn't dodge the S-rank weather vane. Also, Wazoo said that he was fine and he definitely wouldn't lose. Then Navilio asked Wazoo if he could leave the battle with Vane on him. Navilio assured that it wasn't a pity to have to rely on Wazoo's strength. Navilio just wanted him and his sisters to defeat Dinroga since it was the royal family's problem. Wazoo agreed to take on Vane and promised Navilio to buy them some time. Wazoo also asked Navilio for permission to beat up Vayne. Navilio liked Wazoo's attitude. Because of that, the guy gave him permission to beat up the S-ranked adventurer. Lastly, Navilio wished Wazoo good luck, and Wazoo asked Navilio not to lose himself. At this moment, Mail appeared from nowhere. She flew up to Wazoo and informed him about Shiro, whom she had seen in the kingdom. But Wazoo understood nothing of what Mail was trying to explain to him. He only said that he would listen to her later and also asked her to wait for him somewhere safe. Eventually, Mail was forced to fly away and Wazoo was left alone with Vayne again. Then Vayne asked Wazoo if he was done with his chatter. Wazoo said he was done and began to warm up. T-Fluger, on the other hand, laughed and admitted that this was what he had wished for. T-Fluger quickly realized that Wazoo had not fought at full strength earlier. T-Fluger told Wazoo about how battles become boring after reaching S-rank. That was why Vayne was wondering if Wazoo could entertain someone like him. Wazoo laughed and said that he was glad that they were both thinking about the same thing. Immediately after these words, the opponents rushed towards each other to attack. Wazoo wanted to hit Vayne first, but Vayne blocked Wazoo's attack with his arm. T-Fluger then grabbed Wazoo's arm and knocked him down with his foot. When Wazoo was on the ground, T-Fluger wanted to finish the guy with his foot, but Wazoo managed to dodge this attack. Afterwards, Wazoo managed to get to his feet. He immediately tried to attack T-Fluger with his foot, but T-Fluger blocked the attack with his arm again. Vayne then began to spin Wazoo around to send him far away. But in the end, Wazoo just ended up spitting face first into the ground. T-Fluger was perplexed. Now Vayne had only one question for Wazoo. Who was he? T-Fluger thought that Wazoo was something fickle. The adventurer recognized that Wazoo's physical abilities were top-notch, but his combat skills were rather mediocre. Vayne admitted that Wazoo's foot strike felt like a giant tree that had been putting down roots in the ground for thousands of years, and Wazoo's movements were like those of an enraged beast, devoid of technique. Vayne argued that it doesn't matter how long a beast perfects its movements. After all, its mind continues to be beastly. T-Fluger admitted that he was a little disappointed in Wazoo, and he did not consider him his opponent now. That was why Vayne planned to end it all soon and join that battle sooner, more importantly. But Wazoo had no intention of letting Vayne go, so he once again pounced on him with his fists. T-Fluger once again managed to dodge Wazoo's fist. T-Fluger recognized that physically Wazoo might be stronger than him, but the young man's skills were clearly not enough to hit the adventurer. It was for this reason that T-Fluger planned to show Wazoo what a true S-rank was. To do so, Vayne gathered his strength together and attacked Wazoo. This adventurer's attack was so powerful and unexpected that Wazoo didn't even have time to blink. The young man felt an infernal pain that pressed down on him from within. Eventually, Wazoo fell to his knees and began to cough. When he opened his eyes, he saw his blood on the ground, which came out of his mouth as he coughed. Wazoo was dumbfounded and didn't understand how T-Fluger did that. Then T-Fluger explained to Wazoo that S-rank adventurers receive their nicknames depending on their fighting style. Thus, by releasing his magical power into his opponent's body, T-Fluger damages his internal organs, and T-Fluger's nickname is the Destroyer. Although Wazoo is beyond the reach of Vayne's blows, Vayne can simply tear his internal organs. At that moment, Denroga managed to break through Naminissa's barrier and reach the princess. The monster grabbed the girl by the throat and lifted her above the ground. At this moment, R'lyeh once again interceded for the princess. She stopped Denroga with her whip, but the monster attacked her and pulled her to the ground. When R'lyeh was already lying on the ground, Denroga decided to finish the girl by kicking her in the stomach. At this point, Naminissa wanted to rush to R'lyeh's aid, but Nerlina stopped her as it was too dangerous. Nerlina then turned to Denroga and stated that she was now his opponent. Denroga then rushed at Nerlina screaming about how everyone was getting to him. The monster managed to get Nerlina, but the princess was fine. Then Denroga rose up and kicked Nerlina in the face with his foot. After Nerlina was already lying exhausted on the ground, Denroga turned to her and asked if she was ready to die. At that moment, Nerlina covered her sister with her back. Now that Naminissa was face to face with Denroga, the girl told him that she felt that he was avoiding her. Naminissa cried out that she did not agree to the engagement and would not marry Denroga. The girl claimed that she had found someone she would love to marry and it was definitely not Denroga. In that case, Denroga decided to simply blow the princess's head off. At that moment, Navilio came to the sister's defense. He repelled the monster's attack with his sword. The first thing that Navilio did was to praise Naminissa for her excellent words and told Nerlina that she had done a good job. Now Navilio wanted the princesses to just leave Denroga to him. Denroga, on the other hand, didn't like how noisy everyone was, so he was determined to destroy the entire royal family so that by tomorrow, all of Manbond would fall to his hands, since Denroga considered himself the true heir to the throne. Dinroga assured that all the trust Navilio had so cherished in the army and the people would tomorrow simply turn to ashes. Dinroga claimed that he could see the soldiers who so admired Navilio becoming his servants through tears. At this point, the knights felt that Dinroga was talking too much, so they decided to do away with him as soon as possible. And Dinroga at this point turned to Navilio and asked him what he was going to order his knights to do. Would he order them to kill themselves? As Navilio continued to confront Dinroga, the monster was approached by one of the knights. He ordered Dinroga not to dare insult Mr. Navilio. The knight argued that even if Dinroga became king, no one would serve him. The other knight, however, tried to stop the first one, for this was unacceptable. But the other knights supported the first one. They began to say in chorus that they would not serve Dinroga, for they were soldiers of Navilio, and there was no other prince here but him. At that moment, Dinroga made a single wave of his hand, but in the aftermath, a terrifying monster appeared behind the brave knight's back. Before the knight knew it, the monster had bitten off his arm. Dinroga laughed and allowed the knight to yap all he wanted. Dinroga argued that the monsters would not stop even if Navilio's army managed to defeat the soldiers in red armor. That was why Dinroga advised Navilio's knights to just run away and abandon the prince, otherwise they would become an appetizer for the monsters. At this point, an enraged Navilio turned to Dinroga and asked him how dare he hurt his dear comrades. Rising to his feet, Navilio declared that he would never forgive Dinroga for this. At that moment, a powerful aura appeared around the prince. Meanwhile, Wazoo continued to cough up blood. He ended up confessing that he hadn't seen his own blood in a long time. Then P. Fluger said that he would not do Wazoo any more favors. Then Wazoo knew he would get stronger, but now he needed to find out how long he would last. The young man realized that it would be hard since his blows couldn't hurt Vayne. But Wazoo didn't know how long he could withstand the unknown magical power of the Vayne. Also, Wazoo didn't understand how he could defeat the Weathercock even if he could withstand its attack. But Wazoo didn't have time to ponder either. At this moment, P. Fluger used his attack against Wazoo again. The young man began to break again, but he didn't know what to do. Did he have a plan? P. Fluger kept beating Wazoo, and at some point Wazoo realized that his affairs were not good at all as his regeneration was failing. Wazoo felt like his insides were about to be torn apart, but the young man still did not know what to do. Is this really the end? This question was swirling around in Wazoo's mind. He felt as if he had run away from home again and climbed that very mountain. And to survive there, Wazoo had to eat whatever he could get his hands on. But still the young man passed out when hunger and fatigue took their toll. Wazoo also remembered Mail, who shared her food with him so that he would wake up. At this point, Mail actually flew up to Wazoo and told him about how he could eat anything. It was then that Wazoo opened his eyes. He realized that he could indeed eat anything. That was why the young man got up and thanked Mail with renewed vigor. Wazoo assured that he was fine, and now, thanks to Mail, he had a great idea. Then Wazoo let Mail go and asked her to hide somewhere for now, because it was still dangerous here. When Wazoo showed Mail that he was alright, Mail smiled and flew away. After that, Wazoo went back to Vayne, who was already waiting for him. Wazoo approached the adventurer with a very strange request. He asked him to sting him. P. Flugeru thought for a second, and then decided not to hold back in such a case and hit Wazoo properly. Without thinking long, Vayne hit Vaz with such force that the young man flew several meters away. As a result, Wazoo slammed into the rock with a great crash. When the fog cleared, Wazoo showed himself. Surprisingly, he had the strength to even scream. He shouted loudly that he was still alive and Vayne's punch was weak. Then Vayne attacked Wazoo again, smashing him into the same rock harder. When the smoke cleared for the second time, Wazoo was already lying on the ground with no strength. Vayne did not understand what Wazoo was thinking then when he asked him to smack him. But it seemed to P. Fluger that Wazoo didn't understand everything yet. The adventurer tried to explain to the young man that he could not beat him. Wazoo in the meantime tried to rise to his feet. He coughed up blood again, and there was no strength to get up. Pulling himself together, Wazoo did get to his feet. He just begged his body to stay with him a little longer. But at that moment, Vayne kicked at Wazoo once again. Wazoo once again flew away from his opponent a great distance. The blow was so strong that the lightweight Wazoo landed not far from Navilio, who was now fighting Dinroga. Looking at the prince, Wazoo tried to utter his name, but even that he didn't have the strength. Although Dinroga managed to wound Navilio, but the prince didn't give up and continued to fight. He realized that he couldn't play this battle. The prince kept attacking Dinroga with a shout that he would not lose. Wazoo was watching all of this. He saw how bravely and in spite of everything Navilio was fighting. Thus, Wazoo concluded that everyone in this battle fights by putting their lives on the line. Also, Wazoo recalled how Navilio had relied on him to ask him to apprehend Vayne. Also, Wazoo remembered Kathy telling him that he was the hope of this war. Remembering all these moments, Wazoo realized that everyone relied on his strength. Wazoo lost to the hero, Area was taken away. Wazoo almost died in the snowy mountains. Thus, Wazoo had absolutely nothing left. But his strength allowed him to grow. When P-Fluger hit him, he felt energy flowing through his body. That's magic power, and even if Wazoo doesn't know about it, he can feel it. That's when Wazoo realized that he could eat this magical power. If Wazoo felt the pain, then it was too late. Thus, Wazoo realized that he should absorb it before it happened. Devouring magical power like he ate all sorts of nasty things in the mountains, Wazoo realized that he could devour magical power. That was why when Vayne once again tried to attack Wazoo, he failed. Wazoo simply absorbed all the magic power that P-Fluger directed at him. Afterward, Wazoo even thanked P-Fluger for the treat. Vayne was confused and didn't realize what was happening, since just now Wazoo was dying and now he was standing as if nothing had happened. Wazoo, however, laughed and explained that it was all due to the fact that at first he had been eating everything, and his skill is gluttony. Thus, Wazoo is just an insatiable adventurer who can eat magic power. At the moment of the bloody battle, Shiro was an observer of everything that was going on. He was looking at what was happening between Wazoo and Vayne and was convinced that Wazoo was special after all. Now Shiro wanted to see who was stronger, Vayne or Wazoo. At this point, P-Fluger was in shock because he didn't realize what Wazoo had just done to his magic power. Then Wazoo explained to the adventurer that he had just eaten his magic power and thanked him for the treat. But P-Fluger didn't like the fact that Wazoo was talking as if his power was food at all. Then Wazoo declared that it was just entertainment. And P-Fluger realized that eating magical energy was not an ability that Wazoo had previously possessed. Thus, it turns out that Wazoo had only learned it now in this situation. Wazoo in turn admitted that it was indeed true and the first time he was eating something he couldn't see. Vayne then asked Wazoo if he was even human. Wazoo found this question quite rude. He replied that of course he was a human being. But P-Fluger thought that Wazoo would not say such a thing if he were a human being. With these words, P-Fluger rushed toward Wazoo to attack him. But Wazoo grabbed P-Fluger by his fist and stopped him. Now, the young man planned to eat the waves formed by Vayne's power before they spread. Vayne was dumbfounded, realizing that Wazoo had once again absorbed his power. But the adventurer didn't give up and decided to strike his opponent with his foot. Wazoo had time to react and stopped Vayne's foot with his hand. As a result, Vayne spat on the ground and Wazoo admitted that he was angry that Vayne was still kicking his heel. That was why Wazoo hit Vayne quite hard, but even in that situation, Wazoo apologized to his opponents. Then Vayne began to rise to his feet while breathing heavily in parallel. Finally, when the adventurer was firmly on his feet, he was ready to fight further, for he believed that this was how a battle should be. Vayne believed that putting their lives on the line was what made the battle interesting. Wazoo, on the other hand, admitted that he thought P-Fluger had broken his leg, but now the adventurer seemed quite energetic. It was for this reason that Wazoo decided to fight P-Fluger to the end. With that declaration, Wazoo once again pounced on his opponent with his fists. So now Wazoo knows how to feed on magic power, and the internal damage no longer affects him. Either Mir gave Wazoo this power or the goddess gave it to him. But it all depends on whether Wazoo can awaken this power and become stronger. Wazoo didn't know why, but he is strong, and now he could confidently and proudly declare that he was the strongest. With this realization, Wazoo continued to strike the helpless Vayne with blow after blow. Wazoo's last blow caused the adventurer to fly several meters away and flop to the ground with no strength. Vayne was still able to speak, so he decided to say something to Wazoo. He admitted that Wazoo really looked like a monster now, even though he had been hit hard by Vayne's attacks earlier. Wazoo, on the other hand, was pleased to hear that. He considered it unimportant how strong he would become. The important thing was that Wazoo had no intention of ceasing to be human. Then Vayne recognized that Wazoo had won this time. He wanted to offer to fight him next time, but suddenly, he just fell silent. Wazoo didn't understand why the adventurer didn't finish and called out to him. As he came closer, Wazoo realized that Vayne had simply fallen asleep. The young man understood Vayne, for he must be very tired. Then Wazoo realized that he had stepped out of his comfort zone and ate the magic power, but if he didn't understand how to eat it, he might lose. At that moment, Wazoo decided that he would fight people as strong as Vayne. The young man felt that he needed to become even stronger. At that moment, the broken knights tried to bring each other to their senses. At this moment, they were attacked by Dinroga's monsters. At this moment, Wazoo came to the aid of the knights. He declared that he would deal with all the monsters and asked the knights to help the wounded. The knights were dumbfounded when they saw Wazoo deftly dealing with the monsters. In the end, they still left the monsters to Wazoo and started helping their comrades as Wazoo had said. While fighting the monsters, Wazoo believed in Navilio and his battle with Denroga. That was why the young man decided to just slaughter all the red armored warriors and monsters so that no one would leave. At some point, Wazoo realized that one flying monster was getting in his way too much. That's why the guy took to the air and defeated the pesky monster. Wazoo then decided to address all the other monsters and advised them to go back to the mountains if they didn't want to be killed by him. At this point, the monsters decided that Lo would be better off actually going back to the mountains. This is exactly what they did to avoid being hit by Wazoo's fist. And the knights in red armor declared that they didn't care if they were monsters or not. They didn't want the Navilio knights to think that they were as weak as those soldiers. With those words, the knight in red armor attacked the Navilio knight. Seeing this picture, Orlando got ready to fight, and Kathy declared that the knights with red armor could not call the king's knights weak. The girl claimed that her opponents would regret it if she was their opponent. No sooner had the knight in red armor answered Katie than Wazoo hit him from behind on the head. The young man then asked Katie and Orlando if they needed help. Orlando, on the other hand, was not happy about Wazoo's appearance, because now he would not be able to show off, and Katie asked Wazoo not to worry about them. The girl assured that they would not lose to humans. In that case, Wazoo decided to catch those trying to escape to kill time. At this point, the battle between Navilio and Denrogi continued. At some point, Navilio simply ran out of strength, but Denroga still had the strength to fight. That was why he asked the exhausted Navilio what happened. Denroga thought that Navilio was a wise general, but he had no strength. That was why the monster stated that it was time to settle the matter. With these words, Denroga pounced on Navilio again. No sooner had Denroga reached Navilio than Namanissa protected her brother with a barrier, after which the girl signaled to Nerlina. Before Denroga could realize what was happening, someone's silhouette appeared to his left. It was Nerlina. She took advantage of the moment when Denroga's hand was stuck in Namanissa's barrier. Thus, the girl stripped Denroga's arm with her sword. Afterward, with a smile on her face, the girl declared that she couldn't be defeated by such attacks, and if her brother was a wise general, then she was a brave general. Nerlina claimed that she could see through all of Denroga's attacks. Now it was time for the royal children to strike back at the monster. Denroga, on the other hand, figured that Nerlina couldn't do anything if he just flew upwards. But this plan of Denroga's failed as well. Relay caught her whip on Denroga's leg, thus preventing him from flying upward. Since the monster's wings were clearly in the way of the boys, Nerlina decided to get rid of them by chopping them off with her sword. In the end, Denroga collapsed to the ground without strength, and when Nerlina started to approach him, the villain jumped up and started to run away. At that moment, the fleeing hare was stopped by Navilio using his magic and trapping the enemy in a confined space. Now that the opponent was confined, the Manban family had won the war. Eager to defend his kingdom, the prince swung his sword at Denroga to deliver the concluding blow. After the sword strike, Denroga seemed to fall apart, and the orb he had swallowed flew out of his mouth and dissolved. Wazoo, on the other hand, at the end of the battle, bound all the living knights in red armor and put them all in a pile. Kathy even felt that Wazoo had gone too far. Orlando agreed with Kathy and gushed that Wazoo had once again taken all the glory for himself. Wazoo guiltily scratched the back of his head and apologized to his comrades. He explained that he felt like he had gotten stronger. At that moment, Mail flew up to Wazoo with his guild map. Wazoo then realized that he could find out what had changed by looking at the guild map. Dropping a drop of blood on the map and looking at the changes, Wazoo realized that there was another goddess he didn't know about. At this point, the Earth Goddess began to express her displeasure at the fact that Wazoo had been beaten. The goddess claimed that she would not allow others to hurt Wazoo, so she made him stronger with her protection. Wazoo then realized that he had not become stronger and it was just the Earth Goddess helping him with her power. The young man was terrified, for at this rate he would definitely cease to be human. Looking at his human race on the guild card, Wazoo saw that he was now only 62% human. Wazoo was depressed. At this time, the battle goddess, whom Wazoo was not yet familiar with, confessed that she had not seen such an intense battle in a long time. That's why she suggested Vaz fight again in the future. At this point, the very first goddess Wazoo asked him not to blush. She assured him that she would not be jealous if the young man gave in to the other goddesses. Wazoo did not understand anything at all, for he did not even blush. He just wanted all the goddesses to be quiet, for he still wanted to remain human. At this moment, Shiro appeared out of nowhere and greeted Wazoo. Let's go back to the time when the king and queen were just waking up and Wazoo was asleep. That the young man had been asleep for a day had alarmed everyone. Nerlina didn't understand how long the boy was going to sleep, since he had already slept for a full 24 hours. Then Navilio asked his sisters if Vasu had been cursed or poisoned during his journey. Namanissa, on the other hand, assured that it was simply impossible. The girl claimed that they had always traveled in threes, and she and her sister had never left Vasu. And even if it is a curse or poison, Wazu is strong enough to deal with them. In that case, Navilio also wondered why Wazu was not waking up. The queen thought that mere fatigue should not have exhausted Wazu so much, and the king agreed with his wife, for surely something unusual must have been the cause of it all. At that moment, Namanissa and Nerlina trembled. At that moment the queen turned to them and asked them why they were quiet. Their mother thought that the princesses had asked Wazu something crazy. At this point, the princesses only mentally apologized to Wazu for disturbing him on the night on the way back. But Nerlina realized that it was unlikely that Wazu had noticed them at all, and Namanissa only hoped that she and her sister had not made Wazu uncomfortable. At this point, the princesses remembered that Wazu had told them that he didn't like this sort of thing. The girls realized that being a man did not necessarily mean that they were interested in women's bodies. After all, Wazu's strength and confidence show that he is a very reserved man. The princesses then decided that from now on they would not show any seductive attraction. At this point, the puzzled Navilio asked his sisters what they had done. Then Namanissa ordered her brother to forget about it, and the queen realized without a word that her daughters had simply used feminine charms against Vasu. The king, however, was not happy. He believed that in everything there should be an order, and so out of the blue to pounce on a person is simply unacceptable. After all, their assertiveness princesses can even traumatize Vasu for life. At this point, the queen ordered her husband not to talk about their daughters as if they were some kind of bears. But the girls argued that they were just showing concern for Wazu anyway, for he needed companionship and that could not wait until after the operation. At this point, Navilio suggested that everyone should calm down and not jump to conclusions, and Namanissa stated that she would like to take care of Vasu until he wakes up. The girl also realized that she would need to restrain herself. That was why the princess asked Kumiya to sit with Wazu while he slept. Kumiya immediately stated that she would not sit with Wazu. She claimed that her mission was to serve Lady Namanissa. In that case, Nerlina offered Orlando to sit with Wazu, but Navilio closed Orlando's back and claimed that he was his. At this point, Namanissa noticed that these words sounded strange coming from her brother's mouth. At that moment, Katie said that she could take care of Wazu if no one minded. The girl assured that she could keep Wazu busy talking as soon as he woke up. Also, Katie is single, so she could be there for Wazu day and night. In that case, the boys amicably decided to leave Wazu with Katie. Navilio was sure that Wazu would be in good hands if something happened to him, because Katie would be there for him. Nerlina also relied on Katie. Eventually, Nerlina asked Kathy to let her know as soon as Wazu woke up. After all, if Wazu participated in the mission, the kingdom would be in a much better position. Katie agreed and promised everyone to take care of Wazu. Finally, Katie was alone with the sleeping Wazu. It must be admitted that when Katie heard that Nerlina and Namanissa had gone on an adventure with Wazu, she was a little jealous. Also, Katie was jealous. After all, Wazu had heroically rushed into the battle and saved everyone. That's why Katie was afraid that Wazu wouldn't choose her. But even so, at least Katie would want to leave memories that she could keep in her heart. That's why the girl decided to take advantage of the moment while Wazu was asleep and kiss him. But no sooner had Katie touched Wazu's lips with her own than the door to the room opened abruptly and Kumiya entered with a tray. With a terrifying smile on her face, Kumiya declared that she had seen everything. So, finally the fight was over. Navilio didn't think it was over, but at least they had managed to solve the main problem. Navilio admitted that he didn't know what they would have done without Vasu. Namanissa agreed with her brother, because if you think about it, without Wazu's help, it would have taken much longer and many more people would have died. Nerlina agreed with her sibling, for Wazu had indeed done a lot and could be proud of himself. At this moment, Wazu was standing and talking to Shiro. The young man remembered that guy, more precisely the way he had talked to him in the alley recently. Shiro, however, asked Wazu if he remembered him. The hooded guy admitted that he had watched Wazu's battle from afar. Shiro remarked that Wazu was able to defeat the Demon Lord even before he awakened, and the royal family was also quite strong. Wazu, on the other hand, didn't understand which Demon Lord Shiro was talking about. The young man assumed that Shiro meant the Demon Lord Denroga. Shiro explained that this was indeed the case. He also stated that Denroga was not a suitable vessel after all. Shiro claimed that it didn't matter how evil Denroga's heart was, since in the end he was only a piece of trash that was useless. That was why Shiro didn't think that Denroga would be able to utilize his full power. Hearing these words from Shiro, Wazu was perplexed. At this moment, the guy remembered Orlando talking about the 3 people who bought red orbs from the suspicious hooded man. They got their power from outside, not through their own abilities, which means that there is a person who sells orbs in the neighborhood. Wazu had long had suspicions that Shiro was involved in all of this. Shiro, the one who was selling those balls. Thus, after analyzing everything Shiro has just said, one can conclude. So, the culprit behind all of this is this particular mysterious hooded guy whose full face no one has seen yet. But Wazu didn't understand why Shiro was doing this and what were those orbs in the first place. Shiro, on the other hand, asked Wazu to ask questions one by one since he was going to question him. Shiro also admitted that he wasn't going to tell Wazu what he was trying to accomplish and also wasn't going to tell him about the orbs. Shiro only suggested that Wazu should follow him everywhere, and maybe that way the adventurer would get to see everything with his own eyes and then he would understand a little more. Shiro admitted that Wazu was more than welcome to him. He was an interesting guest. The boy claimed that perhaps he would be the one to find Wazu's power. Shiro was also curious to know which power was stronger, his or Wazu's. That was exactly what Shiro wanted to find out. Wazu, the strongest guy, that he could defeat even an S rank. Although, Shiro thought that Sloth was also among the strongest. Wazu didn't understand what Shiro was talking about. Shiro, however, explained that Wazu had already defeated both envy and lust, which means that next comes laziness. Shiro assured that laziness was too lazy to go anywhere and she wouldn't put up a fight unless Wazu himself went to her. In that case, Wazu had to refuse because he had not yet solved all the problems in Manbond. But Shiro insisted. He argued that Wazu should go because Shiro wanted to see the young man fight against laziness. With these words, Shiro took out a certain crystal and began to squeeze it with 2 fingers. Wazu didn't realize what he was doing. At that moment, magical power began to pour out of the crystal, which subsequently lifted Mail, who was previously sitting on Wazu's shoulder, into the air. Eventually, Mail was imprisoned in the crystal. Wazu was furious and asked Shiro what he had done to Mail. But Shiro explained to the young man that Mail would not hear him, and that Wazu had only himself to blame for everything. Shiro realized that Wazu would want to get Mail back if he cared for her. That was why the young man would need to get to her. With those words, Shiro began to rise into the air. Lastly, Wazu asked Shiro where he was going, to which Shiro replied that he was going to a small resort town in the north of the continent. Shiro assured that he was really sorry and thought he could be friends with Wazu. But lastly, the type declared that the next time they met Wazu, they would be enemies. After saying that, Shio snapped his fingers and then simply disappeared. Orlando immediately ran up to Wazu and asked who was that person, and Navilio realized that Wazu would in any case go after Mail, who had been taken away by Shiro. Wazu assured that this was indeed the case. Because of that, the young man had to apologize to the royal family for leaving so suddenly. Wazu was just afraid that Shiro would do something to Mail. At last, Navilio confessed that he was sorry to part with Wazu in this way. That was why the prince asked the young man to return to Manbond as soon as possible, for even the king would be happy to see Wazu again. Because of this, the whole royal family will be waiting in Manbond for a healthy and unharmed Wazu. Wazu, however, did not understand at all what the royal family meant. At that moment, Naminissa thanked Wazu for his kindness. The princesses said they hoped the young man would find and rescue Mail. Lastly, Naminissa declared that she too would follow Vasa on his journey as a reward as soon as she received permission from her father and mother. Hearing these words, Nerlina decided to also travel with Wazu. Wazu was both surprised and pleased at such a statement. Katie then declared that she too would go with Wazu on the journey. At that moment, Relaya approached Wazu. The woman said that normally she would have promoted Wazu upon his return to the royal harbor, but now he was in a hurry, so she was willing to make an exception. Relaya assured that she would report Wazu to all the guilds on the continent. Holding out a badge to the lad, Relaya asked him to simply mention her name and show the badge. By doing so, the young man would be immediately promoted. Wazu took the badge and thanked Relaya, and Relaya confessed that when she first saw Wazu, she thought he was quite a chump. However, now the woman can proudly say that Wazu fought a great fight to save Manbond. That was why Relaya thanked Wazu for it from the bottom of her heart. Wazu thanked all the guys in return and immediately set off. Looking at Wazu running away, Naminissa realized with tears in her eyes that she would definitely think of this guy. The girl thought it was love at first sight. Ever since Wazu had rescued her in the village of Mema, she had come to cherish all the things she had never dreamed of before. Naminissa's call of love, totally unprecedented to her until then, was simple and clumsy. But it was sincere, from the heart, and Wazu received Naminissa gently and calmly every day. It made her heart beat faster. Naminissa is the kind of person who gets jealous over little things. A casual glance at Kumiya's big breasts, or the way Wazu hugged her sister. And yet, Naminissa had already made up her mind. Just because she is a princess doesn't mean she will be given in marriage to someone she doesn't love, since she wants to be Wazu's wife. Wazu has saved Naminissa's country, and as a reward the girl has decided to give herself to him. Naminissa believed that there could be no other answer. That is why she wanted the young man to wait for her. Nerlina, come to think of it, back then Nerlina had nothing. But one day, it was as if a ray of light had penetrated the darkness of her mind. It reached out to the princess and pulled her into the light. And that ray of light was Vasu. Nerlina had never been so attracted to a man before. It was the first time. She had fought so many battles, seen so many worthy men, but never had she felt the same peace and tranquility beside them. Wazu was the first, although Nerlina could see that her sister liked Wazu too. But when they slept in the field on the way to the vampire mansion and snuggled against each other, Nerlina felt something unimaginable. She dreamed of it lasting forever. That's how much she loves Vasa. The princess can't help herself. She likes Wazu as a man, and when she looks at him, it is as if she is stronger than ever before. Nerlina wants to protect Vasu, and even though she doesn't have a woman's character, but she will definitely be useful to him. Nerlina wanted to fight with the young man together and help her in everything. The girl is ready to love Vasu as she knows how, in her own way, and also to give him all her love. Finally, when the two princesses packed up for their journey, they no longer cared what their father and mother told them. They were serious about following Wazu. The king was not even against it, which surprised Naminissa and Nerlina very much. He thought that there was no reason to refuse if his daughters sincerely wanted to follow Wazu. Gavilio admitted that he too loved Vasu. Then Naminissa reminded her father that he wanted her to marry Dinroga, especially since Vasu was a commoner. But Gavilio assured her that he no longer wanted his daughter to marry Dinroga. The king believed that his daughter simply could not marry the illegitimate son of the prime minister. Gavilio claimed that this was a decision he had made on his own while he slept. The queen agreed with her husband and declared that she would not allow Naminissa to become the wife of this rascal. In that case, Naminissa asked what about the succession to the throne. The king assured that he would ask Gavilio to do his best, for there is always a solution and it is not something they cannot handle. Gavilio claimed that he did not want to deal with this prime minister. He even thought of keeping the title, but now that he has an excuse to remove him, the king will take the opportunity to squeeze out all the pus in this country. Thus, the king plans to build a country where everyone can live comfortably. At this point, the queen asked her daughters if she could go with them. Naminissa and Nerlina were dumbfounded upon hearing such words. The queen, however, assured them that she would like to take the chance to see her grandchildren sooner if she could be closer to Vaz. These words embarrassed the princesses, but their mother's attitude pleased them. Lastly, the queen asked her daughters to make sure they had an escort if they were going to go after Vazu. And the king asked his daughters to be careful and take care of themselves. As Naminissa and Nerlina were leaving, they were called out by Cumia. The girl explained that Relea had asked the princesses to drop in on her before they left. Cumia agreed to take the princesses to see Relea, so after a while the girls were already in her office. Relea explained that she had a message for the princesses from one of the most powerful heroes. This person is Sint. Aria. The princesses were delighted to hear a familiar name. It had been a long time since they had seen Aria. Relea told the princesses that Aria was in Manbond and wandering around looking for someone. But the church commanded her to deal with an unpleasant incident in the southwest of the kingdom. Thus, Aria left early this morning and was very annoyed about it. Relea said that Aria was very sorry that she couldn't see the princesses. She said that she would like to have tea with them again one day. And Aria also said that it could be very dangerous in the southwest of the kingdom and it was very turbulent there now. That was why Relea hoped that Wazu and the princesses would be safe. At this time in the kingdom, in one back alley, scoundrels were attempting to assassinate an innocent girl. They offered to play with her by looking at her beautiful legs. The girl, however, did not like the fact that these guys had too much zeal in broad daylight. Moreover, there was another one with this girl. She suggested to her friend to go back the way they came. But the former thought that they should not be afraid of their abusers and should just think of them as enemies. That was why the girl attacked the crowd of miscreants with a magic called Death Call, the roar of the wind. After experiencing the wind magic, the offenders were dumbfounded and didn't realize what kind of girl was standing in front of them. Then the blonde-haired lady said that it was her skin as the skin of a noble high elf, and no one allowed the scoundrels to touch her. The whole point was that only Vaz was allowed to touch her. And the two surrounded by brave girls in the back alley were Tata and Sirona. So Tata and Sirona arrived in the city of Fortress Lunik.